Welcome to the Autódromo Internacional do Algarve, and welcome along to a day of racing action. The Iberian Racing Festival Algarve, headlined by the Iberian Supercars series, which has been going strength to strength in recent years. We'll get there later on, though, because already we are on the formation lap for our first race of the day. Duarte Pires is our pole sitter for the first race of the Portuguese single-seater series. It's an all-Formula Renault front row. Duarte Pires alongside André Pardal on the front row. Rui Silva is third position, another Formula Renault Tatus machine. Francisco Olho Azul is next, fourth on the grid. Manuel Almeida is in fifth position. João Silva lines up in sixth place. Another Formula Renault car there, incidentally. A very different machine, a Chevron in the hands of Carlos Tavares, is seventh. Yes, it is that Carlos Tavares, if you know your motoring executives. And then the Miguel Pereira entered Van Diemen lines up eighth. Ninth and 10th on the grid, Christopher Kirby Higgs lining up in ninth position in his Fun Speed F5. And then it will be Mayor Gaspar Laranjo rounding out the starting order for this race at the Autódromo Internacional do Algarve. Of course, one of the most revered racing destinations in Portugal, and indeed in wider Europe as well. It is our distinct honour and privilege to be joining you today on the live stream here, provided to you by Alpha Live. The first time we are working with the Race Ready organisation, the team behind a lot of fabulous motorsport here in the Iberian region, not least of all the Iberian Supercars. For now, we get started with the single-seater series. And as you can see, the cars are lining up down there on the grid. And we will shortly see them launch into what will be a 15-minute race here. There's the green flag, so we are about to go racing. It's what you might call a cold open, everybody, because we are underway for the first time. Unfortunately, not everyone is underway. I believe that was one of our front row starters there who didn't get off the line. I think that was André Pardal, who did not manage to take the start to the manner in which he would have liked. And that is a disappointment there. The primary competitor, I would suggest, to our pole sitter has unfortunately not been able to get off the line. So Duarte Pires, who was 6/10 quicker than Pardal in qualifying, and they were the only two drivers under a 1 minute 50. For Pires, this is maybe a bit of a relief. You can see him, he's driven off into the distance. We've got a battle ongoing here for second and third positions between two more of the Formula Renault machines, the old school Formula Renault cars. And I believe that is Rui Silva, who has moved up into second position there. It's Rui and João Silva that appear to be racing each other there for second and third positions overall. You can see we've got an interesting mix of different single-seaters out there on the circuit. A pair of the Formula Ford machines are next there and battling it out for third and fourth position. I believe Manuel Almeida among those scrapping as they head through the final sector of this lap. Of course, in a lightweight single-seater, particularly one lacking downforce, as is the case with the Formula Fords. You've really got to work the wheel going over some of these crests and dips and dives around the circuit. Just 15 minutes of racing, so if you haven't got your bit between your teeth from the start, you are going to struggle here. It is Perez in the lead, João Silva in second position. Then it's Rui Silva. It is Almeida leading this battle for fourth position. He's followed by Francisco Rohrl Azul. And Andre Pardal is just behind them. Pardal has gotten the car rolling after his disappointment not getting off the line. He's now into fifth position. The Formula Renault car should be distinctly faster than a F1600 spec machine, and we're seeing that quite obviously. Pardal will be driving, I suspect, more than a little bit frustrated after his slight slip up there early on. Oh, and a big lock up there from Francisco Rohrl Azul, the Jamun M97, with now, I imagine, a flat spot on each corner of the front axle, unfortunately. Of course, these cars fairly old school. They'll be running would think a sequential box on both of these cars rather than a traditional H pattern at the very least, but still quite low fire machines relative to the modern day single seater. And in fact, I suspect just about everybody will be sans flappy paddle, although I haven't had a chance to duck my head into everyone's cockpit yet. It is Duarte Perez that leads the way, though, and he leads the way by a comfortable margin. At the line last time, it was 5.6 seconds. That is certainly going to have gone up on lap number 2. Looking at the splits, in fact, he's already crossed the line to start lap number 2, and he is 7.5 seconds clear. I think the next point of intrigue is how far up the order can Andre Pardal get in the overall standings, as well as the class that is reserved for those Tatas Formula Renault chassis. Now, his last lap was a 1:53.0, which was getting on for 2 seconds quicker than Rui Silva up ahead of him. However, it was slower than João Silva in second place, and of course the race leader Duarte Perez. How much of that was down to being stuck behind this battle for fifth overall? Probably not a massive factor, but we'll see how his pace goes on in at the next lap. So this is your battle for the lead in the ZT class as well as for fifth position, and it must be said Francisco Azul is really looking fast at the moment. That was a great run through turn 3 and 4, just got a much better exit out of turn 3 than Almeida. I think he might have strayed a little bit wide there, Almeida, and we see that again through the hairpin. It is side by side as they head back up the hill. And who's going to come out on top of that? Neither driver seemed to get a particularly brilliant exit as they kind of avoided each other coming out of the turn. And sure enough, it is Almeida who holds on to fifth overall for the time being. Behind them is Carlos Antunes Tavares in his fabulous Chevron B47. Christopher Kirby Higgs follows him. And then two more one more ZT class car in the Pereira Melo machine, and then the Mygale at the back of the field. But it is another Mygale, the SJ01, that leads the ZT class at the moment. That, I suggest, is going to be under contest for the entirety of this race. Only 15 minutes, so it's short and sharp here in the single-seater series. And already an exciting battle in prospect. Now, last time by a 1:50.248 for Andre Pardal, so he is indeed closing in for third overall. In fact, he's there. He's arrived on the gearbox of Rui Silva for P3 in this race. Pardal in the 86 car, having a little look to the inside, of course. These Formula Renault machines now from, and goodness me, I hate to say it, over 15 years ago in the case at least of the Rui Silva car, which is, I think, around a 2002-2003 vintage car. It's the same generation of Tatuus Formula Renault chassis that one Lewis Hamilton would have been driving in his British racing days. Andre Pardal's machine is an iota newer, being a, I think, roughly 2010, 2012 spec car. In fact, it will be about 2012 if I'm not mistaken. Pardal struggling to find a way past Rui Silva, though. I was going to make the point that these older cars don't have quite so much aero as a modern single-seater. But Andre Pardal finding a way through, and Rui Silva trying to jump on the power as quickly as he could there. It's ended up working against him, and that grass isn't exactly going to yield much grip at the rear axle. Hopefully he can at least get it out of that grass. It's quite easy to end up sliding around on that grass on the inside of turn 12. We've seen that happen before. And Rui Silva, unfortunately, is going to potentially find himself maybe even losing fourth overall, depending on how much time he lost there. Almeida and Francisco Rohrl will be coming through. There is the battle for the ZT class honours once again. So we do have certain drivers in this race as well who will be splitting their weekend. So we'll come back to that, because Francisco Rohrl is again looking very racy, and certainly Manuel Almeida is feeling the need to defend there down the main straight. He was making sure that the slipstream wasn't necessarily available to Francisco Rohrl, and not the best corner exit again out of turn 3 there from Almeida. Not quite the disaster that it was a couple of laps ago, but all the same, an opportunity might beckon here for Francisco Rohrl Azul. And the door is beckoned open there. That's fairly generous track space there offered up by Manuel Almeida. Very respectful racing between the two of them. Almeida, though, has very intentionally picked the inside for the top of the hill. As they go through 6 and 7, once again he remains still ahead, but that is not the run through turn 7 that he needed. Strayed wide there. I think maybe paying too much attention to what was going on behind him, and what's going to be the net result of that. The net result of that is still a lead for Manuel Almeida in this ZT class battle. Great scrap that they're having. And Rohrl, I think, will be getting increasingly frustrated that he's not been able to take the opportunities as they've come to him. Fernando Meyer Gaspar is the driver at the back of the field for this race. That car will be handed over to Fernando Laranjo later on. And then Miguel Pereira is racing the car ahead of him, the Van Diemen RF04. Those are the only two cars that will have different drivers in them in each race in this series. Of course, our Iberian Supercars will have driver changes in race. We don't have that, thankfully, in the single-seaters. Can imagine that would be a hearty wedge for some of the drivers trying to get themselves in there. And if there's one thing we've seen this weekend from our compatriots at Suzuka, it's that getting the belts on in a single-seater can be tricky. So then, Rui Silva did get going again in 4th place, incidentally. We never saw that car recover from its spin, but it did, and it came back out ahead of this battle. So if you're expecting a Formula Renault to charge over the horizon behind them, it's not. It is still ahead, Rui Silva. Here comes Rohrl to the inside. This time, that looks like the most definitive attempt at a move that he's made so far, but the corner exit wasn't there. This time, Manuel Almeida, I think, made a point of slightly squeezing Francisco Rohrl there, gave him a little bit less space. And look at that, Rohrl getting a big amount of opposite lock going through 6 and 7, but I get the feeling there that Almeida is maybe starting to realise he doesn't need to be quite so generous as to how much space he gives the driver of the number 13 to the driver of the number 17 to work with. The number 17, the black and red machine. Almeida running the number 13. on his white Mygale SJ01. If there was ever a category that repeatedly proves that you only need 2 cars to make a race, it is the Formula Ford class. I've seen some very limited numbers on a Formula Ford grid in the UK before and still been absolutely stunned by the racing. And the rule applies here in Portugal as well. There's, of course, another Formula Ford car in the field, being the Miguel Pereira car, but that's not out there in the battle for this 5th position overall. Just the 2 cars scrapping it out for 5th and 6th place and the lead in the ZT class. But 2 is all we need right now. This is a brilliant scrap. See, they're struggling to keep the car on the straight and narrow a little bit under braking. Manuel Almeida, of course, to an extent you want that rear to be rotating under braking to get the best turn in for a corner. Oh, Rohrl with another good run as they head down the hill, and this time he's got almost both axles ahead. He's a bit earlier on the brakes than Almeida, who's pushing the limits of what he can do around the corner, and he manages to hold on to it. What a brilliant scrap this is. 2 very respectful drivers doing their work while all of this is going on. I believe Duarte Perez will have possibly just started the final lap. He crossed the line with about 1 minute 50 to go, and his last lap was a 1:49.276. So watch this space, I suppose. Duarte Perez should be maybe doing 1 more lap from here. I believe this is Duarte that we have picked up all on his own. In fact, yeah, he will be doing 1 more lap from this vantage point. 1 minute and 14 to go as he crosses the hill and heads down the big drop here at the Autódromo Internacional do Algarve. So he's on the penultimate lap of the race, all on his own, 14 seconds clear of the closest competition in the form of João Silva. I must say, though, Silva's pace has improved, a 1:49.3 last time by. Andre Pardal, meanwhile, has dropped down into the 1:53s and never really got anywhere near João Silva. So Pardal, who I thought may have had the pace to hunt down João, is seemingly not quite on the money now. So Duarte Perez will cross the line to start the final lap of the race. He's peerless at the front of the order. Manuel Almeida still was 5th position overall and leading class when we last saw them, and indeed last time across the line as well. So it doesn't appear that there's been a switch there in that intra ZT class battle just yet. That's all going on well away, though, from Duarte Perez, who has been exemplary in this race, hasn't put a foot wrong at the front, has just been managing the times, is now lapping some 2 seconds off of his personal best in the race, but there's no real logic in pushing more so than he needs to. I believe he we've just gone past there the Pereira Van Diemen, if I'm not mistaken. Getting through some lap traffic. In fact, no, that was the fun speed of Christopher Kirby Higgs, as a matter of fact. It looks like Carlos Tavares will just about go a lap down as well before the race. Beautiful Chevron B47 F3 car. Duarte Perez turns through 13 and 14. And after that misfire at the start from Andre Pardal, looking at those qualifying sheets, it felt like Duarte Perez had a hand and 4 fingers on the trophy, and sure it has proven to be. He claims our first win of the day. The single-seater series race number 1 falls to Duarte Perez. João Silva will cross the line in second ahead of Andre Pardal. There's João across the line. Pardal will finish in third. The question is, what about Rohrl and Manuel Almeida? They are still out there, and they've switched places. Francisco Rohrl is in 5th position now. Well, he was at the line, but as we see there in the picture-in-picture, Manuel Almeida has once again found his way through. That is that is an ongoing situation there for 5th overall in the lead in the ZT class. If Almeida can claim that win back, he will be delighted. Just saw Gaspar across the line there for 10th position. There across the line is Rui Silva for 4th place. The next cars across the line will be the two picture-in-picture, and that is Rohrl and Almeida fighting it out for the ZT class. Everyone else has now crossed the line. In fact, Andre Pardal has not crossed the line. So on the final lap, Pardal has gone into the pit lane. Andre Pardal didn't make the progress I was expecting. And sure enough, I think he's had a problem somewhere out there on the circuit. And there's been a shift in the battle for 5th and 6th place. Rohrl has gotten past Almeida. Didn't quite see where that happened. Might have been turn 12 because they were close together. But Almeida is drag racing him to the line. It's going to be a photo finish in the ZT class. And Almeida got it by less than 0.02 of a second. Manuel Almeida lost that lead in the ZT class about a dozen times on the road. Only once, I think, did he ever come across the line second on the start-finish line. And every time he got overtaken by Rohrl, he immediately had a response. And coming out of the final corner on the run to the line, Manuel Almeida managed to get it done by hundredths of a second. That was a great performance from Manuel Almeida. Duarte Perez wins the race ahead of João Silva and Rui Silva, all in their Tatus Formula Renault chassis. Francisco Rohrl finishing behind Manuel Almeida in that 4th and 5th place battle. Andre Pardal will be classified 6th place after coming into the pits on the final lap. Carlos Antunes Tavares taking 7th position in his Chevron. Christopher Kirby Higgs in 8th position. The 88 car of Miguel Pereira finishing in 9th. And Fernando Maia Gaspar rounding out the finishing order in that race. Well, look at that gap. 151.426, 151.441. The deficits from 4th place to the winner and 5th place to the winner. It was down to the hundredths. That was a fairly exciting battle to kick off our race. Fairly exciting isn't doing it justice. Here is the debrief then for our drivers. I think they're with Andre Pardal there talking to Duarte Perez. It's going to be, well, what happened, mate? Unfortunately, he didn't get off the line, and ultimately didn't end up taking the flag either, unfortunately. Like the matching race suit for Duarte Perez. He's on brand. And that concludes the single-seater series race then. That's our first race of the day in the books. For the rest of the day, we have historics out on circuit. We have GTs, and we will see the single-seaters out there again later on in the programme as well. It's a full and exciting day of racing action, and what a kickoff from the single-seater series.
Sejam muito bem-vindos ao Autódromo Internacional do Algarve. Estamos aqui reunidos para a primeira corrida do fim de semana do Grupo 1 Portugal. Esta que vai ser a 11ª temporada deste campeonato que nos emociona desde 2014. Temos 19 carros a começar esta corrida, divididos em várias classes. Aqui no Autódromo Internacional do Algarve, um dos grandes temas do fim de semana tem sido, sem dúvida, o tempo que tem estado imprevisível devido à passagem da tempestade Núria pelo sul do país. Então, as últimas previsões do tempo mostram que até 30 minutos para dentro da corrida não haverá qualquer tipo de chuva, com alguma chuva sendo possível a partir das 10 da manhã. Sendo que a corrida começa agora às 9h35 e termina às 10h15. Muito bem, vamos observar aqui a grelha de partida. Contando apenas com 19 carros este fim de semana, sem dúvida que a qualidade está no máximo. Este Autódromo Internacional do Algarve é um circuito muito recente, homologado pela FIA para poder albergar corridas de grau 1. Ou seja, o mais alto nível de segurança e tecnologia sendo utilizado neste circuito algarvio. É um circuito que conta com 15 curvas, 9 para a direita e 6 para a esquerda. Tem um comprimento de 4 km e 653 metros, com a reta da meta, que é onde eu estou aqui situado, tendo pouco menos de 1 km. O meu nome é João Graça e eu vou-vos acompanhar este fim de semana para as corridas do Grupo 1, tendo o fim de semana já começado com os treinos livres de sexta-feira e sábado, e também os treinos cronometrados, ou sessão de qualificação, como tivemos ontem, que foi marcada por... já sofreu alguma emoção, vamos dizer assim, com um contacto entre Manuel Cabral de Menezes e Carlos Galhardini à saída da curva 5, felizmente não resultando em nenhum dano significativo para ambos os carros, mas ambos os pilotos sendo chamados ao colégio de comissário. E vemos aqui os carros na sua outlap das boxes para alinharem na grelha de partida para a sua volta de preparação. Queremos tomar um tempo para agradecer em especial aos nossos title sponsors, que são o Vinho Seixo Calcos Arinto, disponível em Garrafeira Nacional, e GUP Corte a Laser, com outros agradecimentos aos Cafés Chega Freire de Zanetti, Cars and Vibes, Vulcanizadora Fragoso e Filhos e Dispinal Pneus. Por acaso, temos aqui um carro, o Golf número 525, patrocinado pelo title sponsor. Poderão vê-lo que com 3 listas azuis do seu lado, com Carlos Galhardini e Pedro Teixeira de Melo a bordo. Eles que partem da 4ª posição da classe, que se traduz para a 9ª posição à geral. Claro que aqui no grupo 1, as categorias, portanto o posicionamento à geral não conta para pontos, mas afeta a posição de início na grelha de partida. sendo que todos os carros estão preparados para, segundo os regulamentos do Grupo 1, que estiveram em vigor desde 1966 a 1981. Os carros estão divididos nas respectivas categorias de acordo com o seu nível de desempenho, nomeadamente dividido entre ano e tamanho do motor. Vai ser mesmo Rui Ribeiro que vai partir da linha da frente a bordo do seu Ford Escort RS 2000 Mark II, mas agora nas imagens temos o número 596, este que é conduzido por Francisco Luís e Bruno de Lima. Relembro que Bruno Lima e Rui Ribeiro foram dos destaques da temporada do ano passado, dando uns grandes espetáculos, nomeadamente nas corridas do Estoril, sendo Rui Ribeiro o campeão de 2023 da categoria H81 2000. E outro facto curioso que vão reparar é que muitos carros que vemos aqui hoje na grelha de partida do Grupo 1 Portugal têm uma chapa de matrícula de carro de estrada clássico. Isto porque estes carros são carros de turismo e, embora sendo completamente preparados de raiz para a competição, são carros com valor histórico e muitos deles são legais para poderem circular na via pública. Portanto, esse é outro facto interessante. Vendo aqui os carros que normalmente costumam liderar as corridas, os nossos queridos Ford Escort RS 2000 Mark II, tendo eles a perfeita combinação de potência, peso e desempenho nas curvas. Seguidamente, encontra-se a categoria H81 1600, liderada aqui, como vemos na imagem, pelo Volkswagen Scirocco de Marcos Roão e Nuno Pardalejo. Este que é idêntico em termos de motor e chassi aos outros 4 Volkswagen Golf que compõem o resto da categoria H81 1600. Todos eles, à exceção... Não, todos mesmo são preparados pela RP Motorsport, sendo que aqui o Volkswagen Scirocco, a teoria principal do fim de semana é que este Volkswagen Scirocco, como tem o formato de carroceria em coupé, é mais aerodinâmico e assim temos visto, atingindo em média mais 10 km por hora na reta que os outros Golf da categoria, e também a sua carroceria a ajudar certamente no desempenho nas curvas por ter um centro de gravidade mais baixo. E cá temos outro carro com chapas de matrícula de estrada. Vai ser Manel Cabral de Menezes que o vai começar, e como podem ver, Manel Cabral de Menezes decidiu optar por colocar um autocolante de TVD no seu vidro traseiro, em jeito de gozo. Sem dúvida algo que anima os seus rivais na pista. E agora aqui em imagem temos o Golf número 517 da Associação da Associação Circular Consciente, um projeto criado para a sensibilização e consciencialização da condução rodoviária defensiva com recursos à técnica de inteligência artificial, Big Data e Machine Learning. Temos aqui também um belíssimo Ford Capri GT 3 litros. Este que é uma nova adição à grelha do Grupo 1 Portugal e está a ser dado o aviso dos 5 minutos, quando vemos ali o Porsche Cayman do Autódromo do Algarve a dar início à sua volta de reconhecimento. E temos a primeira bandeira verde do fim de semana para começar aqui a nossa primeira corrida do Grupo 1 Portugal. Vai contar com 40 minutos cheios de ação. Para quem gosta de corridas de carros de turismo clássico, sem dúvida que vão ter o vosso prato cheio este fim de semana. E como podem ver aqui, a grelha de partida composta com Rui Ribeiro na frente, seguida por Francisco Freitas e Luís Liberal com 212 975. O Diogo Cavaco colocou o seu Porsche 928 na terceira posição à geral, assegurando assim a pole position da categoria H81 Max, dedicada a carros com motores maiores do que 2 litros. Sendo que existem muito talento nesta grelha. Recordo-me que muitos destes pilotos já correm juntos há bastantes anos. Outros estão a estrear-se aqui no Grupo 1. Temos, por exemplo, a bordo do número 594, Ruben Faria e Pedro Gordo, que são os campeões em título da Production Cup do ano passado, e fizeram uma melhoria para a H81 Max, que é a categoria, em teoria, mais rápida aqui do Grupo 1 Portugal, estando a pilotar um Porsche 902S este ano. Portanto, é sempre bom, gostamos sempre de ver os nossos concorrentes a manterem-se dentro do campeonato e a fazerem um upgrade, por assim dizer, entre categorias, para poderem sentir a adrenalina dos carros mais rápidos. Conseguimos ver ali na imagem ainda o Mini verde militar, o número 33 de Simon Knudsen, que partilha o carro com um estreante aqui no Grupo 1 Portugal, sendo esse Ricardo Cardoso. A equipa do número 33 é liderada por Ruben Veludo, sendo ele o team manager e embaixador também do Troféu Mini. E vemos agora os carros a começarem a alinhar para a partida lançada aqui na curva 14, tal como a diretora de prova Beatriz Águas os comandou no briefing do dia de ontem. Ontem no briefing também foi dadas as informações que os limites de pista apenas vão ser monitorizados nas curvas 1, 4, 5 e 15, sendo que, e eu fui confirmar isto com a diretora de prova, o resto dos limites de pista não vão ser monitorizados, o que poderá resultar em curvas de linhas de corrida alternativas, o que nos pode dar algum espetáculo, algum fator de imprevisibilidade, algum piloto que saiba algo que os outros não saberão, encontrar aderência num sítio do circuito que normalmente não é frequentado. E cá está o safety car, vai para dentro dos boxes, os carros estão agora à espera do semáforo verde, eles estão a passar agora por mim, mesmo debaixo do meu nariz aqui na reta da meta. E já estamos a correr. Só podem haver ultrapassagens após os carros passarem a linha de meta. E é mesmo o número 533 de Rui Ribeiro que vai liderar o pelotão para a frente, mas ele está a receber uma concorrência muito apertada do 518. É mesmo o Francisco Freitas que está ali a tentar disputar com Rui Ribeiro, mas não consegue levar a melhor. Enquanto vemos aqui agora o resto do pelotão, o Mini número 33 a fazer um grande arranque, até ficando à frente do Ford Capri. E vemos agora os carros a passar a curva 4 e vão fazer a primeira grande travagem do fim de semana para a curva da Torre VIP, que é a curva 5. Estamos a ter ali um carro a ver a chegar-se para o lado da pista. Parece-me que é o forte score de Francisco Freitas. Isso que é algo de veras desapontante. Estávamos à espera de uma grande disputa entre Francisco Freitas e Rui Ribeiro. Mas parece-me ali que o Ford europeu tem algum problema mecânico e teve-se que se encostar para o lado da pista. Enquanto temos aqui Rafael Cerveira Pinto, que já ultrapassou Marcos Roão para a liderança da categoria H81.600. E agora na entrada da reta da meta, será que a melhor velocidade de ponta do Volkswagen Scirocco vai ser suficiente para levar a melhor dos carros que se encontram à sua frente? E agora vai ser mesmo a batalha do Condar, estes Golfs que são conhecidos por serem... não são as máquinas mais eficientes em termos aerodinâmicos, e Marcos Roão já está ao lado de Rafael Cerveira Pinto para a travagem da curva 1, encontra-se no interior desta curva para a direita e consegue capitalizar com a melhor aerodinâmica do seu Volkswagen Scirocco e já está na liderança da categoria H81.600, mas Rafael Cerveira Pinto não se vai deixar por esta ultrapassagem e vai tentar conquistar de volta a sua primeira posição na classe à medida que o traçado deixa de ser tão reto e começa a ficar mais sinuoso. E volto agora tenho mesmo confirmação da direção de prova que Francisco Freitas já se encontra nos boxes, sendo que o resultado mais provável seja que haja uma desistência, mas é uma grande pena, temos muita pena, e quando vemos ali o Volkswagen Scirocco a curvar com a roda direita traseira no ar, e mais uma vez estes carros, embora tendo um menor nível de preparação em termos de corrida, são carros já com muito endurecimento em termos de rigidez estrutural feito e uma afinação de suspensão, enquanto vemos aqui a equipa de Francisco Freitas a verificar se há algum problema na roda do lado esquerdo traseiro. A levantar o carro com o macaco, os mecânicos da Curator Garage ainda não conseguiram determinar qual é o problema, mas esta corrida vai ter de ser para esquecer para Francisco Freitas e Luís Pedro Liberal. E quem herda assim a liderança da corrida é Rui Ribeiro, com Bruno de Lima apenas 1,8 segundos da liderança da corrida. E vemos agora a ultrapassagem do Ford Capri sobre o Volkswagen Golf de Jorge Petiche e Manuel Cabral Menezes. Isto não é uma ultrapassagem para posição na classe e, como é óbvio, o Ford Capri tem um motor maior e muito mais desempenho, consegue fazer sopa doce, pera doce, peço desculpa, do Volkswagen Golf. E cá está, infelizmente temos nas imagens o carro de Francisco Freitas e Luís Pedro Liberal da Curated Garage a ser empurrado para a garagem aqui no Autódromo Internacional do Algarve, e temo que vai ser mesmo uma desistência. Menos um Ford Score RS 2000 Mark II a disputar esta corrida, mas ainda sobram-nos 4 carros dentro da categoria H81 2000 que, bastando haver um safety car ou uma situação em que algum carro consiga desbloquear mais algum desempenho e teremos uma corrida nas nossas mãos novamente. E quando vemos aqui o Ford Capri a bloquear os travões da frente na entrada da curva 11, estes que são estreantes neste circuito e neste campeonato, refiro-me, claro, a Manuel Melo e Miguel Pereira a bordo do Ford Capri número 574, e parece-me que não foi só fumo dos travões, acho que vi ali algum fumo a sair do escape, podendo indicar uma fuga de óleo, mas por agora nas imagens parece estar tudo tranquilo. À medida que eles entram na curva Galp, curva mais rápida do circuito, que prepara a entrada na reta da meta, e temos aqui uma batalha de condar entre o Ford Capri e o Porsche 924. Não consegue levar a melhor, embora não estando a correr na mesma categoria. O 585 de José Carvalhosa e João Rodrigo Santos, com pressa para ultrapassar da forma mais rápida possível e eficiente o estreante Ford Capri. E lá está, era o que eu temia. Temos ali o que eu estou a ver, eu acho que é mesmo uma fuga de óleo a sair do Ford Capri, muito fumo branco e azul a sair do escape do Ford europeu. Não confundam com a sua decoração. Este fumo azulado que vemos normalmente é sinal de uma fuga de óleo para o escape, e se a situação se continuar assim, o carro vai ter que ser abandonado para não arriscar mais de um dano mecânico ao motor deste mesmo. Muito fumo mesmo, e pelo que eu estou a ver, este fumo só está a sair quando o carro se encontra numa subida ou numa descida, ou seja, vai ter mesmo que parar. Agora está a despejar óleo para a pista. Isto pode indicar uma situação muito perigosa para os outros concorrentes. Certamente que a direção de prova vai dar a bandeira preta com o círculo laranja ao Ford Capri, porque o que indica uma falha mecânica que tem de ser resolvida imediatamente. E quando vemos aqui Diogo Cavaco a conquistar a segunda posição à geral, ultrapassando assim Bruno de Lima, mas Bruno de Lima, mesmo não estando a disputar esta posição dentro da sua categoria, com o Porsche 928 à sua frente, não quer deixar esta ultrapassagem, e já estou a ver agora os limpa-parabrisas ligados no carro de Bruno de Lima. O 596 pode estar a tentar intimidar os seus concorrentes à volta, ou pode estar efetivamente a chuva que estava prevista para cair, já estar a cair mais cedo. Também vemos ali a luz da chuva ligada no carro do Ford Escort RS 2000 azul. E mesmo com o dobro do número de cilindros que o Porsche tem sobre o Ford Escort RS 2000, não sei se a diferença será necessária, enquanto vemos ali outro Porsche 928, parece-me é o 594, a abrandar muito. Espero que não termos outra desistência. Eu estou a tentar ver se encontramos mais alguma imagem, mas ele está fora da imagem. Miraculosamente, o Ford Capri G3 de 3 litros continua em pista. Ainda não tivemos a desistência deste carro. E cá está, temos mesmo, é o Porsche 928 de Francisco Gordo, que está a caminhar rodar de forma muito lenta à medida que ele navega a curva Galp. Isto que é uma grande desilusão para Ruben Ferreira e Pedro Gordo, como já disse, os campeões em títulos da Production Cup, que estão a fazer a sua primeira corrida neste Porsche 928S. E Bruno de Lima não larga o outro Porsche 928 com decoração Hoffmans que se encontra à sua frente. Bruno de Lima não quer largar Diogo Cavaco. E agora conseguimos ver nas imagens, já começou a chover à grande e à francesa. Diogo Cavaco a tomar uma linha muito larga para a curva 5, enquanto vemos aqui, oh não, outro Ford Score RS a desistir. Temos aqui uma bandeira amarela na curva 2. É mesmo o carro de Vasco Monori que vai ter que abandonar esta corrida com algum tipo de problema no seu motor, e Bruno de Lima já ultrapassou Diogo Cavaco à medida que eles saem da curva 7. Peço desculpa, curva 8, a Samsung vão entrar agora para rapidíssima curva 9, Craig Jones, e Diogo Cavaco levanta o pé e deixa Bruno de Lima passar à medida que eles navegam a curva 10 e 11. E cá está, podemos ver, se calhar Diogo Cavaco não se sente tão confortável conduzir nestas condições mais escorregadias, e Bruno de Lima, com os seus muitos anos de experiência a bordo do seu Ford Score, leva a melhor. E é mesmo, temos a bandeira amarela, curva 2, e a direção de prova declara safety car para a pista, o que com a janela das paragens dos boxes a abrir daqui a nada vai trazer alguma imprevisibilidade nesta corrida, e também permitir que os concorrentes se juntem mais na liderança, peço desculpa, em todo o pelotão. Portanto, temos aqui uma situação muito benéfica para nós, os espectadores, onde vamos poder ter a oportunidade de ter uma segunda partida da corrida com os nossos concorrentes mais próximos do que nunca. Ontem, que no briefing de corrida, e como vemos aqui, os carros das categorias inferiores recebem o wave by do safety car. Ontem foi esclarecido no briefing com a direção da corrida e a nossa diretora Beatriz Águas que os carros, que o safety car iriam ser feitos todos os esforços para que o safety car saísse à frente do carro que estivesse a liderar a geral, e cá está, temos o 533 de Rui Ribeiro a chegar ao safety car, e que os carros das categorias mais lentos seriam deixados passar de modo a não criarem nenhum embaraço aos carros das categorias mais rápidas. E enquanto vemos ali o 574 já parado numa rua de acesso, agora a ser rebocado pela equipa de resgate do Autódromo Internacional do Algarve, e temo que este safety car não vá durar muito. E vemos aqui a Rafael Cerveira Pinto da Squadra Motorsport a ceder o lugar a Armindo Ferreira, a equipa que está a ser, tem apoio técnico nos boxes por Miguel Franco, e apoio técnico também da RP Motorsport, a fazer agora a sua paragem obrigatória nos boxes. Relembro que todos os carros que efetuam paragens, todos têm que efetuar paragens, e tem que cumprir um tempo mínimo dentro do pit lane de 1 minuto e 29 segundos. Portanto, alguns a escolher mergulhar para o pit lane e tratar da sua paragem obrigatória agora, concedendo-lhes uma significativa vantagem em comparação a fazer uma paragem em ritmo de corrida. Enquanto vemos ali os mecânicos à volta do Ford Capri, este que esteve a verter óleo ou outro tipo de líquido pelo seu escape, eu temo que este fast Ford europeu não vá passar daqui, mas os mecânicos estão com umas caras otimistas, parecem ter expectativas para voltar a pôr este Mustang europeu de volta na pista, enquanto temos os líderes a mergulhar para o pit lane, Rui Ribeiro, Bruno de Lima, Diogo Cavaco, todos a entrarem nos boxes, e sobram apenas os Datsun do Production Cup na pista. Com pouco menos de 22 minutos no relógio desta corrida de 40 minutos, encontrando-nos em lugar de condições de safety car. Vemos agora o número 587, algum tipo de comoção no pit lane, e o número 587 consegue sair à frente de Nuno Pardalejo, que toma agora o comando do Volkswagen Scirocco. E vemos agora Pedro Teixeira de Melo a sair do Golf número 525 para dar lugar a Carlos Galhardini. Estes carros que são todos apoiados pela RP Motorsport de Ricardo Pereira. 6 carros no Grupo 1 a competir este fim de semana. Ricardo Pereira, dono e chefe de equipa da RP Motorsport, campeão em título da H81 2000, a bordo também de um Ford Escort RS 2000 Mark II. Eu fui falar com o Ricardo Pereira e ele disse-me que foi tomada uma decisão ano passado para não correr no campeonato este ano, para se poder dedicar melhor às suas funções dentro da equipa, também gostou de clarificar que a RP Motorsport foi uma das únicas equipas que marcou a presença em todas as temporadas deste campeonato desde 2014, quando o campeonato ainda se chamava Classic Superstock, agora sim renomeado para Grupo 1 Portugal, e claro, o nosso troféu Mini, que conta com o apoio de vinho Seixo Calcos Arinto, disponível em Garrafeira Nacional, e Gup Corte a Laser. E eu não fiquei um bocado incrédulo, não acredito no que estou a ver. Foi mesmo o Ford Escort número 518 de Francisco Freitas e Luís Pedro Liberal que saiu da garagem e vai voltar à corrida, embora com 7 voltas de atraso, mas vai voltar a esta corrida e não desiste, isto que é mesmo o espírito das corridas do Grupo 1. E cá está, podemos ver a pista claramente bastante molhada, enquanto vemos ali o Porsche 928, que agora está a ser pilotado por Bernardo Almeida, a travar no corretor, algo que não vai ser nada vantajoso, e ultrapassar o número 518, que se junta à corrida após ter ficado nos boxes durante 7 voltas. E finalmente Rui Ribeiro e Bruno de Lima vão voltar ao ataque. Cheira-me que já não é Bruno de Lima a pilotar o 596, mas sim Francisco Luís. E agora até os líderes alcançarem o safety car, vão conseguir ultrapassar os carros das categorias mais lentas, embora não podendo fazer ultrapassagens dentro das categorias e à geral, mas temos aqui a indicação, bandeira verde da direção de prova, com menos de 20 minutos no relógio até ao final desta corrida, e as paragens obrigatórias feitas. Vai ser um sprint até ao final desta corrida, e ainda relembro que o tempo pode vir a trazer mais condições imprevisíveis que podem afetar o resultado desta corrida, mas senhoras e senhores, não vão a lado nenhum. Deliciem-se com estes dois mestres das corridas de carros de turismo. Já vi 3 carros a saírem de lado da curva 13, e eles agora vai ser uma batalha, vão entrar numa batalha de condar à medida que se dirigem para a saída da curva 15 e à entrada da reta da meta do Autódromo Internacional do Algarve. A distância pode parecer grande, mas não descontem o valor que tem o condar. E claro, o Porsche 928 tem muito mais potência que o Ford Score. Vai fazer uma ultrapassagem sobre Francisco Luís. E pensa 2 vezes antes de fazê-la, optando o Bernardo Almeida por se esconder de volta do Ford azul. E já não vai ser nesta volta que vai ser efetuada esta ultrapassagem, mas os dois da frente já reduziram a sua diferença para algo quase negligente. É menos de um segundo que separa o 533 e o 596, que tanto espetáculo nos deram no ano passado. À medida que eles entram na curva da Torre VIP, eu pergunto-me se Rui Ribeiro sente a pressão. O piloto de FAF, que se divide tanto entre os ralis como as corridas de velocidade, falou comigo ontem e disse-me que a expectativa e a atitude com a qual entra nesta temporada é a mesma de sempre. Eu vim cá para ganhar. Francisco Luís está-se a aproximar muito de Rui Ribeiro. Eu que, na minha opinião, este circuito oferece imensas oportunidades de ultrapassagem, sendo estas as curvas 3, 5, 10 e 11, 13 e 14. Portanto, muitas oportunidades para ultrapassar neste circuito, se bem que a diferença tem de ser muito pequena, algo que é facilmente atingível nestas corridas de Grupo 1, e vejo ali Rui Ribeiro a deixar sair o seu Ford Score de traseira ligeiramente, e eu acho que Francisco Luís se assustou com a manobra do seu rival, alargando um bocado a saída da curva 15, enquanto temos aqui indicações da direção de prova que os carros número 525 e 584 vão levar penalização de drive-thru pelo pit lane. Isto porque os pilotos destes carros ultrapassaram a linha branca à saída da pit lane. E, meus meninos, a direção de prova avisou-vos: não podem fazer isto. Oh, e que é isto? Temos aqui um Porsche da 924 Cup a navegar-se muito lentamente a ser ultrapassado pelos líderes. Não sei se existe ali algum problema ou se é só uma ação de cortesia por parte do Porsche com a decoração clássica para deixar para não atrapalhar os líderes. E temos ali não me acredito, o carro de Francisco Luís, o score azul número 596 a abrandar à saída da curva 11. Não, porquê? Estávamos a ter uma batalha tão boa, mas parece que algum tipo de avaria mecânica vai afetar a corrida do piloto deste Ford Score, deixando assim Rui Ribeiro a bordo do número 533 na liderança da corrida, sem nenhum tipo de concorrência da classe para o manter afiado. Já só 2 carros se encontram na volta do líder, mas mais uma vez é acionado o safety car do Autódromo Internacional do Algarve e vemos ali Francisco Luís parado. Espero que a maneira como ele chegou àquela posição na pista não tenha sido de forma muito brusca. Espero que tenha sido intencional. Eu não consegui perceber muito bem onde é que Francisco Luís se encontrava no circuito. E pronto. Será que os pilotos dos carros 525 e 584 vão aproveitar este safety car para servir a sua penalização de drive-thru e e sofrerem o mínimo de penalização efetiva possível? E eu temo que, com o safety car a ser acionado a esta altura da corrida com 11 minutos e contar no relógio, que embora que o pelotão se junte mais uma vez, que não tenhamos muito mais tempo para disputas na pista, algo que será não terão de esperar muito para verem resolvido, pois teremos mais uma corrida logo à tarde. A corrida 2 do Grupo 1 Portugal aqui no Autódromo Internacional do Algarve dar-se-á às 5:05 e será a última corrida do dia, que vai encerrar este fim de semana em cheio aqui em Portimão. E já temos ali nas imagens o carro de Francisco Luís e Bruno de Lima a ser resgatado. Que pena, senhoras e senhores telespectadores. Parece-me estar exteriormente ok, não consigo ver nenhum dano para já. E teremos que aguardar que o safety car seja retirado da pista quando todos os obstáculos forem removidos, e pelo menos mais uma volta irá ser, pois as luzes do safety car ainda estão ligadas. E parece que houve aqui um ligeiro erro no live timing. Temos, quanto tenho indicação, pelo menos 5 carros na volta dos líderes. Portanto, com dois destes carros sendo da categoria H81 2000 e 2 da categoria H81 1600. Poderemos ainda ver disputas para os primeiros lugares nestas categorias. Portanto, não vão a lado nenhum. Normalmente, quando há um reinício tão tarde na corrida, as tensões e as emoções dentro dos carros são muito altas e os pilotos podem cometer erros ou tentativas de ultrapassagens que outrora não fariam. E, oh não, é o desastre para o carro patrocinado pela Seixo Calcos Arinto, disponível em Garrafeira Nacional. O seu drive-thru não foi válido por ser cumprido em procedimento de safety car. Indica agora aqui a direção de prova. Portanto, irá ter de ser cumprido quando o safety car entrar para dentro do pit lane. E está a ser esta primeira corrida um desastre para Pedro Teixeira de Melo e Carlos Galhardini, que certamente irão acabar em último lugar da categoria H81 1600, sobrando apenas 4 carros para disputarem a liderança desta categoria. E as luzes do safety car já estão desligadas, tem confirmação da direção de prova. O safety car vai entrar nesta volta. Rui Ribeiro, no score patrocinado pela farmácia Ferreira Leite, vai ser o carro que vai liderar este pelotão, com Pedro Gordo a ceder a passagem aos líderes que se encontram atrás de si. E se Bernardo Almeida vai querer fazer alguma coisa em relação à liderança da prova à geral, vai ter de começar a calcar o acelerador, porque o safety car já foi para dentro e Rui Ribeiro sai disparado como uma bala para a reta final. 5 minutos e 50 no relógio e eles passam agora por mim aqui na reta final. Bernardo Almeida meter-se no condar de Rui Ribeiro e conseguimos ver ali o piloto de FAF a olhar para o retrovisor. E a diferença já é muito pequena, menos de 8 décimas de segundo, à medida que os carros vão entrar agora no gancho da curva 3. E cá temos, Rui Ribeiro comete ali um pequeno erro à saída, a deixar o seu carro derrapar um bocadinho mais do que era. E um grande momento, o carro de Bernardo Almeida, o Porsche 928, a ter uma grande derrapagem à saída da curva 4. Esta que é uma curva muito manhosa por ser uma esquerda a fundo e com uma grande diferença de elevação, uma esquerda que sobe significativamente. Mas para já está tudo controlado e é Rui Ribeiro e Bernardo Almeida que nos estão a dar o show com menos de 5 minutos no relógio para o final desta corrida. E cá está, os dois carros a sair de lado, a fazer um belíssimo drift à saída da curva 8. E o 518 de Francisco Freitas e Luís Pedro Liberal não desiste, embora estando com 7 voltas de atraso. E agora a diferença, à medida que eles entram na curva 14, curva Sagres, entre os dois primeiros da geral, já continua muito baixa. Tem aqui a indicação que é menos de 8 décimas de diferença. E agora a saída desta curva é tudo, pois vai significar a velocidade que vão atingir nesta reta da meta. Rui Ribeiro chega-se para o lado interior da reta, este que é o lado esquerdo para o direito, peço desculpa, para quem vai dentro do carro. Bernardo Almeida começa a espreitar pelo lado direito e um bloqueio aos travões pesadamente, mas consegue manter o carro sob controle. O Porsche V8 dele não lhe está a facilitar a vida. E este erro vai sair muito caro a Bernardo Almeida se quer trazer para casa a honra de liderar a corrida à geral e mais uma vez alargar a saída da curva 4. Isto é muito comum. Os pilotos, quando cometem um erro numa curva, ficam a pensar nesse erro que cometeram nessa curva e muitas vezes cometem um erro na curva seguinte. Mas a potência do Porsche 928S é mais do que suficiente para acompanhar o Ford Score 533. Eles agora a curva 7 e agora a curva 8, que é subir. Mais uma derrapagem muito controlada por parte do Rui Ribeiro, mas Bernardo Almeida mantém-se muito composto à saída da Samsung e vão entrar agora na curva 13, que pode ser uma, curva 10, que normalmente não é uma oportunidade de ultrapassagem, mas as curvas seguintes são a curva 12, sendo uma esquerda rapidíssima, serve como ponto de travagem para a 13. Mas aqui a jogada inteligente será mesmo esperar pela reta da meta, tentar acompanhar ao máximo o score pela parte sinuosa do circuito e abrir o acelerador do V8 do Porsche 928 número número 509 e efetuar a ultrapassagem na reta onde os riscos são mínimos. E cá está, a volta mais rápida da corrida vai mesmo para Bernardo Almeida com 2:11.600. Eles estão muito próximos, agora ele guina para a esquerda, vai tentar ultrapassar e esta ultrapassagem consegue, mas não consegue manter o carro dentro da pista e dá uma guinada. O seu Porsche 928 muito de lado, muito. Bernardo Almeida está a tentar com todo o seu talento manter o carro na pista, mas não está a ser fácil, e mais uma traseirada e outra de um lado e para o outro, e este carro está a dar luta e, oh meu Deus, eu nunca vi um carro a guinar tanto de um lado para o outro e o condutor a mantê-lo apontado na direção correta em asfalto, sem ser numa competição de drift. Mas este erro vai sair muito caro. Bernardo Almeida, que viola mais uma vez os limites de pista, e eu tenho a certeza que a direção de prova vai estar em cima dele por estas infrações. Já só faltam 15 segundos para o final da prova. Acho que esta será mesmo a última volta e Bernardo Almeida está na gravilha. Bernardo Almeida manda muita gravilha. Tem que recorrer à escapatória do circuito e manda muita gravilha para dentro da pista. Os comissários de pista não vão ficar satisfeitos com aquela manobra. E já está. Bernardo Almeida não consegue manter as emoções compostas dentro do carro e, cometendo vários erros consecutivos, vai ter que se contentar pelo segundo lugar à geral, embora vai vencer a categoria H81 Max aqui nesta primeira corrida do Grupo 1 Portugal. E claro que a experiência de muitos anos de competição neste campeonato vão dar a vitória a Rui Ribeiro, que navega agora a curva Galp parabólica da curva 15 e cá está, temos Rui Ribeiro, bandeira achadrezada. Rui Ribeiro é quem ganha a corrida. Diogo Cavaco e Bernardo Almeida acabam em segundo lugar à geral, mas em primeiro da H81 2000. E à frente da concorridíssima H81 1600, se tudo se mantiver, vai ser mesmo Manuel Cabral de Menezes e Jorge Petis a bordo do Golf número 587 da RP Motorsport, que vai acabar em primeiro lugar. Enquanto vemos ali o carro de João Mira Gomes e Nuno Afoito e Nuno Pardalejo ainda tenta apanhar o Condar, mas não é suficiente. E a vitória passa mesmo a Cabral de Menezes e Petis. Mas aqui de destaque temos Joaquim Bernardes e Sérgio Silva, que obtêm o seu primeiro pódio da temporada. E cá está, estamos só à espera que o resto dos concorrentes cruzem a linha de meta, mas temos uma bandeira amarela na curva 7, é o Porsche número 539, que está parado. O carro de Miguel Sardo e João Federovic está a obstruir, não a pista, mas sim a escapatória da curva 7, mas creio que não vai provocar um perigo iminente para os pilotos, já que estão na volta de arrefecimento ou cooldown. Enquanto vemos aqui o Ford Capri acabar a corrida. Fico muito contente por ver este carro a ser arranjado pelos mecânicos que estão ao cargo de Manuel Melo e Miguel Pereira. E acho que vamos ter todos os carros a terminar, à exceção da desistência de Vasco Monori e de Bruno de Lima. Vamos ter 17 carros a terminar esta corrida. E cá está, temos os resultados preliminares. E temos aqui esta primeira corrida do fim de semana do Grupo 1 Portugal e Troféu Mini, cheia de ação, com 2 safety cars acionados e penalizações de drive-thru a serem distribuídas pelos comissários de pista. Aqui o circuito algarvio apanhar de surpresa alguns pilotos que ainda se estão a tentar concentrar sobre a névoa que se põe sobre este fim de semana. E agora vemos os carros a entrar para o parque fechado e já de seguida vai-se dar as cerimónias de pódio. E vemos aqui os vencedores da H81 1600, o 587 da RB Motorsport, seguido pelo Scirocco também da RB Motorsport. E o 517, o Golf da Associação Circular Consciente. E também o Golf da Squadra Motorsport. E vemos aqui os pilotos dos Ford Score a trocar opiniões.
Isto aconteceu? Quebrou o polvo da roda, partiu logo. A sério? Ainda conseguiste vir à box trocar? O Ricardo arranjou um pouco, portanto, direto à box. Vai-me embora, porque o carro estava no seu trabalho, o carro ficou alinhado. Já não vos consigo acompanhar, mas claro que o carro assim não... Parabéns. Obrigado. Não, eu depois passei o escuro azul, depois pensei, eu não vou pôr no grupo. Deixei o Bruno ir outra vez. Eu vi que vocês vinham aos 13 e
E vemos aqui o carismático Mini, que está cá a participar, novo para as mãos de Ricardo Cardoso. Enquanto vemos ali no plano de fundo os Datsun 1200 da Production Cup a chegarem. Enquanto vemos aqui um dos Datsun 1200 do Production Cup, o 565 de Luís Santa Bárbara e António Segurado, os dois pilotos cumprimentarem-se um ao outro.
Ensinou-me umas coisas.
Tens um drive-thru que não fizeste, viste? Tens um drive-thru que não fizeste.
Pois, eu vinha a brincar. Epá, nós necessitamos disto. Saber andar com um e com o outro e não sei o que dizer mais.
É muito bom.
Porque senão não, já sabia que tinhas um drive-thru e assim, olha, deixa-te andar. Era esse que gritava comigo. Epá, não precisa apertar a cara a saber.
Deixa eu ir embora, deixa eu ir.
I am Diogo Ferrão, CEO of Race Ready, the organizer of Iberian Supercars. Having 50 cars this weekend here is almost a dream come true. We have fight a lot since 2019. We started with 7-8 cars, then with a partnership with the Portuguese Federation, we increased a lot, and we keep working and keep growing. 2 years ago, having 31 cars here, no one could believe it. It was absolute success, and now it's unbelievable entry, and I believe it's a race that cannot be missed. The biggest challenge that we faced on this championship probably was and still is. We come from 12 years organizing classic cars, and at some point understanding the modern teams, and they have a different mindset, and we have improved, of course, in the last 5 years understanding the teams, but I think sometimes it still is our bigger problem between the teams and us. Sometimes we want to do have some ideas, and the modern teams have a slightly bigger mindset that you need to adapt constantly. How could I maintain this 50 car level? This should not be the norm during the championship. We should not have so many cars, because in this championship there go points for the Spanish, Portuguese and Iberian championships, and other races only make points to some of the championships and not all. But our idea, of course, is keep growing, and the best way to do it is give attention to all the championships, the GT4s, but also to the touring cars and the GTCs, make the GTC Championship very appealing. I think is a great way to start racing in modern GTs without the pressure of competing with the factory drivers and with buying cars that have very low depreciation and are a great investment to do. So I believe it's a great way to start. So giving more attention to the GTCs and also to the touring cars is a great way to keep growing our championship and keep having more and more cars in the future. My perspective for 2025 season, well, will be, I'm sure, with the silver lineups, a very competitive races. I think the strategy of the teams and the driver changes will be fundamental for the final results. I think it will increase the importance of the driver changes during the weekends and the strategy to having cars behind to win time doing that, a bit like happened a bit on Formula 1. If you are losing time, hand one car come in, and the strategy will be key on these races. But also how we'll operate the other classes. I think the GTC cars and how they're going to handle the tires, because they can only use one set for the two races. So in the second race, it will be very interesting to see how the teams manage the setup to the tire to last in a competitive way the two races. Or the driver, if you push too much in the first race, then you're going to suffer in the second race. That will be also a very key point to see how we're gonna operate in the second race and who we're gonna win. Because there are a lot of, this year we double the number of GTX and GTC cars. So we have double the numbers and a lot of new cars and new teams. And will the Ferrari be the fastest car? Will the BMW of Monteiros be the fastest car? Will the new Porsches be the fastest ones? Will the Ginetta, the Ligiers, is the lightest car on the grid? Will be the best managing the tires? Will be quite interesting to see what's going to happen from that. Or the TCR. TCR can maybe be more competitive than the GTC cars or not. Will be very different from last year and very different challenges. So I have no idea who's going to win. A wish for the season. My biggest concern is no big crashes. I think big crashes always take happiness from the races. It's always a safety car. Some driver always worried if some driver gets hurt. Never happened before, but it's always something that we are concerned of. So fair racing and no big crashes is my biggest wish for the season. And the best man wins.
Okay, we are with Daniel Teixeira, the pole position, the pole man from the first race of the race GTC Plus Turismos. Daniel, it will be a tough race today because the weather is not very stable. It's starting to rain now. What's your thoughts for the race?
Yeah, unfortunately the weather are very unstable right now, but I believe it will remain dry. So let's find out. We did a very good qualification yesterday, and now we have to deliver a good race as well.
Okay. Thank you. Good luck. We are going to interview now Rui Mirita. Rui, uma entrevista? Pode ser? The name? Pode ser em inglês? É? Pode ser em inglês? Não percebi. Pode ser em inglês? Pode. Okay, Rui. This is will be a tough race with the rain starting to fall now. What's your thoughts for the race?
Ganhar.
And what's the main challenge for today's race?
Já não sei. Vamos ver o que é que vai acontecer, está bem?
Okay, Rui said that this goal is to win the race, and it will be a tough race because of the weather, and let's see what's happened.
So the grid is being cleared. We are just a matter of moments away from the first race of the 2025 Iberian Supercars season. And of course, very interestingly, we have a split grid. We have a very good problem to have in Iberian Supercars for the first round here at the Autódromo Internacional do Algarve. And that is a problem of grid capacity. So the GT4s have their own grid. We'll see them a little bit later on. And this is the grid for the other classes. You have the GTX cars, which is effectively older GT4 machines out of homologation GT4s and cars relatively in the performance window. And then you've got the Cup class, which caters for Porsche 911 Cups, Ferrari Challenge cars, things of that nature. And then TCR and TC as well. The TCR class, just the one car represented on that side of things. That is Daniel Teixeira, our pole sitter. The TC class is where, for now at least, we find the exclusive home of the Ginetta G40. We do have other cars eligible for that TC class. It is the G40 Ginettas that dominate that category. So a mix of older Cup cars, of some GT4 machinery that is now past homologation. We've got touring cars out there on the circuit. It's a very interesting mix that we have for this, the first race of the season. And of course, it's a race that scores points for 3 different championships. The overall Iberian Supercars title, the Supercars Championship, the España series, the Spanish points classification is making a trip to Portugal, and then you've got the Portuguese FPAC series as well, the Speed Championship, Velocidad. We have a very thrilling mix of cars at the front of the order and a very competitive front row of the grid as well. We have 2 defending champions on that front row. Daniel Teixeira, the defending TCR champion from Iberian Supercars last year. Rui Mirita, the defending Cup champion from last year in Iberian Supercars. Now, of course, because these cars are typically run alongside the GT4s, cars like the Porsche Cups are slightly ballasted and restricted in order to get them into the right performance window. Of course, the 991 Cup on the front row of the grid would maybe be a bit quicker than a GT4 under normal circumstances. So there is an element of making sure everybody is competitive up against each other, and it is going to be a multi-class fight at the front of the order today for certain. So then it is Teixeira on pole in his Hyundai Elantra. Rui Marita is next for Monteros Competicios in the first of the Cup cars. The first GTX is Enrique Oliveira in third position. Borja Homigos lining up fourth on the grid, also in GTX. João Poça is next in fifth position. Pompeo Simoes in sixth. Lucas Taccini, the thrilling Italian driver, lines up seventh in the Ginetta for Tocquith. Antonio Almeida is to line up eighth on the grid. Adam Fawcett is next in ninth position, along with Pedro Pava Raposo. Alfonso Colomina lining up in 10th. Federico Castro in 11th. Fernando Suarez in 12th position in the older Aston Martin. Dave Bennett is 13th. Steve Curtin in 14th position. Vitor Costa from Monteros Competicios is in 15th. Martin Romao in 16th position in his Ginetta G40, the first of the TC class cars. Diogo Castro, Rodrigo Villaza, João Castanheira and Angel Santos are 20 cars taking the start for this GTC Cup, TC and TCR race. 50 minutes of racing action, pit window from minute 20 to minute 30 here. Plenty of two driver lineups on this grid. So it will be Teixeira on the front row of the grid. Now he drives on his own, so his performance will be consistent. Unfortunately, it looks like the Ligier is in trouble. The Ligier JS2R from Schaeffler Sports, who have been working all through the night to remedy a gearbox issue. And the cars have come to a halt there on the approach to the final corner. I think the start procedure has been thrown into disarray here because of the slowed car. Of course, you don't want to release them into racing conditions in this set of circumstances. There's the Ligier in picture. It's been a hard weekend for Schaeffler Sports in general. Jonathan Ellsworth was sick with food poisoning. Now Teixeira is pulling in from pole position. Now, is that a miscommunication? It seems as though everybody else has stayed out there. I don't think it'll be for tyres. We do have clouds overhead that might be a factor in this, but I don't think that will be a tyre swap for Teixeira. Extra formation lap has been declared, and I think unless Teixeira has a problem, which is a possibility, I wonder if the reason the field stopped is because Teixeira was having an issue. Either way, the car being stopped at turn 13 has forced race control to declare an extra formation lap. But our pole sitter, Daniel Teixeira, has had a problem of some description, whether it's communication, whether it's an issue with the car. It's all rather trivial, ultimately, the detail, because the blunt fact of the matter is he's not there. Gearbox issue for Daniel Teixeira, I'm being told. Daniel Teixeira has a gearbox problem, which I believe would probably also be exactly why that Ligier stopped on the circuit, because they were fighting that overnight. Race clock has started ticking as well, so we are underway in the race, strictly speaking, though we are under safety car. There's the situation with the Ligier. It is being towed away, and by the time these cars are around turn 12, turn 13, I suspect it should be out of the firing line. Teixeira in the sole TCR entry with these gearbox issues is more than likely Well, no more than likely about it. He is losing his opportunity to start from pole position with the race underway, of course. If they don't get that car out soon, he's going to lose a lap, and it looks like the car does not want to play ball for Daniel Teixeira right now. The team looking to remedy the situation, but the gearbox problem is often one of the trickier things to diagnose and solve. Is it the gearbox itself? Is it electrical? Clutch even? So, with that car stranded in the pit lane, it will be Rui Morita in the Porsche 991.1 Cup car that leads this away. The young charger Enrique Oliveira in the first of the F82 previous generation BMW M4 GT4s will be the de facto second place runner. Borja Hormigos will be in the third position. You can see the wheels spinning there on the Hyundai Elantra in the pit lane. Is that a positive sign? We'll have to wait and see. It's going to be Cup and GTX cars at the front. The Cup cars are, well, Porsche Cup machinery, Ferrari Challenge cars, things of that nature. The GTX cars are previous generation GT4s and cars somewhere within that performance window, like the Ligier JS2R, the Super Cup spec Ginettas. This is a real variety show to kick off the Supercars season. The GT4s will come out to play later on, a full grid of 29 of them. But for now, it's time to ring in 2025 for the Cups, the GTX, the TCs and the TCRs. Once the red lights go out, we will be racing. And it is a good start by the looks of it from row 2 there, from one of the Cup cars. In fact, that'll be row 3. João Poça moving up to third position by the looks of it, unless Borja Hormigos can hold on around the outside. Yes, he can in the second of the BMW. So it's Rui Morita that leads the way. Oliveira in second place. You can see them there making their way through first corners of the lap. Well, there has been some rain reported around the circuit. I'm led to believe it's not currently raining out there, so that's one less factor potentially for these drivers to consider. Rui Morita, though, driving off at the front of the field. Enrique Oliveira is running second position. Then it's Borja Hormigos in third place. Number 40 car, which is the Autoworks Motorsport entry he's sharing with Hector Hernandez. They were 2023 TC class champions in the Iberian Supercars. Great variety of machinery. You see there the Aston Martin, the first generation Vantage GT4s. You've got Porsche 997 Cup cars, the McLaren 570S. Then you've got the Ginetta. That's Luca Staccini in the first of the Ginettas out there on circuit. The eccentric Italian in the 128 top width car. Rather uniquely, if you walk within about 20 yards of Staccini, you will get a pen given to you and the opportunity to sign his helmet. For now, though, he has his eyes focused on the battle with Antonio Almeida. Side by side there with the McLaren. Now, was that Almeida? No, I don't think it was. Just going by, though, was Staccini. Now, he was 4 wheels off track. He needs to be careful with track limits here. Track limits are being strictly enforced. That was Alfonso Colomina, actually, that he's now just ahead of in the McLaren 570S. So Staccini is now running in 6th position and 4th among the GTX cars. First of the top width motorsport machines, of course, the UK team that has had so much success previously in the highest echelons of sports car racing, including the Le Mans 24 Hours in LMP2 machinery. He's been a regular proponent of the Iberian Supercars in recent years, largely with Ginettas, although they do have a Mercedes-AMG GT4 for the GT4 race later on as well. Here's your battle for second overall then. This is also, of course, for the lead in the GTX class. It looks like Rui Morita has maybe just started to make some errors, or perhaps his first lap was a bit of a misnomer. Maybe he got his tyres up to temperature quicker, but either way, he was 3 seconds clear of Oliveira at the front of the field, and well, that's clearly not the case anymore in the overall standings. Oliveira leads the GTX class. That's going to be his primary consideration. But a race win overall is always the sweetest sensation, and Rui Morita is certainly being closed in. 1:59.0 last time for Morita, 1:56.5 for Oliveira, and even faster than that, Borja Hormigos with a 1:56.394. So the driver in third place overall looks to be the form driver right now. Here goes Oliveira, though, for the race lead. And the BMW gets by. Now Borja tries to go around the outside of Rui Morita as well, but don't think he's going to find the space there. And oh, was that a collision between the BMW and João Poça in the 997 Cup Porsche? I think it was. And Poça with a huge lunge for the Cup class lead. Of course, both of those Porsches are Cup spec machines. And the older 997 of João Poça seems to have come alive. As we heard, it stopped raining as the race got started. There were some spits of rain around the circuit over the course of the last 45 minutes or so. The circuit's still very much in slick tyre conditions, I'm sure of that, but perhaps we are seeing the effects here of some drivers adapting to the conditions improving faster than others. And Morita's still there in second place. It is not Poça following him anymore, so back in to third has gone Borja Hormigos. Then you've got João Poça, Lucas Ticini up to sixth position and making life a little bit complicated at the moment from Pompeo Simoes. In fact, he's to the inside as they go through the final corner. Ticini on a mission this morning. He's up into the overall top 5. The driver who's a newcomer to European international motorsport, very familiar to people from the UK racing scene despite his Italian heritage. But look at the Porsche in a straight line. Much faster than the Ginetta down the main straight. Morita drops down to third position at the expense of Borja Hormigos. A really compelling battle for second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth. I thought for a minute there that João Poça had tagged Rui Morita into a spin at turn 3, but no, he hasn't. All of this battling for second place, of course, is allowing Enrique Oliveira to streak off into the distance. All playing into the hands of our race leader, Rui Morita there, leaving no space at all for Borja Hormigos on the corner exit. Ticini again trying to find his way past Pompeo Simoes. Ticini getting his nose cut off a little bit there. Netta looking faster through the corners. It is a very lightweight car, and I believe that is in Super Cup specification, so you'd expect it to be a little bit more aero potentially than the Club Sport spec Porsche Cayman up ahead. Down the straight, certainly the Porsche is the car with the advantage, as we see again Rui Morita having to play the defensive game. So Ticini in fifth overall will be handing over to Gracie Mitchell later on. Again, you've got a mix of 1 and 2 driver combinations. Rui Morita is a soloist. The man directly behind him, make that alongside him though, will be sharing the car. But that's to consider later on, because here comes the number 40 machine. Borja Amigos to the inside. And Hector Hernandez, his co-driver, who we'll see later on, I think will be flashing a wry smile at that one. Looked fairly easy up against the Porsche Cup car. And now João Poça wants to challenge for the Cup class lead. Meanwhile, again, Stachini looking feisty behind Pompeo Simoes. Simoes in the number 2 car, one of many machines from the Speedy Motorsport stable. Pompeo and Duarte Camelo appeared in a few races at the end of last year in Iberian Supercars, now doing a full season together. They've got themselves familiar with the car and the series, and really interesting back and forth battle this is between the GT4s and the Cup cars. The Cup cars with that little bit more downforce, I would wager, over a GT4. Cars are strong in different areas, and that's why it's always so interesting to see this kind of mix of classes and mix of car philosophies. They are balanced to be competitive with each other, those older GT4s in the GTX class and the Cup cars, such as Rui Morita's Porsche 991. But all the same, we can see that there are differences between them, even if the lap performance isn't exactly massively different and contrasting. Through the long sweeper at turn 14 goes the second place BMW. Of course, while all of this is going on, at the front of the order, Enrique Oliveira is absolutely dominating this race from a lap time perspective. 5.6 seconds clear at the front of the pack. 3 laps down on the leader is Daniel Teixeira, who is now running in the Hyundai Elantra TCR, and you just saw on the graphics a few seconds ago, fastest lap of the race. So the Daniel Teixeira car is out there and it is lapping quickly, but unfortunately it's in the context of what might have been for that car after its pull into the pit lane after the gearbox issues. This is your battle for second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and indeed 7th, because not too far behind is Alfonso Colomino. We've seen there that Stachini has, at least for now, seemingly dropped back from the Porsche Cayman. Meanwhile, we can now head down to the pits for some insights on the pit road.
Marcus, you are P9 right away at this moment. What do you think you can do in your stint?
Hopefully move up from there. Dave had a great start. I know he passed the Ferrari and one of the other Porsches, so I'm not sure what's happened to move us back 2 places, but you know, if it stays dry, we can keep to the slicks. It's a real quick tyre, sticky tyre, and there'll be plenty of heat in it, so hopefully I can get a good stint.
Do you think that the podium is it's possible?
Always possible. Always possible, but we'll push hard and we'll try our best.
Thank you. Good luck.
Good to hear some insights there from pit lane, but for now, all eyes on this battle at the sharp end. A mix of Porsche generations, I believe that would be a 982 spec Porsche of Pompeo Simoes, a 997 Porsche Cup car just ahead of him, and a 991 just ahead of that. And they've got the X Factor of Stachini in the Ginetta. Who, again, through the twisties, closes in on the Speedy Motorsport Porsche, but isn't able to find a definitive way through. He has had his nose ahead at times. Also to say, Diogo Castro leads the way in the TC class for Monteros Competicios, as the Stachini car again having an opportunity here, and again through the corner is quick, but then perhaps through turn 8 will lose out. No, still side by side between them. Has Stachini found a definitive way into 5th position overall? This is for 3rd in the GTX class as well, and Stachini for now is ahead. Can he now build a gap through 12, 13 and 14? That offsets that straight line speed advantage from Pompeo Simoes. Well, Simoes dives to the inside at turn 12, so never mind that. Stachini is under immense pressure when he's not the one doing the pressuring. It's a delicate balance. Through the final corner he goes, and he's got a good 4 or 5 car lengths there as he comes out onto the main straight. Enrique Oliveira just set the fastest lap again, 7 seconds clear at the front of the field. Of course, pit stops will change the dynamic of this race somewhat, as again Stachini doesn't have it all his own way into the first corner. The straight line speed difference between them is really plain to see, and Stachini, even when he's got probably a second or so of gap coming out of a corner, he's going to lose that to the Cayman in a straight line. They were 7/10 apart as they crossed the start-finish line, and they ended up side by side into the first corner. So a really interesting battle of strengths and weaknesses here as Simoes again launches it to the inside and ends up making an error there. Now that could be costly because they're now heading uphill towards the twisty section of the circuit that the Ginetta seems to thrive in the most. And now the Porsche is, instead of pressuring Luca Stachini, going to be pressured by Alfonso Colomina. So that is potentially a critical moment in this battle for 5th place, although looks to me like Pompeo Simoes is really on the wheel here, trying to get himself back within range of Stachini for that main straight. He will be as aware of the speed differential as Stachini is. Daniel Teixeira, meanwhile, setting the fastest lap again at the back of the field in the several laps down Hyundai Elantra TCR. Unfortunate race this for Teixeira. Of course, running alone within the TCR class means he won't lose anything in terms of a championship situation for the TCR class, but all the same, he could have been right up there and fighting with Oliveira at the front of the field based on his pace in qualifying our pole sitter. You saw there the big gap back from Colomina. It's 20 seconds between Colomina in 7th overall and then Antonio Almeida, who is the next of the Ginetta G55s. And the pit window has opened. I just mentioned Antonio Almeida. Well, he is about to hand over to Simon Moore. So the Tocqueville team have brought their driver in early. Looks like we're going to have an early switch as well in one of the Porsche Cup cars. That is the number 69 machine, which is one of the Tocqueville Motorsport stable. The Porsche 911 Cup car, started by Dave Bennett, will be handed over to Marcus Fothergill. Good to see Dave and Marcus here in the Supercars Iberian Series. They have shown up here before. Fothergill, I recall watching in British GT racing, not the British GT Championship, but GT racing in the UK for years previous. And is now here in Iberian Supercars. Simoes is still behind Stachini. Pit window will be open for another 7 minutes and 45 seconds here, so it'll be interesting to see how many drivers come in next time by, because next time by will be about the halfway point in the window. And Stachini not quite as brave on the brakes there as Simoes at the end of the straight. Simoes again with that straight line speed advantage, but I think Stachini was a little bit earlier on the brakes that time as well. Some of the G40s are in as well. What a big lock up there for Rui Morita in the battle for third place, and that's actually sent him beyond the realms of the hairpin itself. That may have an opportunity to João Poça, who is right there behind him. Has been waiting in the wings for much of this race. This is for the Cup class lead, of course. Both drivers are running solo, so they can kind of pick and choose their moment to make a stop. If I'm João Poça, I might even consider trying to find some clear air by pitting earlier. I believe that this time by we might see a bit of a deluge of cars into the pit lane. It's Oliveira that leads by over 8 seconds. He also leads the GTX class, of course. In that F82, the previous generation BMW M4 GT4, I think he has continued on by to do another lap of the race. Yes, he has. Now, how many drivers will peel in this time? We've got at least one going into the pit lane there. See quite who that was, but it wasn't one of our front runners. Here comes João Poça. Rui Morita leaving the inside open, and that is a change in the Cup class. João Poça up to third overall. New leader in the Cup category. You can see some pit stops going on. Elsewhere, like the 103 car of Diego Castro and Thomas Gomez as Rui Morita, very brave on the brakes into the hairpin, and that I don't think is going to pay off. Poça and Morita are still side by side. Poça ended up having to catch a slide there on the corner exit. This Cup class battle is a thriller. Again, it looks like the 991 Cup car in this specification with this performance balancing is a little less strong in a straight line than the 997. Because Ian Poça make up ground on the straight a couple of times already, but now he's got pressure from Pompeo Simoes on the outside. Stachini getting involved as well. This is great news for Rui Morita, who can get the other Porsche out a little bit here with these three fighting each other. Fernando Suarez and Federico Castro both pitted last time by. See them there putting a lap, I believe, on João Castanheira, the rally convert, making his racing debut. As into the pits comes Rui Morita, into the pits as well comes Pompeo Simoes. That leaves João Poça and Luca Stachini in now third and fourth position for the time being. Of course, with the pit stop window, that more than likely won't translate into that track position later on. There is Morita into the pit lane. So Rui is down there. We'll see where he comes out relative to this battle. Of course, Gracie Mitchell waiting in the wings to take over from Luca Stachini. Stachini in that wonderfully liveried Ginetta G55. Oh, but that's very wide indeed from João Poça. Can't afford to do that too many times with the track limits microscope hanging overhead. You get a warning at 3 track limits offences, and the penalties can start from 5. have had some warning flags. I don't think we've had any penalties as yet for track limits. Oh, Stacchini to the inside of Bossa, going into turn 12, and I don't think he's quite going to have the drive to retain the position, but it's very close quarters action. Stacchini, who's never raced a GT before, he's raced production-based. Oh dear, Rui Morita having to struggle to get the door shut there in the picture-in-picture, but I was just going to say, Stacchini is new to GT racing. You wouldn't know it, though, looking at how he's doing so far. Oh, he's trying to get himself into the pit lane there with some lap traffic to go around. That was one of the other Porsche Cup cars. I think that was Vito Costa there, who was also trying to go into the pits, but Stacchini wasn't quite sure which way to go. Stacchini, who does race under a UK licence, is a Italian by birth. Enrique Olivieri, your race leader, is in the pit lane, which means that this car, João Poça, will lead this lap. And actually, I'm not convinced that they're going to get that car in within the pit window. João Poça running in second position at the moment. I'm not sure about that, whether they're going to get the car back in time. The Porsche 911 Cup number 66 car may be in some jeopardy here. They might get the car in time. Is he already through the second sector? Yes, okay, he'll be safe, but running right to the edge of the window. About 30 seconds left as he crosses the line. I'm not sure about that. The race has been declared wet, so it does look like the conditions are degrading, and it does rather noticeably look like the cars are slowing down out there on the circuit. We've got lap times now in the mid 2 minutes, 2:05, 2:06 versus a 1:55 that we had towards the start of the race. Now, a lot of cars, of course, are on in laps and out laps at the moment, but all the same, it appears as if the conditions are turning. Yet another spanner in the works, yet another challenge for our drivers. Ruben Silva has headed back out onto the circuit in the Monteros Competiciones BMW M4. You can see the rain in the air. Tricky conditions for our drivers. You can see the umbrellas up in the grandstands as well. As we have here a battle, I believe, for position here between Hector Hernandez and the number 2 Porsche, now driven by Duarte Camelo. Duarte side by side the green and black Porsche that he has taken over from the Speedy Motorsport crew. And Hector Hernandez is now alongside him. It's a bit close for comfort there as they came through the corner. They've got pressure as well from behind, coming from Rui Morita. I believe all of these cars will be fighting for overall position. The timing screen is still working itself out at the moment. Number 40 car from the race stable. Is certainly looking lively, the AutoWorks Motorsport team. There is the 991 Cup car of Morita. He's dispatched the Cayman. I wonder if maybe there was a tyre change with Morita, because he's looking very confident out there. You can see there the speed through the final corner. Now the BMW has been stronger on a straight line from what I've seen. But no, Morita firmly ahead as they head into the first corner. As the timing screen continues to shuffle around before my eyes. Ah, this is a change for the lead. João Poça has just come out onto the circuit. He was the leader momentarily there, but that was Rui Morita moving through into the overall lead. At least per the timing screen. In fact, no, Ruben Silva is still out there at the front of the field, in the Monteros BMW that we've hardly seen out there. So far ahead was it in the first phase of the race. So Ruben Silva leads the way in the car that he inherited from Enrique Oliveira. That, of course, makes a lot of sense. Morita has just moved into second overall in the Cup lead there by getting around João Poça in the 997 Porsche. But this is the battle for third, fourth and fifth overall, with a Cup car among the GTXs. And João Poça there was a bit deep into turn 7. He had a yellow flag at turn 2 briefly, but that's now been lifted. So to keep us all up to speed, it is going to be the Monteros Competicios BMW of Ruben Silva, the rather plain white machine that leads the way. That's Daniel Teixeira, several laps down, of course, in the Hyundai Elantra TCR, making steady progress through the field, unlapping himself all the while. Drive-through penalty, meanwhile, has been handed down to the 69 car. Marcus Fothergill, I think, crossing the line at pit exit. So unfortunately, crossing that line, it's a fairly black and white issue, quite literally. And, well, he's been judged to be on the wrong side of that. And I think we're now going to head back down to the pit lane as Teixeira continues to unlap himself.
Estamos com o Henrique Oliveira, que fez o primeiro stint do BMW da Monteros Competição e que liderou depois de uma grande luta pela primeira posição. Como foi estar nessa luta?
Bom dia. Desde mais foi um arranque muito bom. Conseguimos ficar atrás do carro do nosso companheiro de equipa, do Rui Morita. Estamos com um bom pace, conseguimos distanciar muito bem dos outros carros, consegui ultrapassar o meu companheiro de equipa e espero que agora o meu colega de equipa consiga acabar com o trabalho.
E qual foi o grande desafio deste teu primeiro stint, uma vez que o tempo está um bocadinho instável e chegou a chover algumas vezes?
É mesmo isso, tínhamos assim um bocado de receio que começasse a chover muito neste meu stint. Felizmente não aconteceu, só uns chuviscos e espero que continue assim para o meu colega de equipa conseguir acabar com o carro e numa pista seca, não numa molhada.
Muito bem, muito obrigado e boa sorte.
Obrigado.
Well, we rejoin the battle, and I'm not entirely sure that João Poça is aware that Daniel Teixeira behind him is not fighting him for position. Again, I remind you, the Elantra was meant to start from pole position, but unfortunately there were problems with that car. And now we have a situation where it is the interloper in this battle for what is now third overall. I understand that Rui Morita, incidentally, running second place. He's been struggling with brake issues, which would make sense given the number of times we've seen that car lock up in the first half of the race. But he remains in second position all the same. The Elantra has now unlapped itself up against the overall third place runner, Hector Hernandez. João Poça to the inside of him. Again, it's something you often end up finding yourself saying in multi-class racing is, yeah, the points are scored in your class, but look at them. They clearly want this overall podium position. Hector Hernandez, João Poça, Duarte Camelo are three drivers fighting for this place. The Autoworks car there drifting wide, the number 40. Poça with the 997 Cup car, which looks quite strong in a straight line, as does the BMW, so I think these cars fairly even. On paper, of course, one would expect the Porsche to be more nimble, but I believe it will be carrying some ballast per the regulations of the Cup class. compelling scrap, but it's a Montelos Competicios 1-2 at the front of the field. Ruben Silva leading the race overall, leading the GTX class. Oh, and it's a spin for João Poça. Oh, and he comes back onto the circuit in front of another one of the Cup cars, and that's going to be a radiator, unfortunately. The car that got collected there, I'm not entirely certain who that would have been. It, I think, would have been Federico Castro, unfortunately, in the 307. And Federico there making contact with the front end of his car to the side of João Poça. I would think João Poça might be able to continue in the race, but it was quite evident, I think, that the radiator was damaged on Federico Castro. Castro, who was running a lap down, he wasn't pursuing. He was running 5th in the Cup class at the time of that collision as we head back down to pit lane.
Borja Hormigos ha estado en la pelea por los lugares del podio. Ha sido muy fuerte, ¿no?
Sí, la verdad que sí. La salida ha sido muy bonita y he conseguido ponerme detrás del BMW después de una lucha muy bonita con Mirita, con el Porsche Mirita. Y luego ya se me ha ido tanto que no he podido cogerle. Pero bueno, muy contento con el ritmo y con la posición y ahora por la segunda parte de la carrera.
Después de tu stint, ¿qué piensas ser los desafíos de Héctor para segundo stint?
Bueno, sobrevivir, ¿no? Porque las ruedas están teniendo un desgaste muy excesivo y bueno, yo las he cuidado todo lo que he podido, pero a ver ahora en la última parte cómo se degradan, ese va a ser su desafío.
Okay. Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Back to commentary.
Gini pulling. Wonderful performance earlier on in that car. And Gracie has been on the pace as well in these seemingly treacherous conditions out there on the circuit. Just before the safety car came out, the lap times were a good 4 or 5 seconds off the ultimate pace that we've seen. Now, of course, what this does, this late safety car, is bunch together the field. You've got the Aston Martin that's been caught out here by the safety car deployment. That's not our race leader. That is the car running 8th in the GTX class and 11th overall, Miguel Ferreira, in the, or rather, is it Miguel at the wheel now or not? I just need to verify that. No, it's the... it is Miguel Ferreira at the wheel now. Yes, I was right the first time. The NGT Motorsport machine. And that car has now just been released so that the leader can be picked up. Incidentally, the NGT car is a fresh import from the UK, that Aston Martin. So it's their first race with this this Aston Martin Vantage GT4, the naturally aspirated 4.7 litre version of the Aston Martin Vantage GT4. 8 minutes of the race left to go then, and the field will be bunched together by this safety car. Now, Rui Morita, of course, who has been feeding back that he's got braking issues, will now be welded to the rear of Enrique Oliveira. Rather, not Enrique Oliveira, sorry. That will be Ruben Silva, who has taken the lead car over. So Ruben Silva will be under pressure from his stablemate from Montelos Competicios. In the form of Rui Morita, who leads the GTC class. And he should now lead the GTC class fairly comfortably because, of course, João Poça was really his primary competition in the Cup class. And unfortunately, that's one of the 2 cars currently being collected up at 12 and 13. Not looking like the easiest nor the fastest of procedures for our marshals. So it's going to be touch and go here whether or not we can get another lap in. Let's run you through the order as it stands, it is the GTX leading Montelos Competicios BMW that you see there. Ruben Silva leading the race from the Cup class leader, Rui Merita. Hector Hernandez is running third overall in the second of the BMWs. He's just behind the Hyundai that is several laps down. In fourth position is Duarte Camelo in the Porsche Cayman CS that's been involved in a good many scraps so far today, the Speedy Motorsport entry. Then it's the SMC Motorsport McLaren 570S GT4 of Alba Vasquez running in fifth position, and now Vasquez is going to have the opportunity to challenge Camelo potentially here for a GTX class podium. Not to mention Gracie Mitchell and Simon Moore, who have both been brought into the race as well. The two Ginettas there, the G55s running behind the McLaren, both of them could be dangerous now for GTX class podiums if we get this race back underway. So Mitchell and Moore run 5th and 6th in class. They also run 6th and 7th overall. Marcus Fothergill is the next car in the standings. There is a Porsche between Fothergill and the Ginettas, but Marcus Fothergill in the dark blue and black car, that dark blue and red car that just went through shot, the 997 Cup, is running 9th overall. And then it's Steve Curtin, another of the top with Ginettas, running in 10th overall at the moment. In the TC class, it is Montelos Competicios' Tomas Gomez that leads the way, and I believe that is, yes, Gomez in the 103, the black and yellow car, just going through shot, and just behind him is another Thomas Martins and João Faria. So you've got three Ginetta G40s there in that TC class, and they're all together as well. They're running 14th through 16th in the overall standings, and you could see that deck being shuffled as well before the end. We can now head back down to pit lane.
Estamos aquí con Alfonso Colomina, que ha estado peleando por los lugares del podio, y es posible ahí llegar allá, porque con safety car se reempieza, podrán estar en la pelea por el podio. ¿Cómo ha sido tu stint?
Muy bien, muy contento. Ayer en la quali tuvimos algún problemilla y no pudimos calificar donde pensaba que estábamos, y en la carrera hemos conseguido tener el ritmo que queríamos, hemos tenido ritmo de cabeza, muy pegados al grupo de cabeza, y Alba está ahora luchando, está cuarta, detrás de justo el tercer coche. O sea que muy contentos, la verdad que muy bien. La carrera complicada porque no sabíamos si iba a llover, se ha puesto a chispear un poquillo, que nunca le gusta a los pilotos, pero el coche la verdad que iba muy bien, agarraba muy bien, y muy contento, la verdad que muy divertido, lo he pasado muy bien.
Después de safety car, si la carrera se va a ver de otra vez, ¿piensas que es posible llegar al podio?
Sí, yo creo que sí. Alba tiene ritmo, estaba rodando 3 décimas más rápido que el de delante, y además ahora va a ser batalla a cara de perro porque está justo detrás, o sea que a ver qué pasa. También es verdad que la jineta la que tenemos detrás va bien, o sea que no solamente hay que mirar adelante, sino también un poquito detrás, pero bueno, está ella en el coche, o sea que mejor que esté yo.
Muy bien, muchas gracias, suerte.
Gracias a ti.
Back to commentary.
Great to have the pit reporting there. Of course, we are going out live within Iberia on DAZN as well, so Spanish language interviews for our local audience as well. Unfortunately, my Duolingo owl is not working with me. I will try and be better in future, I promise. But for now, we need to see how the situation is looking at turns 13 and 14. Not any better. 2 minutes and 12 seconds left to go. I fear this race is going to end under safety car. We're not going to get them back underway. With 2 minutes left to go, they will be starting the final lap, and unfortunately they will be doing so under safety car conditions. So we're talking about the opportunities, the potential for a last-minute run to the flag, an exciting finish to this race, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case, unfortunately. Although, are the safety car lights No, they're not out, are they? For a moment there, I thought with wishful thinking that we might be going back to green, although that would have been a head-scratcher to say the least. With the amount of car still down there at 12 and 13. So we go on to, I believe, will be the final lap of the race. No +1 laps in this format, as we have to report. So sadly, it does look like we're going to be ending this one under safety car. Of course, immediately following this this race for the Cup class, the GTX class, the TCs and the TCRs, we will have the GT4s out there, a deluxe entry of nearly 30 GT4 cars. So by no means are we finished with the GT racing action here. But for now, just running it home at the front of the order is Ruben Silva. And with no disrespect to Ruben, it was Enrique Oliveira's brilliant drive at the start of the race, building a big gap over the fighting field behind, that really set this sequence of events into motion. This is a new car for Montelos Competicios, incidentally. They purchased it at the start of the season. I believe it was that chassis that they ran in the GT4 Winter Series, including here at Portimão. Racing organised category. And that extra experience, that extra data will have helped Enrique Oliveira, who was part of the lineup that weekend. And we're seeing now that, albeit perhaps not in the set of circumstances he would have envisioned, he will be an overall race winner here in the Iberian Supercars, of course. No GT4s in this race, we'll see them later on. But all the same, an overall win against the level of competition on this grid, some very experienced drivers out there on the track. That's certainly something to hang your hat on. And it will be Silva and Oliveira that take the checkered flag. It will be a 1-2 in the overall standings for Montelos Competicios. It will be a Cup class win. It will be a GTX class win. The checkered flag flies. And Ruben Silva is your race winner, along with Enrique Oliveira winning the GTX class as well. Rui Marita taking second overall in the Cup class win. Hector Hernandez taking the number 40 car to the flag in third overall. Duarte Camelo in fourth place overall, rounding out the GTX class podium ahead of Alba Vasquez. Gracie Mitchell in sixth overall and first among the G55 Ginettas. Simon Moore finishing in seventh overall. In eighth overall was the Marcus Fothergill driven Porsche that, of course, he shared in that race with Dave Bennett. They come second in the Cup class, a positive start to the year for them. Here's your order then. Montelos Competicios winning the race with Formigos and with Oliveira, Oliveira and Silva. The number 33 car, Rui Marita, taking second overall and winning Cup class, as we said. AutoWorks is number 40 in third. The Speedy Motorsport Porsche in fourth place. SMC's McLaren in fifth place with Vasquez and Colomina at the wheel. Mitchell and Stachini's top with Ginetta in sixth overall. Simon Moore in 7th overall in the 125 car. Marcus Fothergill with Bennett in 8th overall and 2nd among the Cup 2s. Steve Curtin's 126 car finishing in 9th position in the ProTech Motorsport Ferrari 430 Challenge. We didn't see much of that car, but that's an exciting addition to the Cup class this year, and finishes in 10th place. The NGT Motorsport Aston Martin in 11th. João Castanheira in the Art of Speed entry in 12th. Montelos Competicios is number 73 in 13th. And then the first of the TC cars, the 103 machine of Castro and Gomez, winning in the TC class critically as well. So that's a great result for them, ahead of the other TC class entries, also from Montelos Competicios, and that is Villaza and Martins in the 102 car, taking 15th overall. The 101 of Romão and Faria taking 16th overall and 3rd in class. Daniel Teixeira still 2 laps down at the end, unfortunately, after that issue for the car that was set to start on pole. João Poça and Federico Castro, the 2 drivers that had the collision at the end of the race, unfortunately bringing the race ultimately to a premature end. Big shame for João Poça that, because he was having a very competitive race at that point, but it was his own error, unfortunately, looping it at turn 12. Castro had nowhere to go from there. Federico Castro in the 307 car. He was caught out by that. Cars making their way into Parc Fermé. About this Cup and GTX class is the breadth of cars that you can include in the Supercars Iberian Series as a result of 430 challenges, the Cup class Porsches, the older GT4s, all in the race. There we can see our winning pair.
Checks out.
Go down to them in a short moment. You can see the GT4 cars being prepared to go out next. We are seeing no fewer than 4 races today for the Iberian Supercars across the GT4s and the other classes. And we can now go down to our winning pairing of Oliveira and Silva.
Estamos aqui com o Henrique de Oliveira e Rubén Silva, vencedores da primeira corrida de GTC mais turismos e vencedores também da divisão GTX. Henrique, foi uma excelente forma de estrearem na temporada deste ano?
Claro que sim, é uma boa forma de ganhar a nossa primeira corrida. Uma nova categoria, uma nova experiência para nós é sempre muito importante e muito motivador para nós.
Bem. Rubén, depois do Henrique ter feito um grande primeiro stint e ter lutado pelo primeiro lugar, tu tiveste que manter o primeiro posto ao longo da segunda parte da corrida e com alguns desafios no que diz respeito à chuva e aos pneus. Como foi o teu stint?
Bem, o meu stint foi tentar continuar aquilo que o Henrique começou, que foi liderar e conseguir ganhar logo a primeira posição à geral. Então queria tentar manter os pneus bons para a segunda corrida para repetirmos e também controlar o ritmo, já que estamos num clima mais de chuva, não arriscar nada e chegar em primeiro para começarmos bem este ano.
Bem, e para a segunda corrida, qual é a vossa expectativa?
É tentar outra vez ganhar, focar-nos mais na nossa categoria, que é o mais importante para nós, mas se pudéssemos ganhar já outra vez era muito importante para nós também.
Muito bem, muito obrigado e boa sorte. Back to commentary.
There we go, a great story, a great result for the GTX winners. And of course, a great result for Montelos Competicios as a team as well. An overall 1-2, a Cup and GTX class win, and that BMW pairing of Enrique Oliveira and Ruben Silva, responsible for the overall win and the GTX class win as well. See there the legions of mechanics down there looking after the GT4s. Let's go down to Rue Marita though, our Cup class winner.
Rui Mirita, o vencedor da Divisão Cup. Rui, foi uma corrida muito animada, com muitas lutas. Venceste a Divisão Cup e segundo lugar da geral. Qual é o teu balanço da corrida?
Foi bom, porque ganhei aquilo que queria. Não tão bem aquilo que queria, mas ganhei a nossa divisão. Fiquei sem travões, por isso é que isto andou para trás. Tentei recuperar depois da paragem, mas sem travões na mesma, mas a trabalhar à moda antiga, isto é, sem ABS, sem nada, a tentar levar o carro até ao fim. Correu bem. O meu adversário direto, o Posser, estava duro, mas também, pelos vistos, aconteceu alguma coisa e ele teve que ficar e ficou para trás.
E para a segunda corrida, achas que é possível manter a vitória na divisão e lutar pela vitória?
Vou lutar pela vitória geral. À partida, pela divisão também, mas quero a geral.
Muito bem, muito obrigado e boa sorte. E parabéns. Ok, back to commentary.
So there we go, Rui Mirita second overall, the other half of the Montelos 1-2. A word as well, of course, to the number 40 BMW pairing, the F82 M4 GT4 driven by Borja Ramigos and Hector Hernandez. They were very competitive across that race distance for the Spanish AutoWorks Motorsport team. And they will be happy with a third spot on the overall standings and indeed the runners-up spot in the GTX class. Of course, that race as a whole really does bode well for the second race later on, where we'll see the GTX and Cup cars and the TC cars out there again. The amount of fighting that we had in that race, I think we can expect much more of the same later in the day. You can see the wind picking up out there. Those flags on the pit wall being battered. It's been windy all day, I believe, but it's only getting worse down there in the pit lane.
Estamos com Daniel Teixeira, o vencedor da divisão TCR, que teve um início de corrida bastante complicado. Como foi viver aqueles momentos em que estiveste parado na box?
Foi uma corrida para esquecer, nós arrancámos de primeiro, portanto tínhamos a pole position à geral. Obviamente o objetivo seria lutar pela vitória e acho que tínhamos andamento para isso, aliás, como ficou demonstrado, fizemos a melhor volta da corrida por uma margem que eu considero ainda confortável. Infelizmente tivemos um problema logo na volta de formação, que nos fez perder 2 voltas, portanto quando começamos ou quando nos juntamos à corrida estávamos com 2 voltas de atraso. Tentei recuperar o que foi possível, mas não foi possível fazer melhor. A entrada do safety car também nos tirou os últimos 10 minutos, onde poderia ter recuperado mais porque estava mais rápido. Acho que era o carro mais rápido em pista, mas pronto, são corridas. Vamos ver como é que corre a segunda.
E acho que na segunda podes colocar, digamos que tudo direito e conseguir a vitória que tanto ambicionas?
Sim, a falha que tivemos no início, na volta de formação, como eu já disse, depois não ficou solucionada e, portanto, o carro comportou-se normalmente durante toda a corrida, por isso espero que na segunda não tenhamos este percalço e consigamos lutar pela vitória.
Bem, muito obrigado e boa sorte. Back to commentary.
Continue to get insights there then from the previous race. Of course, all eyes starting to shift towards the GT4s who are up next. It will be the number 26 car that starts from pole position. That's going to be Francisco Mora and his namesake, the other Francisco Albru, for the Toyota Gazoo Racing Caetano Portugal outfit, which receives backing from Toyota Portugal, is decked out in the factory colours. Very serious outfit. And they are the pole sitters. The Toyota Supra, a very popular choice here. I believe we counted 8 of them on the grid for this race. Supras, of course, now with the Evo 2 kit, the latest evolution. And as the cars head out onto the circuit, we can go down for one last interview from Parc Fermé.
Estamos com Diogo Castro e Tomás Guedes, os vencedores da divisão TC. Diogo, como foi esta primeira corrida da tua carreira nos automóveis?
Correu muito bem, consegui fazer um excelente arranque e ganhar uma distância para os meus adversários e da partir daí foi só gerir a corrida até entregar o carro ao meu colega de equipa.
E Tomás, qual foi o teu grande desafio desta primeira prova?
O Diogo conseguiu entregar o carro em bom estado e com um gap grande em relação ao segundo classificado. O nosso pit stop foi um pouco demorado, o que facilitou a passagem do segundo lugar por nós, ou seja, ficámos em segundo lugar, mas o piloto, cerca de 2 voltas depois de sair do pit, fez um peão, o que facilitou a nossa vitória, então a partir daí foi só gerir os pneus porque ainda temos uma segunda corrida.
Bem, e Diogo, achas que é possível repetir este resultado na segunda corrida?
Acho que sim, acho que tivemos os dois muito bem e se continuarmos assim conseguimos repetir o resultado.
Muito bem, muito obrigado e boa sorte. Okay, back to commentary.
So then the TC winners there, giving us their insights, and now the GT4 cars are all on their sighting lap. A great international variety of cars and indeed teams and drivers as well. Of course, a huge Portuguese contingent here for the Iberian Supercars. That has been a consistent theme. But we have teams from Slovenia, from Spain, from Britain, from Germany. It is an international lineup in that sense, and plenty of nationalities represented among the drivers as well. It is the number 26 car on pole position, as I alluded to previously. The car alongside the Supra is, well, another Supra. It is Cesar Mercado and Rafael Lobato for Speedy Motorsports, who will join them on the front row, making it a Toyota lockout. The Speedy Motorsport team splitting their expertise across 3 Toyotas and a single Porsche on this grid, so a couple of different marks in that garage. A team with plenty of experience, the Portuguese outfit, so they know what they're doing. Of course, they were also running Pompeo Simoes and Duarte Camelo in the previous race. We saw how competitive that came and was. Third position on the grid is a very interesting pairing. That's the first of our Aston Martins, and while we do have some of the Evo spec, the latest Aston Martin Vantage AMRs out there on the grid, it's actually one of the previous spec cars from Racar Motorsport that's the first of the Astons. Roberto Faria and Matthew Martins running third overall, another of the GT4 Pro Class cars. There's a few different classes of driver in this race, even though everyone's in a GT4. The cars at the sharp end, as one would suspect, are largely Pro Class machines. You've got the Pro Bronze lineups, where you have one bronze rated driver joined by a silver. The All Bronze lineups are in a GT4 Bronze class, and then you've got GT4 AM, which is for the very newest drivers, or maybe some of the slightly older drivers as well. They are categorized separately into an AM category. So there's a few different classes out there on the circuit in this race, but it will be the pros that dominate at the sharp end of the field. Some really interesting names throughout the grid. People like Ian Loggy, who we've seen, of course, run at the British GT Championship in plenty of very major league races. People like Patrick Steinmetz as well. Some drivers on this grid with plentiful major league racing experience. In the next few moments we are going to head down there to the grid, and in fact we can go down there now. Again, for the benefit of the Spanish-speaking audience, some insights from down there on the grid.
Estou treinado, tu também já treinaste.
Foda-se, depois da grande essa merda.
Olha, ontem ia-me dando ali
Ok, estamos com Francisco Abreu, piloto da Toyota Gazoo Racing Caetano Portugal e colega de equipa de Francisco Mora, que vai arrancar da pole position. Francisco, esta aqui vai ser uma corrida em que o tempo e os pneus vão ter uma palavra a dizer.
Sim, como podemos ver, o tempo está assim um bocadinho instável, portanto tudo pode acontecer, a gestão dos safety cars também vai ser muito importante. Vamos perceber, estamos confiantes com o carro, fazermos agora aqui uma boa partida, uma boa troca e tentarmos pelo melhor possível nesta corrida.
Muito bem, muito obrigado, boa sorte. E vamos continuar aqui na grande partida, tentar aqui entrevistar o César Machado, que está no segundo posto no Toyota da Speedy Motorsport. César, arrancar de segundo, todas as possibilidades de lutar pela vitória, mas muito embora que o tempo seja uma grande incógnita para hoje.
É verdade, possivelmente poderemos ter chuva nesta primeira corrida, a gente está preparada para isso, sabemos o que temos que fazer. É certo que estamos em segundo, mas vamos tentar alcançar a vitória, como fizemos o ano passado.
Ok, muito bem, muito obrigado, boa sorte. Na terceira posição temos o Aston Martin, Vantage AMR GT4 da Rohrl Motorsport. Neste momento está Roberto Faria ao volante, é ele que vai arrancar. Vamos tentar falar com ele. Roberto, ontem foi uma qualificação complicada para vocês, os Toyotas mostraram ser um pouco mais competitivos que vocês. Pensas que será possível hoje dar luta e lutar pela vitória?
Sim, hoje a corrida vai ser bem complicada, a gente está achando que vai começar a chover no meio da corrida, vai ser condições bem difíceis, mas a gente quer mais emoção, então se chover a gente está pronto para isso, então a gente está pronto para disputar para a vitória também.
Bem, muito obrigado e boa sorte. Na quarta posição temos outro Toyota, o de José Carlos Pires, e esta será a última entrevista que vamos conseguir fazer. Mais um Toyota da Speedy Motorsport. Zé Carlos, vocês ontem os Toyotas mostraram alguma vantagem sobre os demais carros. Pensas que hoje é possível converter isso num lugar no pódio ou até na vitória?
Vamos fazer o máximo por isso, para lutar pela vitória sem dúvida nenhuma, à categoria e à geral neste caso. Acho que temos um bom race pace, agora as condições são um bocado, não sabemos se vai chover se não, mas estaremos lá para lutar.
Muito bem, muito obrigado e boa sorte. Ok, daqui vamos voltar ao commentary, dado que estão a mandar sair aqui da grande partida. Mas
So then the GT4 cars are lined up and ready to go. There's that Supra lockout we were talking about at the sharp end of the field. The Evo 2 Supras, I believe every Supra on the grid is at least listed as having the latest spec upgrades on that car. Of course, rather terrifyingly, the road-going Supra is about to launch its final edition, which doesn't feel right. That car only launched last week. Don't tell me it was 6 years ago. I'm in denial. But that Toyota, very popular choice on this grid. Lots of Astons, plenty of McLarens as well from the SMC Motorsport McLaren Barcelona camp. BMWs, Porsches, Mercedes AMGs and more out there on the track. You see the last of the boards being displayed, I believe. In fact, that was the 1 minute, so they have the 32nd board up next. They will soon be on their formation lap here. Looks like one of the cars, I think one of the McLarens, the technician was having to really fight the door to make sure it stayed down. Keep an eye on that. Hopefully that's not a sign of a persistent issue there. I believe that would be the fourth row starting McLaren of Jose Cautela and Lorenzo Montero, based on where that was in the queue. That would be a front-running car. Cars should be rolling any second. They've just got to get everybody off the circuit, which they now have done. We are now rolling on the formation lap for this race. It will be a 2x2 rolling start. It'll be Francisco Mora that leads them away. Mercado and Lobato, Speedy Motorsport Supra in second. Then it's Roberto Faria in his Racar Motorsport Aston in third place. The Speedy Motorsport Supra, the number 5 car, in fourth position. Pires and Guides. Gonzalo Andres starting the SMC Motorsport McLaren in 5th position. Oliveira and Savu in their Racar Motorsport Aston Martin in 6th place. Oliveira and Carvalho in 7th position. And Jose Cautela starting the first of the McLarens from 8th on the grid. Nuno Afonso in 9th place, alongside Guillermo Eso in the first of the NM Racing Team Mercedes. Max Huber next to him. Huber, of course, another NM Racing Team loyalist. In fact, it's 3 NM cars together because Ian Logie starts 12th. Then it's Lema Racing in 13th place. In 14th, Jorge Rodriguez. 15th is Jonathan Engstrom. The CV Performance / JP Motorsport team, a collaborative effort there from 2 big slinging GT teams. Bruno Pereira in 16th on the grid. Nerea Marti for Promotion Motorsport in the first of the promotion cars. In 17th, Porsche Cayman alongside from Speedy Motorsport, the Agua and Blanco machine. Miguel Nabaish is starting from 19th. Bruno Pires in 20th for Lema in their Mercedes 119 car. Luis Calheros, I should say, in 21st, number 38. Aubrey Hall in the top with Mercedes in 22nd. Sergio Azevedo in 23rd in the Toyota, alongside the Gianfranco Motorsport Aston Martin of Pedro Bastos. Andreas Sematis is next in 25th, alongside Javier Macias in 26th. Alvaro Ramos on the back row of the grid. It's an all Aston Martin back row with Antonio Lopez in the Racar Motorsport 707 closing out our 28 car grid. But so all eyes at the front of the field, all eyes on those pair of Supras at the front of the field. It is the number 26 of Francisco Mora in the red and white. We'll have the inside into the first corner. His challenge will come from Cesar Mercado in at the number 4. Well, I do have to worry, of course, about all of the adversaries behind as well. It is 3 Toyotas and an Aston at the front of the field. What can Roberto Faria do as the flag bearer of the Aston Martins up there at the sharp end? He and Matthew Martins, a very strong lineup. A lot of very strong lineups in the Pro class this year. The Silvers, the young, aspiring pro drivers are more and more prevalent here in the Iberian Supercars. Now one of the most exciting grids in GT4 racing in Europe. And it is a great pleasure to be kicking off the 2025 season with you now. Francisco Mora is your pole sitter. Will it be Mora that leads into the first corner? He'll be keeping an eye on those red lights, as will everyone around him. We are underway and racing in the Iberian Supercars GT4 class, and it is Mora that leads the way. Roberto Faria with a great start. He's into second position. So Faria from the second row of the grid gets underway well. In third. Oh, we've got an off already. Is that the talk with Mercedes? Yes, it is. That would be a heart-in-mouth moment there for Aubrey Hall, who was set to start that car. I think there was a collision that triggered that spin. That wasn't just an error. Everybody trying to find track space as Aubrey Hall gets back underway. from the rear of the field. Some cars bouncing across the curbs, trying to find room through those early corners. It's the Toyota Gazoo Racing Setano Portugal team with Francisco Moura that leads, and one of the SMC McLaren Barcelona cars in a spin. That's the 23, and it's in a very uncomfortable spot there, side on, coming out of turn 7. Hopefully everyone was able to navigate that. That was Jose Cautela, I made it, that had the spin there. I don't think that was Gonzalo de Andres. Gonzalo, I think, is still there, but will confirm as they come across the line to conclude the first lap. Francisco Moura leading the way from Mercado, from Roberto Faria. It's Jose Carlos Pires and Gonzalo de Andres that round out the top 5 as they came across the line to start the race. But now, of course, Faria is running in second. And it's a good start from Enrique Oliveira in the Racar Motorsport number 78, the second of the Aston Martins. That's not, incidentally, the same Enrique Oliveira that we saw earlier on in the GTX class race. I don't think they're related. There is the number. Oh, the McLaren again having a moment. That's the 23. We saw one of the Mercedes having an issue as well. I think that was Lemma Racing's Olav Var. But again, the 23 McLaren of Jose Cautela in the wars. And it looked like that might have been on the exit of the final corner, which is an unusual spot. In fact, it might not have been the final corner, but either way, McLaren is stranded. On the second lap of the race, we're watching the battle for 5th overall at the moment. Every car in the top 6 is within the Pro class. Safety car, I believe, may be out because that's just a false flag. Yes, no, it is a safety car. So safety car is out. It was confirmed on our graphics before. It was confirmed on the timing screen, but it is a safety car period, and that will be to collect McLaren Artura from SMC Motorsport. There is the safety car peeled. One of the Porsches is in as well. Jorge Rodriguez, the Pro Bronze Veloso Motorsport Triple 8 entry, unfortunately, is in the pit lane. So Francisco Moura leads them across the line. And the field will be neutralized. This will be a good thing for a couple of drivers. For Olav Var, who just spun out, of course, in the Lemma Racing Mercedes. We saw that car in a spin just before the stranded McLaren. He will get to rejoin the back of the field, and the same will apply, of course, to Aubrey Hall, who had a moment on the first lap of the race. He will get to close in and rejoin the pack, as it were. Not sure it's particularly welcome news, though, for Francisco Moura, who's going to have the young and immensely determined Roberto Faria on his boot lid when the race resumes. Francisco Moura, Kiko Moura, if you prefer, a 6-time national champion, all-inclusive of Spanish GT titles, Portuguese Sprint Challenge Iberia titles, TCR Iberia championships as well. A really impressive competitor over his career has been Francisco Moura. Of course, one cannot dilute the achievements of young Roberto Faria either. Came up through the single-seater ladder, got as far as FIA F3. Scored race victories in the GB3 championship prior to that as well. There's the 888 Porsche being worked on. unfortunate start to the race for Veloso Motorsport. They still have another car out there, though, another Cayman in the hands of Luis Calleros, who runs 17th overall within the bronze class category, which is being led by Gonzalo de Andres in the SMC Motorsport McLaren. Incidentally, the first of the AM class drivers is Pedro Bastos Resende for Gianfranco Motorsport in their one and only Aston Martin entry. The leader of the Pro Bronze class is Guillermo Eso in the NM Racing Team machine. That's running 8th overall. Of course, your pro leader is your overall leader, Francisco Mora. Meanwhile, let's head down to the pit lane for some insights, I suspect, from one of the cars that isn't out there on circuit anymore.
Jorge, foi início de corrida com bastante azar.
Sim, tem sido um fim de semana complicado, tivemos problemas na qualificação, o que nos obrigou a partir cá atrás, 14º. Mas mesmo assim, na partida tive todas as precauções e mais algumas, mas houve algum piloto que ainda não percebi quem foi, que achou que se decidia tudo na primeira curva e entrou por o carro dentro, basicamente, e obrigou-me a desistir.
E achas que é possível deixar o carro pronto para a segunda corrida?
Ainda não percebi bem o que é, mas penso que a equipa vai fazer um esforço para isso, vamos ver. Penso que podemos estar presentes na segunda corrida.
Okay. Muito bem, muito obrigado e boa sorte. Back to commentary.
Cars back then past the start-finish line. One more lap under safety car at the very least. I think the recovery process is progressing well. As with the previous race for the GTX and Cup cars, it will be a 10-minute pit window from 20 minutes into the race till 30. So when the clock on the top left of your screen reads 30:00, the pit window will be open. Spots of rain that I'm detecting on that camera lens. Weather has been threatening and intermittently making itself known around the circuit. Of course, on a GT4 car, the process of changing tyres is not necessarily a simple one, because we have 5 studs on the tyres, no centre-lock wheels in a GT4. As we see the marshal picking up some debris. Get some replays of how that debris happened. This is a replay of the race start. It was perfectly executed by Francisco Mora, and I think that rather helped Roberto Faria. He kind of stepped into the gap that Francisco Mora made there by getting such a good start, moved up into 2nd overall. Now let's see if we can see what happened to Aubrey Hall in the midfield, because he went into a spin, and I don't really see quite how that happened. It didn't look like he had anyone either side of him. Maybe it was just a slight error there from Aubrey. .129 Mercedes, a new addition to the stable in the camp at Tockwith, and it will be the vastly talented and experienced Gemma Moore that takes that car over. Get another look here at some of the action on the first lap. This, of course, is the moment where we saw the spin for the 23 McLaren. Oh, and it was a collision with one of the Astons there that caused that. Now, we saw that car then stranded on the road coming out of turn 7. We didn't see whether it ever got collected by anybody, but we did see the Veloso Motorsport car in the pits. It didn't look like Jorge Rodriguez's car had too much damage, certainly not the kind of damage one would expect from finding a stationary McLaren. But either way, Jose Cartella out of the race, and I believe out of the way, so we can now resume the race. Francisco Mora heads back over the crest of the hill. We are racing once again in Iberian Supercars. You can see the spray in the air. Fine, almost muggy rain, I think, that we've got. Spitting rain around the circuit by the looks of it. Mora, Faria, Mercado, Perez and Huber, your top 5 in the race as everybody gets back underway here. Your bronze class leader, Gonzalo de Andres, is the first of the McLarens that you see in shot just there in 7th place with the take on the famous Gulf livery on that car. Big puff of smoke there from one of the Lemma Racing Mercedes under braking, just a slight lock-up. I believe that would be the 119 car of Bruno Perez. Bruno Perez, who is a previous champion here in the Iberian Supercars GTC class champion back in 2022. See the midfield. The Toyota Supras are just about everywhere. You're not lacking for Supras, but you've got the NM Racing Team Mercedes. You've got 3-4 different teams running Mercedes AMG GT4s in this weekend's racing. That pack of cars that we were following there, led by the 12th place man, Ian Loggy. There is Loggy, I believe, just following João Aguiar Branco in the Speedy Motorsport number 6, and it does look rather as if that Speedy Motorsport Porsche might be under pressure from Loggy before long. Loggy having a little look to the inside there, but I think that was more speculative than anything. There's Nerea Marti in the kind of factory BMW colours, the Promotion Motorsport BMW M4 GT4 Evo, looking to the inside here of the CV Performance car of Jonathan Engstrom. The German team here this weekend, and really cool to see a team as decorated as them on this grid. Engstrom, the Swede, who has raced all over Scandinavian motorsport. He's joined by Patrick Steinmetz, who is a very experienced GT4 driver. GT4 is a much newer experience for Engstrom, and Ian Loggy has indeed made his way past the Porsche. Loggy up to 11th position there at the expense of João Aguiar Branco, and I believe Bruno Perez followed him through there, so 11th position now for Ian Loggy in the 3rd of the NM Racing Team Mercedes. If Loggy gets one more position, it'll be all 3 NM Mercedes in the overall top 10, and that will make team boss Neil Montserrat more than a little bit happy, I'm sure. Francisco Mora leading the way. In fact, we just saw a shift there, a change of position, I think, with Ian Loggy losing out to Bruno Perez. So Perez may have just moved up into 11th position. Max Huber there coming across the line in 5th overall with Enrique Oliveira on his tail. Roberto Faria is having to defend 2nd place from Cesar Mercado, and goodness me, if they didn't just trade paint, they came within an iota of doing so. Mercado in that number 4 car, pressuring Roberto Faria. Cesar Mercado, who was the overall champion last year, along with Jan Duran in all 3 of the championships that are inclusive of the Iberian Supercars, the main standings for the Iberian Series, the Spanish standings, and the Portuguese Speed Championship as well, the Campeonato de Portugal de Velocidade. So Mercado, one of the top names in this series. Currently looking to try and get past the Aston of Roberto Faria in that battle for second place. Faria, who of course was here with us last year in Iberian Supercars. Also had a couple of appearances in the GT4 European Series. The team of here, Matthew Martins, is a combination we've seen previously in the GT4 Winter Series down here in Iberia. And they were more than up to podium and race-winning standard in their couple of appearances there. And one would expect nothing different from them here in Iberian Supercars. The top four in shot there with the 5th place NM Racing team behind. You can see the windscreen wipers going off on Max Huber's number 10 car. Meanwhile, we've got one of the Astons there looming large. That should be Vasco Oliveira, I believe, in the Santagol Arrayo Competição car. Nuno Afonso just ahead of him. So Afonso has actually just moved up on that lap to 9th overall in the number 44 car. That is the Gianfranco Motorsport Toyota GR Supra GT4. Afonso, who is debuting in Iberian Supercars this weekend, has been successful in Caterhams here in the Iberian Peninsula, and the same goes for Alexandra Aria, who has previously been a champion in Caterhams himself. So 2 drivers with a background in those lightweight front-ended sports cars, now moving into GT4 racing. Meanwhile, we're heading up down to the garages once again.
Estamos com o Lourenço Monteiro, colega de equipa de José Cautela, que foi uma das vítimas da primeira volta com um incidente que o atirou para o abandono. Lourenço, tem sido um fim de semana cheio de azares para vocês?
Tem, infelizmente não estamos a começar a época da forma que nós queríamos, mas pronto, também nem sempre pode correr da melhor forma. Até agora temos conseguido lidar bem com todas as adversidades deste fim de semana, mas pronto, infelizmente um toquezito pequenino, mas numa zona crucial do carro, acabou por partir um componente vital da suspensão do Zé, que o obrigou a ficar fora da corrida. Infelizmente é mais um azar que nós não queríamos ter, queríamos que a partir de agora corresse tudo bem, como é óbvio, mas corridas são corridas e pronto, vamos ter que ir mais fortes para a próxima.
E consideras que é possível recuperar o carro para a segunda corrida?
Sim, sim. Em princípio é um componente frágil da suspensão, mas é uma troca muito rápida, nem sequer estamos a considerar isso. E sim, esperemos. Obviamente nós temos muita confiança na equipa, eles até agora têm feito um trabalho fantástico em mudar tudo de um carro para o outro, depois temos partido o motor e sim, nós sabemos, temos 100% de confiança neles que vamos ter um carro pronto e ainda mais rápido para a próxima corrida.
Bem, muito obrigado e boa sorte para a segunda corrida. Back to commentary.
If you're just joining us, welcome along to this coverage of the Iberian Supercars live from the Autódromo Internacional do Algarve, otherwise known as Portimão. This is the premier series for GT4 cars in Iberia, usually with a smattering of other classes included as well, but this year, for Portimão at least, with so much interest for the GT4 class, they have their own grid. 28 cars taking the start of this motor race. It is a very compelling spectacle, and the next roll of the dice, the next shake-up is the pit window, which has just now opened. We're into that 10-minute pit window now. Doesn't look like anybody at the sharp end of the field has elected to make a stop. Francisco Mora leads the way from Cesar Mercado. It is a 1-2 now among the Toyotas. Roberto Faria demoted therefore to 3rd place by Cesar Mercado. 4th position, Jose Carlos Pires. Max Max Huber rounding out your top 5 in the overall standings. Your leader in the bronze class is Gonzalo de Andres. In pro bronze it is Vasco Oliveira. Unless my memory is failing me, and it might be. I don't think we ever quite saw how Roberto Faria got demoted, but Speedy Motorsports Cesar Mercado is now up to 2nd overall. How are his lap times faring in these slightly slippery conditions versus Francisco Mora? He is a couple of tenths faster. Gap is under 1.5 seconds, so Francisco Mora is by no means in full control of this race, and I'm not convinced that we just saw full control from that Lemma Racing Mercedes. I believe that was Bruno Perez. It was indeed getting a little bit loose there. We have had some peel into the pits at the first time of asking. Guillermo Eso is in. Orlando Battina and Sergio Azevedo's Toyota is in. The Aston that you see on screen, I think, might be the 777 from Gianfranco Motorsport. We saw there on the picture-in-picture. We'll see cars into the pits on a regular basis here for the next few minutes as this pit window unfolds. Jose Carlos Perez has decided to pit in the car that was running 4th place, another of the Speedy Motorsport Supras. In comes Bruno Perez, in as well comes Bruno Pereira in the Santagol Araujo Competição Aston Martin. Pereira, who is taking to the Evo Spec Aston GT4 for the first time in Iberian Supercars. He made a one-off outing in Barcelona last month in the GT4 Winter Series, but that's his only racing experience with the latest specification of Aston Martin GT4 thus far. And handing that car over just outside the top dozen, not a bad performance at all. Especially once you consider that that is a Pro Bronze entry and he was running in the podium positions in that Pro Bronze class. You can see there Nerea Marti just ahead of Luis Calheros. Of course, Nerea with plentiful experience in single-seaters, in GTs, has been a fixture of Iberian Supercars. His 4th position in both last year and 2023's F1 Academy seasons, as well as 4th overall in last year's Iberian Supercars as well. In this race, 4th place would be a blessing from the team positions on the grid. We'll hand over to the vastly experienced Jose Milagros Viñela in the second half of the race. Roberto Faria has come in from 3rd position. So Faria elects to make the pit stop. Looks like Nerea Marti is going to do the same. Yes, indeed, Nerea Marti is in. The number 11 SMC McLaren is in as well. That'll be Gonzalo de Andres handing over to Alvaro Libera, who was a representative of his native Spain in the inaugural FIA Motorsport Games back in 2019. Some side-by-side action here, I think. That Supra is the number 4 that just came out of the pit lane. Oh, and a collision! That sends the Porsche into a spin. I believe that was the Luis Calheros Porsche, unfortunately, who had been great entertainment to this point in the race. I think that was Jonathan Engstrom in the CV Mercedes that was the other party in that tangle. Porsche with that hefty clunk on the Armco. Well, I suspect the car will still be mobile. Unfortunately, I would also not be surprised if the suspension is not feeling particularly happy. Engstrom is now behind Olav Var. Olav, who has had a brilliant stint all told. Of course, he had his spin that dropped him down effectively to the rear of the field, but he's back up now towards the top 10, albeit, of course, with the pit cycle having an effect on that, but he's made positions up organically for sure. You see the Porsche still stranded there on the exit of turn 3. A word to Olav Var, who will hand over to his brother Andreas for the second phase of the race. That's an all-Norwegian driver pairing. Their father also a racer. Olav Var was the champion in last year's Formula Basic, which is a junior single-seater platform in Norway. I think based on the first cars. A lot of the cars are now into the pits this time by, including your race leader Francisco Mora. In fact, the only outlier really in the front of the order that has not pitted at this point is Cesar Mercado, who is wanting to maximise his minutes here. And who knows, if he's got a fiery in-lap in him, he's got hot Pirellis underneath him. That extra lap could pay dividends. He's well within the pit window time for now. 2.5 minutes left to go. That's the Ricard Aston that we see, the 78 car that we see on screen. A replay here of what we saw a lap ago as we see Enrique Oliveira and Lucas Abu's car in pit lane. Let's take a look back at the moment here. The Cayman, the number 38 Veloso Porsche on the outside there. And it was a tag actually from the Lemma Racing Mercedes to the CV car. And then as the CV car was being collected up, it in turn tagged the Porsche. So it was a bit of a domino effect there. All quite messy, it must be said, at turn 3. But it doesn't appear that we have a need for a safety car, or if they are needing a safety car, they maybe will wait until the pit window has ended. It's just local yellow flags at turn 3 for the time being, as we see their cars making their way back out onto the circuit, and of course they'll come back out onto the track on colder tyres. They'll come out in many cases with a new driver at the wheel who is having to learn on the fly the conditions underfoot. Won't have changed tyres, of course. New compound of Pirelli P0 DPFs this year, which I understand are quite high degradation, so can't afford to be doing too much slipping out of some of these corners. There we see the NM Racing Team Mercedes. I think that could be the number 97 car. NM not lacking Mercedes out there on the circuits, and they're all very helpfully in the same black and grey and red livery. Pit window will now be closing, and the leading car for now, the Cesar Mercado car, is just now coming out. That's going to be important to see where Cesar Mercado comes out relative to the race leader at the end of the pit lane. Will it be Francisco Abreu who is the race leader? There is Cesar Mercado. Where is the rest of the pack in relation? Francisco Abreu is not visible right now. I would think Abreu has inherited the lead again now that everybody is pitted at the sharp end of the pack, but we need to keep an eye out for that red and white Toyota. There's the Racar Motorsports Matthew Martin's car, so yes, Francisco Abreu will have inherited the race lead. It is the 26 of Francisco Abreu that leads, or is it? Because Safety car is out. Safety car is out. I thought I just saw a slowing Francisco Ebru. Which car is that slowing down? No, that is the number 44. That scared me for a minute. I thought it was the factory colours of the number 26. Now we're under safety car conditions. That will be to collect, I'm sure, the number 38 Porsche. I also had a bulletin through that number 44 Toyota of Alexandre Aria is having an exhaust problem, and yes, we can see the exhaust hanging off that Supra. And quite why the door is being opened, I'm not sure, but we've seen it a couple of times. Safety car is out then. Cesar Mercado will be second in the race, by my reckoning, once the field stacks up behind the safety car. As I said, the 44's exhaust is hanging off, but it's the number 26 car, Francisco Ebru, that leads the race, as we alluded to. There's the 44's exhaust, but let's take stock of the front of the order, because it is Francisco Ebru who's come back out into the race lead. Rafael Lobato is going to be second in the race with the pit stop cycle complete. So Speedy Motorsports number 4 car has remained in second position ahead of Matthew Martins in third. Thomas Guedes in fourth position in the number 5 car. You see there the Porsche being hoisted away from Veloso Motorsport. NM Racing Team's number 10 of Thomas Granzella is running 5th overall, the GT4 Pro car. Filip Vava Tankovic is running in 6th position and first among the Pro Bronzes. The All Bronze teams, the first of them is Alvaro Libera in that McLaren Artura that we saw running in the top 10 previously, still there in 8th overall and leading the bronze class. The first of the AM cars is Ruben Vaquinhas in the Gianfranco Motorsport 777 Aston Martin. Certainly looking slippery out there on the circuit. You can see the drivers testing the grip. As far as I'm aware, I've heard nothing to the contrary. I believe everybody is on slick tyres out there on the circuit. So certainly treacherous conditions. Stacked up behind the safety car for now. It would be, I think, 2 laps at a maximum. We probably won't go back to racing this time by. You can see the rain falling there from that shot down at turn 8. It is quite clear that the heavens are opening ever more, and based on the speed we saw at the start of the race, I'd think that everybody is indeed on slick tyres, so it might be about to get a little bit complicated out there for our drivers. Francisco Ebru then, who took over the car at the front of the order. Francisco Mora handed the car over in a very good position. Abreu and Mora have previously won championships together in Spanish GT racing. And they're now competing together for the first time in 3 years. So it's a bit of a reunion, if you will, for Abreu and Mora. Francisco Abreu, who was the GT4 Pro Class champion in this series in 2023. He'll have the number 4 car, the identical Toyota Supra, in his rear view mirrors. And that is Rafael Lobato, the Portuguese racer who has won many races in TCR competition. Was last year's vice champion in the Caterham Motorsport Iberia 420Rs. So another Caterham graduate. The Caterhams are very popular here in Iberia. Now head down to the pit lane as we continue under safety car conditions.
Em primeiro lugar, sendo o colega de equipa o Rafael Lobato. César, vocês têm estado na luta pelos lugares do pódio desde o início da corrida e agora surge a chuva com maior intensidade. Achas que pode mudar alguma coisa?
Sem dúvida que poderá mudar. Neste momento, ao safety car em pista, a gente está em segundo, perdeu a posição em pista quando o Francisco Moura parou na box, parou em primeiro, assumiu a liderança da corrida durante mais uma volta e no reinício, na entrada do Rafa, ficámos em segundo. Entretanto, entrou o safety car. Toda a gente está de slicks, se está a chover, vamos ter que parar para trocar para pneus de chuva. Isto certamente vai dar aqui uma volta na tabela. Esperemos que esteja a nosso favor.
E achas que a Speedy é a equipa mais preparada do pit lane para fazer com que tudo corra bem?
Se não fosse assim, se não achasse isso, não estaria cá. Acho que a Speedy é uma equipa extremamente competente, super competitiva. Tenho certeza que vão dar o melhor de cada um dos elementos da equipa, de todos os carros, para conseguir ser o mais rápido possível. Há um tempo obrigatório de 2 minutos para a troca de pneus de seco ou pneus slicks para pneus de chuva. Vamos ver se corre tudo bem, se não há nenhum imprevisto e se conseguimos ganhar a corrida.
Muito bem, boa sorte, obrigado. And back to commentary.
So safety car is being withdrawn. We will be going back to racing conditions. We do have one car that apparently has pitted to move on to wet tyres, and that is Andreas Zemaitis in his Toyota Supra. So we'll keep an eye on the number 8 car because it has pitted for what I suspect might be the correct tyres at this moment in time. Keep an eye on that GT Race Marbella by Speedy entry. It'll be right at the back of the field. I don't think it will have rejoined the safety car queue. That could be a gamble worth rolling for here. We should be going back to green flag racing now. We are back underway, I suspect, in this race. Yes, we are. There is the lead pack. Now, where is the race leading car? Has that fallen through the order, or is it just so far clear? Because it looked like the Speedy number 4 was the first car in the queue. I'm not so sure. There was a spin at turn 1 for the race-leading car. So the number 26 of Francisco Ebru has had a moment at the first corner. We didn't see what happened there, but there was a spin at turn 1, and that has handed the race lead over to the number 4 car of Rafael Lobato. Lobato then is your race leader. Sight unseen, there was a spin for the 26 Toyota. Got side by side there among the NM Racing team's McLaren, but the big headline is that Speedy Motorsports number 4 is the race leader. The number 77, Racar Motorsports Aston Martin, now running in second position overall, with, of course, Matthew Martins at the wheel, the driver with vast experience of Porsche Carrera racing, of GT4s. He's done a little bit of everything. These slippery conditions, the experienced drivers are the ones with a leg up, and Lobato, while he is certainly experienced, I don't think think he's got quite the same level of seat time in the Toyota that the 77 driver Martins has in the Aston. Look at the number 36 car, the NM Racing Team Mercedes in 4th position. Philip Varver at the wheel. Varver is on a charge at the moment. Both NM Racing Team Mercedes looking quick here. They're both haranguing the rear of Thomas Guedas, running 3rd overall. Number 36 looking to the left and then to the right, going into the hairpin and around the outside goes Philip Varver Atankovic, who was an impressive karter, has been focusing on GT4 racing since 2021, is no stranger to NM Racing Team. He's raced with in the GT4 European Series and in the Iberian Supercars. That's a pro bronze entry, of which Philip Varver is the pro. A little cute fun fact on him, his first words were apparently beep beep. And while he is giving the beep beep at the moment in 3rd overall, he's going to be chasing down the top 2. Meanwhile, we watch the battle for 4th place here as well, between the number 5 speedy Toyota and the NM Racing Team car, the number 10 machine, that is, of Thomas Granzella, who took over, the 21-year-old from Montevideo, Uruguay. Don't think we get much weather like this in Uruguay, but he has been based in Europe more recently to advance his racing career, so will no doubt have seen his fair share of rainy days in Prototype Cup Germany, for example, where he was racing last year. He's running well in 5th position, but the man that's in the danger zone right now, the man applying the pressure, being the danger man, is definitely Philip Varver Atankovic in 3rd place. Make that Philip Varver in 2nd place. Through at turn 3 he goes, the door left open by Mathieu Martins, and NM Racing Team are going to be in a state of euphoria and disbelief as they watch their young charger moving through the field. Guillermo Eso, ever an enthusiastic individual, he is going to be on the edge of his seat. Side by side then for fourth and 5th position there. I think the 77 Racar Aston may have... No, it hasn't made any issues. This is your 1st, 2nd and 3rd place battle, closing in on a back marker, in fact. So a Supra there going a lap down, but your top 3 on the circuit all together now. Mathieu Martins is kind of hitched his rope to the rear of the number 36 Mercedes, and Philip Varver Atankovic, or Atanakovic as I should be saying, is right there in 2nd position. Applying severe pressure now to the number 4 car, to the Portuguese racer Rafael Lobato. Lobato, who again was racing Caterhams predominantly last year, is adapting very well indeed to this Toyota Supra, but really interesting situation in that top 3, equally for 4th position, as it looks to me as though the number 10 car has gotten through into 4th place. Thomas Granzella is through into 4th position, so the number 5 speedy car of Thomas Guedas now fighting back. I understand the rain is falling ever heavier and you can see the drivers struggling for traction. The number 44 is on a charge, I must say. Broken exhaust and all. Alexandra Aria is having a great race. Now at the helm of the number 44 machine. Gianfranco Motorsport team representing or celebrating 45 years of racing this year. They'd love a top 5 finish on their return to top line Iberian motor racing. You can see the slippery surface flagged out on the circuit, but what's going on the track just to the right? Hopefully no cars off the circuit. No. With the conditions ever worsening, I feel every corner is now the potential for a big moment, and equally with the 36 car in the wings of the leader, we do need to keep an eye on these three because they're the first ones to find the conditions. With 3 minutes of the race left to go, they're the guinea pigs each and every lap. They're finding the grip. Or discovering quite how much grip there is each and every lap. '15th position is where the former race leading Toyota that spun off camera, that's where that car resides at the moment. So we're now up to 13th position, but for Francisco Ebru it is a matter of recovering. The Supras are still at play in 5th and 6th position. But those leading three of the story right now. The overall race lead for the Pro Class lead as well. Of course, the battle here for 5th and 6th place is split across Pro and Pro Bronze, as is the 1st and 2nd place battle. There is the NM Racing Team car, hunted now by Matthew Martins. The dynamic as to who has the leg up seems to almost shift from corner to corner here among the top three. Now, traditionally, the Mercedes isn't necessarily the best in the wet conditions, but maybe they found something down at NM Racing Team. We've got 1 minute and 25 left on the clock. They'll be starting the final lap this time by. And for Lobato, this is a stellar drive. It's also, I'm sure, a very intense stint at the wheel. With Filip Father Atanakovic right on his back bumper, with the Ricard Motorsport driver Matthew Martins in close proximity as well. Your top three come across the line with 40 seconds left on the clock. Final lap, final rotation of this wonderful Autódromo Internacional do Algarve. As gorgeous of a circuit as this is, it is not the circuit for driving in wet conditions on slick tyres. With the amount of undulation on the circuit, it is quite a risky business trying to get the power down, going downhill, uphill all the while. Up to 5th place has gone Alexandra Aria in the number 44 Supra. So Aria is up into P5. We saw him haranguing the number 5 Speedy Toyota previously. Can Matthew Martins try and dispatch the NM Racing Mercedes here? Oh, very, very late on the brakes indeed is Filip Father. That was much too late on the brakes, unfortunately. Filip Father Atanakovic still, though, challenging for the race lead, but he is going to drop down by the looks of it to 3rd position. Everyone is just fighting to stay on the track while trying to fight for position. It is somehow still the Supra in the lead of the race. Rafael Lobato trying to get the power down, trying to keep the other cars at bay, but Matthew Martins, now in 2nd place, courtesy of that moment for the Mercedes, is challenging around the outside at 9 and 10. It looks like that Racar Aston Martin has its sea legs about it with Matthew Martins at the wheel. He's only got a couple of corners, though, left to try and challenge. Goes to the extreme outside at turn 12. Doesn't find the purchase required there, but does have the inside line now for turn 13. They're rubbing paint there, I'm sure, as they go through the apex at 13. In what order will they exit the corner? It's still the number 4 Speedy Motorsport car that leads. Just one last corner to tiptoe around. It's not sealed until they cross the line in these circumstances. A bit of a slide there from the number 4. That could be the opportunity for Matthew Martins. It's a drag to the line, and it will be by 0.02 of a second. The Speedy Motorsport number 4 of Cesar Machado and Rafael Lobato that wins the race. Lobato got onto the paint there, coming out of the final corner, and just barely kept it in the right direction, and wins the race in the process. Machado and Lobato win from Roberto Farrier and Matthew Martins. Matthew Martins in that Aston Martin at the end. Second position. Philip Father tried in vain to make a lunge at the hairpin. Saying that, I'm not even convinced it was meant to be a move. I think it might have just been mistiming his braking into the hairpin in these treacherous conditions. Wow, wow, wow. Your GT4 Pro Bronze winner was the Philip Father number 36 NM Racing Team Mercedes, shared with Guillermo Eso. The GT4 bronze winner was DeAndres and Lobera in their McLaren Artura GT4 from the SMC Motorsport team. The AM class winner was Bastos Resende and Viniquas for Gianfranco Motorsport. Rafael Lobato, look at that, 0.02 on the dot, 0.02 of a second. If that start-finish line was 10 yards further up the road, Ricard might have won that race. Ricard Motorsport second position with Farrier and Martins, the number 36 NM Racing team car finishing third and first in their class. Huber and Granzello will be happy with fourth position. Fifth overall for Afonso and Aria, the runners-up in the GT4 Pro Bronze order. The Speedy Motorsport number 5 finishing 6th overall. Oliveira and Savu taking 7th position in the sister Ricard Aston Martin. Orlando and Bettina in the number 16 taking 8th overall. Speedy Motorsports number 6 in 9th. The 119 Lemma Racing Mercedes in 10th place. 11th position going to the car that was leading. The Franciscos Mora and Ebru will be disappointed with 11th overall. SMC Motorsports DeAndres and Libera win the all bronze category. The Santagola Araujo Aston in 13th, the number 007, and the CV Performance Mercedes in 14th place. Engstrom and Steinmetz. Ian Loggy and Albert Costa taking 15th place. Then the 28 Araujo Aston in 16th place. Lemma Racing's number 3 Mercedes in 17th. The number 18 Promotion Motorsport BMW in 18th place. The Gianfranco 777 Aston Martin, that is your AM class winner, Bastos Resende and Vaniquas in 19th overall, ahead of the other promotion car, the other BMW M4 in 20th place, second among the AMs. Miguel Neves number 58 in 21st. Aubrey Hall's top with Mercedes in 22nd. Zemaitis is number 8 car in 23rd. The Rakar number 707 in 24th. Veloso's number 38 in 25th. Alvaro Ramos in 26th in his Araujo entry. And the stricken McLaren, not classified there. The Veloso Motorsport 888 Porsche in 27th. Of course, the 23 McLaren, not classified as it didn't even complete the first lap of the race, so it doesn't appear on our graphic there. Well, well, well. That final lap always felt like it was going to be dramatic, but with the rain falling ever heavier, I don't think any of us would have seen that last lap coming when we started this motor race. A stellar job, it must be said, and a great indication of the quality in this field that a majority of the cars got to the checkered flag, even in conditions like that on slick tyres. But Speedy Motorsports, Mercado and Lobato celebrating a race victory at the moment. Cesar Mercado, of course, aiming to defend his championship, which he won last year with Jan Duran. The GT4 bronze winning McLaren, sorry, there. With Lodera celebrating. Scenes of jubilation down here. I think everyone, frankly, who has a car that's still in one piece will be happy with that, because look at how wet it is now. That's definitively a wet racing circuit. And we were out there on what was very much the wrong tyre. We can now head down to the pits for some reactions from our winners.
César, foi uma corrida difícil, mas no final acabaram por conseguir a vitória.
Então, desejada a vitória. Correu tudo bem. O Rafa portou-se lindamente quando a chuva apareceu com mais intensidade. Conseguiu passar o nosso adversário que estava à nossa frente. Conseguiu imprimir um bom ritmo e manter a liderança durante todo o seu turno. E estamos dos dois de parabéns.
Rafael, foi um final de corrida emocionante para ti, com luta com mais dois carros. E, quer dizer, foste atacado pelos dois, no fundo.
Sim, é verdade. Saímos da boxe em segundo, mas logo, mal no recomeço, o safety car, consegui logo passar para a liderança, que foi exatamente quando a chuva começou e começou a baralhar tudo. Muita gente a sair de pista, os carros a escorregar por todo lado, mas consegui manter o carro dentro das quatro linhas. Vinham a Aston Martin e a Mercedes também muito rápido atrás de mim, mas uma coisa é propriamente chegar, outra é conseguir ultrapassar, principalmente com a diferença de linhas e da aderência que havia na pista. Portanto, acho que correu bastante bem e saímos daqui com a primeira vitória na primeira corrida, que era isso que nós queríamos.
E para a próxima corrida provavelmente vai estar com o piso seco, ou, desculpem, o piso molhado, mas sem chover. Acham que é possível manter este tipo de resultados?
Sim, eu estou a gostar bastante do carro, principalmente assim nas condições de molhado, mas com pneus slick. Eu gosto bastante de andar à chuva, o carro está-se a comportar lindamente e vamos acender a velinha para o tempo continuar assim.
E tu, César, é a melhor forma de começar a temporada depois do título do ano passado?
Sem dúvida nenhuma. Acabámos a ganhar, começamos a ganhar. Agora a próxima corrida, a corrida 2, estando seco ou estando chuva, vai ser um bocado mais difícil. Temos um handicap para cumprir, fruto da vitória da corrida 1, de 10 segundos a mais do que a concorrência. Mas vamos à luta e vamos fazer por isso.
Muito bem, muito obrigado e boa sorte para a segunda corrida.
So then, the race winners celebrating, and I'm sure, just more than anything, breathing a sigh of relief that they retained that maximum point score and won the race. Of course, commiserations really have to go out to the number 26 group, because clearly that's a Toyota Gazoo Racing Portugal machine of Francisco Moura and Francisco Ebru was looking like the heavy favourite. We didn't see the moment at turn 1, but a spin at the first corner apparently causing that car to fall through the field. And that handed the race on a platter to the three cars that followed, and didn't they give us a grandstand finish? As we can see, the Iberian historic endurance cars are heading out onto the circuit. Some rather valuable metal that's about to be chanced in these treacherous conditions. What a moment of racing, what an hour of racing we saw from the Iberian Supercars. Let's get some more insight from that race down in the pits.
Ok, estamos com Pedro Baixo Rezende e Rubén Vaquinhos, vencedores da divisão GT4 AM. Pedro, começaste com a corrida. Como foi fazer a corrida com tantos carros em pista e com tantas rodas que se verificaram desde a primeira volta?
Foi divertido, sobretudo. Corremos bem, não entramos em sarilhos na primeira volta, ultrapassámos vários carros. instalámos em primeira da classe e ali no meio dos bronzes. E a partir daí a pista que estava escorregadia, estava meio a chover, mas conseguimos manter, foi bom, depois houve um safety car, depois voltámos, tudo bem, no meu turno correu tudo mais ou menos bem, tranquilo.
Bem. Ruben, e tu entraste para o carro precisamente quando começou a chover, imagino que tenha sido um grande desafio para ti acabar a corrida e manter a liderança.
Sim, foi mesmo um trabalho horroroso. Foi muito minucioso, foi complicado porque os slicks tinha sempre pressão como adversário atrás durante a corrida toda e com slicks e chuva realmente foi uma missão muito complicada. Mas fomos a manter durante 3 voltas e eu liderava, ele fazia-me pressão constantemente e pronto, deu o resultado. Trabalhei praticamente as últimas voltas, foi sempre à defesa.
Muito bem. E Pedro, pensam que podem repetir este resultado na segunda corrida?
Não sei, a segunda corrida é um mistério porque é em Vila Real, eu nunca lá fui e a dinâmica é diferente, é preciso...
A segunda corrida de hoje?
Na segunda corrida de hoje, acho que sim, temos que tentar, vamos ganhar outra vez.
Muito bem, muito obrigado e boa sorte.
That was our GT4 AM winning combination of Pedro Bastos Rezende and Ruben Vaquinas, giving us some insight there on the challenge of driving in these treacherous conditions. That number 777 car finishing within the overall top 20, but more importantly, winning the AM class. That's where they'll be scoring their points, of course, this year. In the Iberian Supercars, you've got 3 different grids effectively as one, with the Iberian Supercars, the Portuguese Speed Championship and the Hispana Supercars. So lots of different points considerations at play as we go back downstairs again.
We are here with Philippe Vava and Guilherme Azo. They were the third in the overall classification and they won the GT4 Pro Bronze. Philippe, it was a hard race. You went the race in the rain. It was really hard and you tried really hard to win the race overall.
Yeah. It was tricky right from the start because right from the start we had a safety car, so everybody came back together. We were all driving on slick tires and it was slightly raining, so it was very little grip out there, but it made it very fun. It made it very competitive. And yeah, I did try to go for a race-winning move, but I overdid it, and luckily nothing bad happened. But still there, won the category, which is the most important, and finished in the top where we wanted to be.
Guillermo, ha sido un inicio de carrera muy complicado con muchos toques entre coches. ¿Cómo has visto el inicio de carrera?
Bueno, el inicio yo lo he visto, al menos en mi alrededor ha sido bastante limpio, no hemos tenido ningún contacto y ha habido bastante respeto, así que bueno, ha estado bien, como tiene que ser.
Para la segunda carrera, ¿piensas que es posible repetir este resultado y quizá vencer a overall?
Bueno, yo creo que en esta carrera salíamos un poco más atrás. Yo clasifiqué ayer un poquito más atrás y salía P3 de categoría Pro Am, que es la nuestra. Y mañana, ahora por la tarde, salimos en pole. Así que bueno, estamos un poquito más adelante, por tanto es posible que podamos llegar más adelante. Ese es el objetivo.
And Philip, what do you prefer, wet race or dry race?
I'd prefer a wet race just because I think it makes the grid much more competitive and brings everybody much closer together. But yeah, it's looking like it's going to be dry later today, so we're just going to have to work with what the weather gives us.
Okay. Thank you and good luck for the second race. And we are back to commentary.
Great to hear more from downstairs there with the Iberian Supercars competitors. Of course, they just came off one of the most compelling races we've seen in recent memory in that series, with the conditions ever worsening. That was the duo of Guillermo Eso and Filip Fava Atanakovic that we heard from there. They won the GT4 Pro Bronze class. Of course, they also came second overall in that drag race to the line at the final corner. A brilliant, brilliant showing from both parties in that battle at the end of the race, but it was Ricardo and Lobato, who take the first overall win of the season. Well, congratulations must go to them for that. The Iberian historic endurance cars are down there on the grid. We will be seeing them racing shortly. They did race yesterday. Already a 50-minute race in the books for them. And we'll start to talk about those cars in the next little while. I think we might be due one more interview downstairs before we can fully shift focus over on that front. You see there the mix of old and new. It's almost a 70s, 60s, 70s, even early 80s reflection upon the kind of racing we see today in Iberian supercars, with a mix of touring cars and GTs. See the boards being displayed. Cars heading off onto their formation lap then for the into the historic race, which is coming up right now. So the Iberian historic endurance cars are now on the circuit. A mix of sports cars and prototypes and all manner of exciting machines from across vintages. It is the combination of Duarte and Silva Jesus that line up on pole position in their Porsche RS3 Liter. The Del Masos line up alongside them in second position. The number 337 car of Piero and Guillermo Del Maso, Mira Gomez and Afoeto in their Lotus 7, which looked like it was struggling to get off the line from third on the grid. Herrera, Pinto and Diaz Pedro in fourth position. Mercedes Silva's shared car, the 194 machine of João and Rui Mercedes Silva lining up fifth. That's a Lotus Cortina. Santos and Petis line up in sixth on the grid. Brasido and Lobo in the number 75 line up from 7. Carlos Brasido and Miguel Lobo. And the Porsche 914 in 8th position. That's the 153 of Manuel Gonzalez de la Torre. Carlos Alberto Oliveira in 9th position. Manuel Ferrao in 10th position. Velasco Biase Freitas in 11th place. Then the Alfa Romeo Giulia, the number 50 car of Antonio Magales and Nuno Viega in 12th position. The number 13 of Paulo Lima, the Ford GT40. Expect that car to come through the order, lining up at the back of the field. The GT40, I think, had an issue in qualifying. Usually Paulo Lima is one of the front runners in the Iberian Historic Endurance Series, so a tiny bit out of character for him to be that far down the field. Those Porsches at the front of the pack, though, the RS Porsches, always exceedingly fast. Usually the front-running battles in this series are between Porsches and some of the cars in the GTP and SC class, which is where you find the cars like the Ford GT40 and perhaps we've had some T70 Lolas and cars like that in the series previously as well. But those pre-76 911s are often the leveler of those sports prototypes. Whole range of cars from the early 60s right up till 1976 running on this Iberian Historic Endurance grid. It'll be a 50-minute race for these cars. Their second of the weekend. And we are underway and racing, and it looks like our pole sitter has had the best start of anybody. Of course, this grid, or the Caterham, no, never mind, the little Lotus 7 of Mira Gomez and Afolto with the best start of anybody. The light-footed Lotus moves forward and past the Porsches in the early stages, and the little Cortina as well, getting in amongst it with the Porsches, who will struggle to get the traction down on those big fat tyres on the rear axle. Duarte will now charge towards the back of the Lotus on the approach to the hairpin. But then the Lotus, under braking, as you can see visually, suddenly builds 2 or 3 car lengths. It's so much lighter, so much easier to stop than the big Porsche in these conditions. And look at the Cortina. That's a real giant-killing performance in the GDS class, in amongst the top 5 overall. It's a pre-66 touring car, that Lotus Cortina. It shouldn't really be in amongst it with the Porsches. And yet it is. And sure enough, Paulo Lima is coming through the field much as anticipated, just closing in there on the Porsche 914 of Manuel González de la Torre. It was the leading car, or rather it was the second place car of Bruno Duarte and Silva Jesus that won the race yesterday. It is Felipe Silva Jesus that is in the car at the moment as the second nominated driver. He is running the start of this race. We can see there the GT40 still stuck behind Manuel González de la Torre. Of course, a GT40 is a car you really have to kind of bully around some sections of a racing circuit. We now see it go past the Porsche, but I suspect that, I think it would be a 4.7 litre GT40, is not an easy car in these conditions. Paulo Lima is cruising on, though, is up into 6th position from the back of the field. And the real test will be on the next lap to see where its pace is relative to the top 3. But that is not a battle that I expected to see in this race. It's not a battle that we would see in dry conditions. A Lotus 7, a Cortina Lotus, and a Porsche 3-litre RS, all in the same lead battle at the moment. You can see, watch coming up the hill, the Cortina, as nimble-footed as it is through the hairpin. Now watch that gap expand as the Porsche uses its power up the hill. As gorgeous as that Cortina is, it's not quite got the same pull, but it is a lot quicker and sure-footed through the corners. Of course, in a way, those skinny tyres are of some use in these conditions, because the less of a contact patch you have, the less risk of aquaplaning and sudden loss of grip you have. It's overall more predictable, that Cortina, than the Porsche in these conditions, for many reasons, up to and including the size of the rear tyres on the 3-litre RS. But the big question mark here, the big tell at the conclusion of this lap, will be the pace of the GT40 of Paulo Lima. Lima, through the first couple of sectors, doesn't appear to be setting the world alight versus the race leading number 14 Lotus 7. And around the outside for second place goes the little Cortina. Nuno Afoito, it is at the wheel of the Lotus 7. That car leads across the line, and now in second place, another Colin Chapman blessed car, the Cortina of Rui Macedo Silva. I'm not sure anyone down in that GM Automotive pit stall would have seen that coming. In this 50-minute race, there is the Ford GT40, and its last lap was actually significantly slower than the cars at the front. 2-minute 43 versus 36's, 37's, 30 from the cars at the sharp end of the pack. So in dry conditions, absolutely Paulo Lima would be in amongst it. We've had a spin there for Lobo in his number 75 Porsche. Another 3-litre RS, as is the Duarte and Silva Jesus car, currently running third. A bit of a spin there. Miguel Lobo dropping himself down to, I think it will be 7th position. In fact, no, I think he may have remained in 6th, but losing out at the very minimum to Paulo Lima in the GT40. By no means, while not necessarily sure-footed, the Porsche can be very good in the wet conditions. The weight on the rear axle can be beneficial, and of course it was quite a favourable rally car in its day as well, the Porsche, in specs not too dissimilar to this. The same, that 75 car has been demoted. The next question at the front of the order is quite what Rui Macedo Silva's pace is relative to that Lotus 7 of Nuno Afoito. Nuno was the fastest driver last time by on a 2:36.108. It was 2.3 seconds, the gap at the line last time by. I'd wager it's not really shifted too much over the course of the lap. Although much better out of the corner there was the Cortina. It looks like the Cortina has the straight line speed advantage, and it has the fastest lap of the race, a 2:35.098. And look at how it's closing on the main straight. A little more punch and a little more echo of the British touring car Car Championship, the European Touring Car Championship some 60 years ago. Oh, that's a big slide for Afoito. Well, we can safely assume that he is pushing. There can be no doubt of that, and fastest lap last time by 1.5 seconds was Macedo Silva, so he has every reason to be getting the hammer down in the lead car right now. If the conditions improve out there on the circuit, one would expect the Porsche of Silva Jesus to slowly come back into play in this lead battle as well. It's Lotus from Ford Lotus from Porsche in your top three. They've broken away from the field. The next car in the order is some 15 seconds behind. We've got yellow flags at turn 6, and that's for the Lotus Elan of Carlos Alberto Oliveira. He rejoins the race just behind the Freitas-driven Porsche 356. In its faux Golf colours. Francisco Freitas starting that car and now losing out again to the Elan of Carlos Alberto Oliveira. Another car that under normal circumstances you'd probably expect to be ahead of something like a Lotus Cortina, but these conditions are making Elans, with the right driver at the wheel, can be a thorn in the side of a big V8 Cobra. The gap at the line for the race lead was going to be the Cortina sideways through the long final corner here, turn 14. Really looking to be in its element, crossing the line. And what is that gap? It is over 5 seconds, in fact, almost 6 seconds. I wouldn't mind betting that it gained a few tenths just going through the final corner, where it looks a lot more planted than the Lotus, and for that matter the Porsche behind. Big long wait for 4th place if we're going to hang around for that, because it's a long way back in the back of shot. There is the Del Masso Porsche, the 2.5 litre version of the Porsche 911 2.5 ST. Slightly elder vintage Porsche. Number 337 in the hands of Guillermo Del Masso for now. Piero will take the car over later. Oh, a little bit loose there coming through turn 4. Turn 4 is not the place to spin a valuable Porsche. That inside Armco beckons and forgives few, if any. The Alfa Romeo GTM there, I believe the number 51, I think that would be. Yes, Jorge Santos and Alcides Petis, the Alfa Romeo GTM. As gorgeous touring cars there's ever been. Saloon cars, of course, as they were called at that time. The touring car moniker wasn't really much of a thing, at least in the UK, until the late 70s into the early 80s. There is Paulo Lima, who is actually being closed up by Miguel Lobo, so this is the battle for 5th overall. Of course, Lobo had that spin earlier on in the Porsche. And Lima is being caught back up. At what rate of knots is he being caught up? The last lap was a 2:47 for the GT40, a 2:44 for Lobo. So Lobo is 3 seconds a lap quicker, evidently more confident turning into the corners. 2 minute 47 is slower than anyone up ahead. Paulo Lima really having to be gentle with the GT40 in these conditions. Even the most well-sorted of GT40s just isn't the car in these conditions up against some of the slightly more gentle machinery on this cross-decade grid. More production-based, more practical, easier to drive cars that it's up against. Where is Paulo Lima then? Because that battle for 5th position was going to change hands sooner rather than later from what we saw. The GT40 is still there, and in fact, has Lobo gone missing? I think Lobo's had an issue. Looks like we might have had a problem for the Lotus as well, the Lotus 7, because it was looking unsettled through the hairpin, but we seemingly had a slight drama for Lobo in 6th position. Did cross the line, you can see it there following Paulo Lima. Here they come through towards the hairpin. Paulo Lima, see the bubble on the roof of that GT40. What's that there for taller drivers to make sure they can actually get their head in. Since the 40 refers to the number of inches tall the car is, that was certainly a requirement. So there is your 2nd and 3rd place battle following the Alfa Romeo Giulia Super, which runs at the rear of the field. Gorgeous earlier example of the Alfa Romeo Giulia, obviously a much lower state of tune than the GT AMs that we have out on the circuit as well. Cortina just dancing around the circuit in the race lead. Last lap was another best of the race, a 2:35.092. Five seconds faster than the car in 2nd place on that last lap alone. I think the conditions are still getting gradually worse out there on the circuit, but it doesn't seem to be affecting the progress of Rui Macedo Silva, who's putting a lap on an Elan there. The Cortina doesn't typically lap a 26R, certainly not after less than 20 minutes of racing. If anything, it would usually, the exchange rate would go the other way, but in these conditions, that Lotus Cortina is absolutely dancing. So that is a Mark 1 Lotus Cortina, the first of the breed. And that was the car so famously driven in the mid-60s in the British Saloon Car Championship, as it was, by the likes of Jim Clark and Jackie Stewart. Graham Hill as well, yeah, Graham Hill, of course, raced in the British Saloon Car Championship in period for that Cortina Lotus. Ford Lotus partnership yielded a A lot of fruit, of course, not just in touring cars, but also with the famed Cosworth DFV Formula One power plant as well. Lotus Ford was the one to beat for a long time across multiple disciplines of racing. They never really quite hammered down the sports car market with the Lotus Ford combination. By the sports car market, I mean competitors to something like a Lola T70 or a Ford GT40. They did build a car called the Lotus 30, if memory serves me correctly. Doubting myself as I say it. The Lotus 30, as I recall, was an open-top V8 sports car, circa about 1965, and it was a handful, to put it gently. I don't think any of those cars survive today, any of the original chassis. Into the pits has gone the number 20 of Carlos Diaz Pedro, one of the Alpha GTAs. Meanwhile, your second place Lotus 7, the car that led the race earlier on. Nuno Afuito, that Lotus 7, still running a comfortable second place. I say comfortable, it's still only about 3 seconds. Well, it's 3 seconds at the line, at least, between the Lotus and the Porsche. But of course, they're so different, the Lotus 7 and the Porsche 911 3-litre. The sector splits don't tell much of a story besides where the cars are strong and weak. And, well, in summary, if it's twisty, the Lotus is liking it. If it's a straight line, the Porsche has a chance. But certainly that 911 is being handled with kiddie gloves in these conditions. Number 337, the 2.5-litre Porsche, is into the pit lane. The Del Massos with a driver change there. It will be Piero Del Masso who takes the car over. The Lotus Elan there getting more than a little bit sideways at the crest of 9 and out of turn 9 and turn 10. And again, those crests over the hills that we have here at Portimão can be tricky, even in the dry conditions sometimes. If someone tempts fate on the power, they can sometimes find themselves facing the wrong way. But in conditions like this, that danger is 2- or 3-fold at the bare minimum. Will the second place car pit this time? Or indeed this Porsche, the third place machine, already through to start another lap, is the race leader. But into the pits indeed goes the 83 car. So that'll be Felipe Silva Jesus handing over to Bruno Duarte. 2.3-litre Porsche. 911 2.3 ST of Manuel Ferral there being put a lap down by Lobo in 6th position. Looks like Lobo's pace is pretty good relative to the cars around him in these conditions. In general seems to be slightly improving out there, which tells me that the weather conditions are as well. A 239.9 last time by for the GT40 of Paulo Lima. The leading car, the Lotus of the Macedo Silvas, is still running faster than the GT40. That car still has to serve a pit stop, of course. Both drivers in the top two have to serve a stop. The 75 car we saw there has already made a pit stop. Paulo Lima still owes us a stop in 4th overall, well now 3rd overall, having overtaken the 83 3-litre Porsche while it's pitting. Of course, that GT40 clad in the famed colours of Gulf oils, harking back to the days of John Wyatt Automotive. The Gulf Fords won the race at the Le Mans 24 Hours in 1968 and 1969. The same chassis, more specifically. Chassis P1075, probably the most decorated car in sports car racing history. Won Le Mans twice, in addition to a plethora of other major sports car events in 68 and 69. By 1969, those GT40s were nowhere near the apex of performance. They were consistent, they were metronomic, they were proven.
10 seconds.
1969 edition against much more advanced and more powerful machinery. You see there the Alfa Romeo Julius, sorry, no, this is the race leading car, the Cortina, in the pit lane. This is João Macedo Silva heading back out into the race there. Needs to stay in the fast lane of the pits there, was almost straying back towards the front of the garages there. Be vigilant not to cross the white line on exit, and sure enough does not, so that pit stop seems to have gone about as well as possible. Now, won't be in the lead for the time being because Afoito in the Centro Classico entered Lotus 7 has yet to pit. Among those that have stopped, the Cortina appears to still be the leader. Lima is in the pits at the moment. He just now exits pit lane in the GT40. He's driving solo, so he'll be staying in for the duration of the race. Of course, elsewhere we've had some driver changes, and that could shift the dynamic of this race for the latter half of the 50-minute duration, because the car that was doing so well in the lead, the 194 that we see on screen, well, it was doing so well with Rui Macedo Silva at the wheel, and João Macedo Silva hasn't just spent 20 minutes, 30 minutes even in the car learning the conditions, which is exactly what Rui has just done. And we'll see how João's pace stacks up relative to the cars behind him on the timing screen. The Lotus 7 is in the pit lane, and a good job too, because the pit window is about to close. Was the car running in second position. There it is. You can see how damp it is down there on surface level on pit lane. 14 car heads back out onto the circuit there. Afoito will rejoin the race, potentially in the lead, because where is the Cortina? It hasn't crossed the line as of yet. Indeed, the Lotus 7 comes back out of the pit lane. Now with its new driver installed. And João Mira Gomez comes back out in what will be the race lead. Now, was there a disparity in terms of the pit stop there? 1:32 was the stop length for the number 14 Lotus. It was a 1:52 stop, so 20 seconds longer for the Macedo Silva Cortina. So perhaps that pit stop from João Macedo Silva was a little bit too leisurely. There's your top two in shot. They've switched over the course of the pit stops. Mira Gomez and Macedo Silva. We now wait to see what their relative lap times are. Of course, the number 14 Lotus 7 is still on an out lap, so we can't really judge the pace there yet. The little Cortina looks like it's not going badly at all in the hands of João Macedo Silva. Of course, it was Rui that started the car. I'll tell you who is going great guns, though. The new driver of the car that started on pole position. Felipe Silva Jesus handed over to Bruno Duarte. And Duarte was 2 seconds faster than the Cortina in the first sector alone. You can see how heavy the rain is falling still around the circuit. And that's going to be unpleasant for the driver of the Lotus 7, hasn't it? Everyone else at least has a roof. There's Paulo Lima under pressure from Bruzido in the number 75. Going around the outside is Carlos Bruzido. This is for 5th position. Of course, they're in separate classes. The 1976 H1976 class is where we find that Porsche. Spin for Rohrl in the 41 Porsche, but gets that collected up nicely. The Lima GT40 is in the GTP and SC class, and so is the Lotus 7, actually. So second in class behind the Lotus 7 is Paulo Lima. 15.5 minutes to go. 10.3 seconds is the gap at the front of the field. Last lap times. Here's a statistic for you. The gap from second to third place is 12 seconds, 12.3 at the line. The last lap for Duarte in the Porsche in third place, the grey and black Porsche, was a 2:47.6, some 9 seconds faster than Macedo Silva in the Lotus Cortina. So the Cortina is being reeled in for second position overall at a rate of knots at the moment by Duarte, who's always impressive at the wheel of that 3-litre Porsche. So Bruno Duarte in the 83 car is the danger car at the moment. How are his sector times relative to the race leader? We've still got a good amount of time here. He was even 7/10 quicker than the Lotus 7 in the lead on the previous lap was Duarte. Here's your second place car now. João Macedo Silva is going to have a Porsche in the rear view mirrors in the not too distant future here. There is a 356 behind him, but that's not the Porsche I'm talking about. That said, even the little 356 looks to be lapping a little bit quicker. I'm not sure João quite has the same confidence as Rui in the 194 car. There is Duarte in the 3-litre Porsche. That's the car running in third position for now. It's the car hunting down second place as we speak. At the start of the lap, that gap was a dozen seconds from the Cortina to the 911. It's certainly not that now. As the conditions have again worsened, the lap times have slowed down relative to what we had at the beginning of the race. A 2:51 at that time by. Look at how much it's raining down at the first corner. The heavens have firmly opened upon this circuit. Last time by, Duarte was 6 seconds faster than the Cortina in second place. The Porsche 356 between them is a lap down. That's Freitas and Velasco Basse's car that leads the 1965 class at the moment, ahead of that beautiful Lotus Elan that we saw earlier. But critically, the overall podium is anything but secure right now. The leader is being closed in at a rate of 5 seconds a lap. Mira Gomez at the wheel of that Lotus 7 is being soaked 6 ways to Sunday. And while that's going on, Bruno Duarte in the 3-litre RS Porsche is hustling his way through these treacherous conditions, closing in on second, and all the while closing in on the race lead too. João Macedo Silva there just trying to use the most depth of touches that he can. We've got a yellow flag down at turn 4. Turn 3 and turn 4, which suggests someone's had a bit of a moment if they're covering 2 corners with yellow flags. Those yellows have now been lifted seemingly, so whichever driver had an issue has collected it up, but Bruno Duarte are now arriving behind João Macedo Silva. The 356 has unlapped itself against the Cortina, and here is the move for second place. It's, in these conditions, effectively taking place in slow motion. But that's Bruno Duarte moving through into second place in this motor race. Not for class positions, of course, in separate classes. The GDS class for the Cortina, the 1976 class for the RS Porsche. There's yellow flags at turn 7 at the moment. Now, what's the gap between the top 2? The leader has crossed the line. Here comes the RS Porsche in second, coming over the crest of the hill. I'm not sure the lap time is going to be that much better, you know. Well, I'll quiet myself down. 5 seconds faster, 4.3 to be exact. Duarte versus Mira Gomez. So 10 minutes left on the clock, a 13-second gap. We're lapping in the 250s. Duarte may yet close in on that Lotus 7. João Mira Gomez is going to be sat there wondering what he's done to deserve this. This is not Lotus 7 weather, to put it lightly. These are by no fine margin the worst conditions we've seen this weekend. There was a test here at Portimão a week ago where I believe we did have some wet running for the Iberian Supercars. So those teams will be leaning heavily on that data for the races later on today. I get the feeling that everyone's probably throwing their slicks in the recycling bin as we speak. Spare of thought for the drivers of the single-seater series as well, who are due out there next on the circuit before the supercars come back. Here we see Gomez just inching his way around the circuit in this Lotus 7. There are, at this stage, no cars that suit these conditions. It's all down to the bravery and the deft touch of the drivers. And it must be said, Duarte is showing his deft touch. I've seen him do it before. I've had the pleasure of commentating on the Race Ready organisation's Estoril Classics event, which will be streaming live this year in October on the Alpha Live YouTube channel as part of this new collaboration with Race Ready. I've seen Bruno Duarte before in that car. He's always quite special to watch, but in these conditions he is coming alive. The 51 car there, catching one of the lakes that's developing. I must admit, as the conditions continue to degrade, I have to wonder quite how keen race control will be to have another race come out after this one. We'll have to see. It's still drivable at the moment. These, of course, are high value and very rare cars that everybody is treating with the kiddie gloves, but all the same, it's only getting worse out there, isn't it? Another 5 seconds, well, 4.2 seconds taken out of the race lead. The gap is down to 9.1 with 6.5 minutes remaining. There's the Elan that runs second in the H1965 category, driven by, I believe it'll be Carlos Alberto Oliveira at the wheel at the moment. The number one car goes down a lap to Duarte. 356 up against the 3-litre 911. Of course, the 911, the successor to the 356, the original recipe Porsche. Of course, Porsche, Ferdinand Porsche, a long-term member of the automotive industry prior to that, but the 356 was the first baby of the Porsche mark, as it were. Speaking of Porsches, there's the 9146 going through shot, the 153 car. I think Manuel Gonzalez de la Torre is driving solo. Yes, he is. So he's been in the car for the entire way, and he's seen how much worse the weather has gotten. My first ever trip to Portugal, within about 5 minutes of leaving Lisbon Airport, I saw a fabulous orange 914 Porsche on the rather distinctive and lovely classic Portuguese plates. See the rain falling. It's really bad out there. The safety car has been declared. Okay, and that makes so much sense in these conditions. It's getting to the point of not being drivable, let alone raceable, for cars as temperamental as these. It's a huge shame for Duarte, who I think the gap will have been down to about 3 seconds. that time by. Indeed, 4.0, the gap between top two. But I'm afraid it just makes too much sense. The safety car has to come out. Bruno Duarte was a couple of laps away from closing in on that Lotus 7. I think the Porsche would have had the measure of João Mira Gomez. Bit of a disappointment for Duarte, but he's a level-headed individual. I don't think he's going to be particularly aggrieved by this. That 83 car, incidentally, is an entry of Garage João Gomez. I believe that is the same João Gomez who's driving the Centro Classico Lotus 7, if I'm not mistaken, so affiliated cars as well. You can see there the streams making their way down to that sausage curb on the inside of the hairpin. It's going to start pooling up there before long. Conditions only getting worse. Part of me would be a little bit surprised if the single-seaters are sent out in these conditions after this. See how much worse. Just remember where we were 48 minutes ago when this race started. Yes, it was raining, it was getting worse, but it's a whole other ball game now. It's gone from needs wet tyres to needs an outboard motor over the course of the last 45 minutes here. Largo Internacional do Algarve that we now are faced with. 1 minute and 45 left on the clock, so they'll start the final lap this time under safety car conditions. I tell you what, if I was João Mira Gomez, I'd be lobbying for a red flag, because driving around in safety car speeds in an open top Lotus 7, even if a checkered flag is waiting for me as well as a P1 trophy, I can't imagine that's an overall comfortable experience. They will do one more tour of the circuit by the looks of it, under safety car conditions. You can see those streams forming around the circuit. You can see just how slippery it really is. It looks like sheet ice coming out of the final corner and then up the crest onto the main straight. Of course, the water will cascade down that hill on either side of the main straight, down into turn 1 and indeed down towards turn 14. Particularly treacherous area of the circuit. Sheen from the circuit projected by those headlights on the cars. Again, showing exactly where we are. And I tell you what, if we do go racing in a moment with the single-seaters, any running wide at turn 1 is going to be extremely treacherous turf, because at the best of times you don't really want to be bouncing across the runoff area. There's more bumps and less grip to be had there, but in these conditions, trying to get the throttle down on painted surface is no one's idea of a good time. Looking there at some of the roads around the circuit that lead to the Algarve race resort here at Portimão, home to the Stefan Beloff-Bar. The great and the good will often debrief their day's racing. Franz Conrad gave me a lecture on the history of his tenure in the IMSA Sports Car Championship last year. Franz, a bit of a legend in his own right, of course. Quite the honour to sit alongside him at Beloff-Bar. Some of these drivers, of course, will be heading home this evening. Others will be staying at that hotel overlooking the circuit for Monday morning. I think all of them, regardless of whether they have a drive home later or not, will be relieved that the clock has hit 0 on this motor race. Frankly, I don't think anyone would have complained if they'd thrown the checkered flag out early in these conditions. But all the same, the fact that these cars are all still running, pointing in the right direction, is a testament to the quality of driver on the circuit. And the Iberian Historic Endurance guys are always to a high level, very friendly paddock, and in these conditions they've proven to be precise drivers as well. João Mira Gomez will be crossing the line as the race winner. Not so sure he'd have done that if Bruno Duarte had the opportunity to race green flag until the end. That's the inside of the final corner, where the streams are at their most obvious. The race leader, though, is going to cross the line to receive the checkered flag under safety car conditions. It will be a win for the Centro Clásico Lotus 7 of João Mira Gomez and Nuno Afoito. A good win for them in the overall standings as well as the GTP and sports car class. Bruno Duarte and Felipe Silva Jesus taking second overall in that car that started from pole position. Third position going to the 337 car, the 2.5 litre engine Porsche of Piero and Guillaume Dalmasso. It's your overall top 3. It's also a 1971 class win for the Dalmassos as well, I should say. Well, that was certainly a heart-in-mouth viewing from my perspective. Last thing you want to see is any of these cars in strife, and certainly that was a heart-in-mouth experience for all parties. Mira Gomez and Afoito in the Lotus 7 win the race. Duarte and Felipe Silva Jesus take second position and win the 1976 class along the way. Third overall and winning the 1971 class. The Dalmassos in their 2.5 litre 911. The Carlos Brasido and Miguel Lobo Porsche in 4th overall, ahead of the Macedo Silvas in the 194 Cortina, eventually dropping all the way down to 5th as the conditions worsened and João Macedo Silva wasn't quite able to find the same form as Rui earlier in the race. Paulo Lima taking 6th position overall and second among the GTP and sports cars. 7th for Manuel Gonzalez Latorre in his 914 Porsche. The 356 of Velasco Bassa and Freitas taking 8th. Manuel Ferral taking 9th position overall. Carlos Alberto Oliveira in 10th place. Santos and Petis in their number 51 car, the Alfa Romeo GTM, in 11th place. Cervera Pinto and Diaz Pedro in 12th position. And the number 50 Alfa Romeo Giulia Super of Antonio Magalhaes and Nuno Vega rounding out the order in that race. Certainly a challenge for our competitors out there on the circuit. Everyone deserves a doff of the cap just for getting to the end in those conditions. That is a borderline unraceable circuit out there right now. And in cars like these, that will have been a fairly intense period of time for our competitors. From memory, Portimão stays wet for a while after some rainfall. I don't think we're in any danger of our slick-shod categories, the single-seaters and the supercars, running slicks again today. I think wet is the state of play for the rest of Sunday here at Portimão. Car is making its way under the podium. Of course, the GDS class winner, Paulo Lima, heads to the Parc Ferme area. I suspect the summary from João Mira Gomez will be, it was wet. Lotus 7, even with the conditions being about as stacked against them as possible, they did manage to take that win. As I understand it, the safety car is going to be doing some reconnaissance laps over the next several minutes to assess where we are from a weather perspective. Of course, the number one priority is making sure no one is sent out there onto a track that is excessively dangerous. There's a fine margin between conditions that are immensely challenging and conditions that are frankly unreasonable. I don't know if we're there yet, but we're not far away. You can see still such heavy rainfall. It's not subsided any over the course of the last several minutes. It's only getting worse out there. A big word to our marshals out there on the posts who are being subjected to this weather, as are our camera ops here from Alpha Live. We are learning a new grid on the fly, or new grids plural on the fly, of course, as it's our first time working with the Iberian Supercars and the Race Ready package. In these conditions, it's not the nicest day of work to be out there on the platform with the cameras. They're doing magnificent work in these tricky circumstances that we have today. This afternoon, at the start of the day, it didn't look too bad. There was some cloud cover, but now the tides have turned. This rain, I think, will have travelled westward towards us. We had heavy rain in Asia at the start of the morning over there, in the middle of the night for us here in Portugal. It There's a lot of heavy rain to the east of the map. It's drifted, I fear, all the way across the continent into Europe. And I mean, look at that. That is very wet indeed, but the single-seaters are heading out onto the circuit amongst a wall of wet weather. Single-seater series looks to be braving the conditions, and it's going to be compelling to see how the conditions change the state of play in the single-seater series. We saw last time in this morning's race that kicked off the broadcast, we saw the Formula Renault cars were dominant, and they should be in most situations, but I just wonder if a particularly well/bravely driven Formula Ford car might be able to get in amongst the overall podium contention here. The standard state of play, of course, for this series is a standing start. That's not going to happen this time. A safety car start for these guys on this occasion. The view from 9 and 10 has certainly shifted since we kicked off today's racing, and so has the view from the first corner. The streams are obvious there as they head downhill towards the first corner, just coming in from the right-hand side of screen, down the hill over the painted extremities of the runoff area, and then down the hill kind of across the pit exit. You can just see those streams, in some cases even merging into one big river across the circuit. It is certainly not single-seater weather. You want a roof in these conditions, but it is the single-seaters that are out on the grid at the moment. Let's talk you through the grid for race number 2 of their weekend. It is Duarte Perez that is set to start from pole position, alongside João Silva. That, of course, is the that is a pair of Formula Renault machinery. Perez and Silva starting from the front row of the grid in their Formula Renault cars. Andre Pardal, who struggled to get off the line earlier today, he lines up third alongside Rui Silva. Then it is Manuel Almeida, who gave us the great entertainment in that ZT class scrap between himself and the car behind him on the grid, Francisco Olho Azul. They were a great pairing in the race earlier on. Again, another finish of 0.02 of a second at the end, as we saw in the supercars earlier on. The Chevron B47 of Carlos Tavares is 7th on the grid. Pereira will be lining up in 8th. Christopher Kirby Higgs will be lining up in... he'll be 9th on the grid. And I believe it'll be Loranyo that starts the number 2 car. the Mygale PNC 2000 for this race, but I think a few drivers won't be so keen on these conditions. We'll see whether everyone is out there. The Chevron B47 that we saw earlier on is out there, actually. Carlos Antunes Tavares in that late 70s Formula 3 machine. I'm sure that car's tricky in these conditions. So for this race, it should be Fernando Laranjo that starts the Mygale at the back of the grid. I think it would be Manuel Mello in the 88, the Van Diemen RF04, which is another of the Formula Ford 1600s. Although if you are sharing your car with another driver, I dare suggest that in this weather you go, you sure you don't want an extra race, mate? You can see the umbrellas being held over everyone's cockpits until the very last minute. Now, the most recent bulletin on the timing screen is a very helpful one. Wet race. You don't say. I believe with a safety car start, the race will begin as soon as they roll here. They are rolling. We have one car stopped by the looks of it. One of the Formula Renaults, I think, from the inside of row number 2. That would have been Rui Silva, I think. In fact, no, sorry, Andre Pardal. Again struggling to get off the line. We saw that from him earlier in the day in the first race. Inside of row 2, that would have been Rui Silva. First thought, best thought. There is Rui. Didn't fall for the very back of the field, so should be able to side his way back to the position he's meant to be starting in. The clock hasn't started ticking on the race, so I believe that he'll be allowed to make his way back to his 4th position. But you can see under safety car just how cautious a lot of the drivers are being. Even before the racing begins, because the safety car has actually driven away from about half of the field. Are that bad that someone's not comfortable pushing that throttle down with anything like confidence. Yeah, going through turn 11 is the safety car, and some of the cars towards the rear on a 10-car grid are still just making their way through 6 and 7. radiators will be, in the case of some of the newer cars, like the Formula Renault's carbon tub, very little give, sway in those cars, so very snappy by nature. They'll of course have softened the roll bars and tried to make the cars as amenable to these conditions as possible, but those Formula Renaults are going to be particularly treacherous in these conditions. The Formula Fords won't be far behind either in terms of sketchiness in this weather. As I alluded to in the historics earlier on, I feel like it's one of those situations where there are no good cars anymore for these conditions. The race has gotten underway under safety car. Duarte Perez does indeed lead them across the line. You can see again the front half of the field. We have a spin under safety car. Andre Pardal, I believe that is, in the 86 car, cruising behind the safety car, loses control. He's now trying to get the car going again. He does so. But again, that is telling, isn't it? You can see that it's more than a little bit windy. As well around the circuit, so that's an extra layer of complication, especially for our grids that have drivers exposed to the elements in the way of a single-seater. It is literally only the top two that can keep pace with the safety car. Now that the 86 of Andre Pardal is again stranded down at turn 1 and 2. He got underway again, I thought, but is still stranded there. Timing screen is doing tricks and flips at the moment as it's so spread out on this safety car start that it's picked up the leaders, but that order is not accurate. It is, of course, the pole sitter Duarte Perez that leads the race under this safety car. In a situation where the drivers aren't willing to go as quick as a road car that's cruising, discretion might have to be the better part of valor. You can see the indents in the rain left by tyres. You can see the rain still hammering down on the surface. The patches of standing water building around the circuit. Safety car continues to lead them around, but to what end, ultimately? Looks like we may have had a car getting crossed up there. In fact, no, just trying to get some heat into the tyres, actually. Duarte Perez. Who is the leader of the race under these conditions. Rui Silva in the back of shot there comes through in third position. It'll be Manuel Almeida, who has moved up to fourth place courtesy of the spin under safety car for Andre Pardal. We were here in January, the Race Ready organisation supporting the Giedlick Racing Winter Series with their organisational end in late January. It meant that also myself and the Alpha Live crew were here for for that, and we saw some pretty wet conditions then as well on the Sunday afternoon, if memory serves me correctly, that the heavens started to open, but this is the wettest I've ever seen Portimão. Are having to work hard just to keep the cars going at safety car speeds, and evidently, given the huge gap between this car of Francisco Rohrl and then Carlos Antunes Tavares, who's only just heading down to the first corner now, it's quite obvious that not everyone's even able to do that safety car speed. Carlos in his Chevron B47 of course being very, very careful, which means that the likes of Miguel Pereira, Christopher Kirby Higgs, Fernando Meyer Gaspar are queued up behind. Under safety car conditions in this second race of the single-seater series here. Have been under safety car conditions from the moment the race began. The weather this challenging, with the surface of the circuit this slippery, feels rather unlikely that they're going to get green flag action out of this race. Andre Pardal has just made it into pit lane apparently, so he did get the 86 car started. Driver who spun under safety car a lap ago. Now, no indication that the safety car is coming in, which doesn't surprise me. Duarte Perez continues to nurse the field around. Are they withdrawing the safety car? No, just taking a more inside line there. This single-seater series is open to a broad variety of single-seaters, as we can see by the cars that are out there on circuit. The Formula Renault machines are typically the fastest out there, but you see the classic F3s, the Formula Ford 1600s, and a broad variety of other monoposto machinery out there. Does mean that you sometimes end up with a good 2, 3, 4 races going on at once, which we saw earlier today in the first race of the weekend, with a titanic scrap between Almeida and Francisco Rohrl Azul. Timing and scoring is still struggling a little bit with figuring everything out, but it is Duarte Perez that leads them about. Duarte Perez, João Silva and Rui Silva are your top three. Under safety car conditions, and Carlos Antunes Tavares is getting a little closer to the safety car queue in his Chevron B47. Hello to a particularly soggy camera op, one of many around the circuit at the moment. They are all thrilled to be there right now, I assure you. They are doing a great job in these conditions, but certainly not the reason you go to media school as a young'un. Everybody getting their moment on screen. Part of the now is that the safety car heading away from the field? Yes, okay, well. We are going to go racing. I wasn't expecting that. We are going racing, and Duarte Perez, I think maybe thought he was going to cruise home. But instead, João Silva and Duarte Perez lead the race now under green flag conditions. Now, where's everybody else? In third position should be Rui Silva. The top two looking notably more confident in these conditions. Barely a third of the race left to go. We have gotten underway here. You can see that there's already been some shuffling of the deck in the order as everybody just tries to get the speed and their wits about them. They've circulated several times under safety car speeds, but this is a different proposition altogether. That's Rui Silva, I believe, in third position, with Manuel Almeida and Rohrl in fourth and fifth place. And look how much further behind they are than the top two. Perez and Silva are João Silva, I should say, because there are two Silvas on the grid. Perez and João Silva are very much confident in these conditions. They're certainly not setting the world alight. It's not really possible with this much rain, but they are, at the very least, trying to get the most out of their cars and succeeding in finding a little bit of race pace. But everybody else, I think, is just in survival mode out there on the circuit. The Formula Ford battle that we saw earlier on today is still very close together. It's just taking place at a much slower speed in a markedly different set of circumstances. That's Manuel Almeida under pressure from Francisco Rohrl Azul, who looked to A little bit more sure-footed there through turns 12 and 13. I think our camera ops are pointing out that there's a little hole of blue sky over the circuit. Maybe the conditions are improving. Through and past them both goes, I believe that would have been Andre Pardel in his Formula Renault 2 litre. But that illustrates just how tricky these conditions are. In fact, that was surely not. Yes. With a very confident approach going past all of them. That is the number 2 car, which I think is being driven in this race, if I'm not mistaken, by the second driver, Laranjo. He is somehow walking on water, set the fastest lap of the race, and is pushing on like anybody's business. Is some mighty fine driving from Fernando Laranjo. Very tricky conditions with the 38-second deficit to the race lead. I don't think we can expect any progress beyond 3rd position, but all the same, great driving to just fly past his adversaries to that degree. PNC 2000 chassis, I think that's also a Formula Renault 2 litre car. If my memory serves me correctly. And it is being hustled along. Duarte Perez just set the fastest lap of the race at the front of the field. He's extended his gap out to some 8 seconds over João Silva. The clock is about to hit 0, so Duarte Perez is going to be on the final lap now. We've got a car facing the wrong way, and unfortunately that is Manuel Almeida, isn't it? Almeida, who was leading the ZT class for Formula Ford 1600s. Is now facing the wrong way. We just saw there a twitch from Fernando Laranjo, which proves that he isn't on a different day than anybody else out there on the circuit. He's feeling the wet conditions too, but he's quite comfortable to be seesawing at the wheel. Chassis. Our race leaders, less than a minute away from the flag. Duarte Perez will just be hoping to reach the checkered flag in these conditions. Duarte would have been quite comfortable with either a red flag or at least a safety car trip to the checkered flag, but he's hunkered down and found some grip in these tricky conditions. That camera ops are suggesting that the actual rainfall has subsided here. So now we're just left with the standing water from the rain that came before. And we will come across the line this time to conclude the motor race. It is a win for Duarte Perez. In the 5 minutes that we were racing, we managed to lap a car, Miguel Pereira, across the line just after the winner. João Silva takes second, and the very rain confident Fernando Laranjo crossing the line in 3rd position. Look at that, at 2:14.422. He's 10 seconds faster than anybody else last time by. If he'd been able to start that race along with the front runners, he would have been in a very good position. I think qualifying went wrong for the shared car of Maya Gaspar and Laranjo, and that's why it started so low on the grid, but once it was released into the race, boy did it race. Rui Silva will be across the line next for 4th in the race. Should be him next. Number 3 car of Silva in 4th position, just crosses the line now. Duarte Perez wins the race by 7.9 seconds. João Silva takes 2nd position. Fernando Laranjo taking P3. Rui Silva in 4th place. Francisco Olho Azul taking 5th position ahead of Carlos Antunes Tavares. Christopher Kirby Higgs in P7. The Pereira Melo shared car, I think possibly had Melo at the wheel, in 8th position, the number 88. Andre Pardal taking 9th position, and Manuel Almeida facing the wrong way at the end there at turn 7, turn 8. Won't be crossing the line, unfortunately, but will be classified at the rear of the field. And so the single-seater series has ended its 2nd race of the weekend. They've got one more to come. That was their race 2. We can now move on to another pair of race 2s for the Supercars series. There are 2 grids for the GTCs and the touring cars, as well as the GT4s. Starting off, of course, with the GTCs. It's time to go back to GT racing. Welcome to a markedly different Autódromo Internacional do Algarve. The conditions have taken a turn for the worse as we approach the second races for the supercars out there on circuit. The supercars endurance, inclusive of the Portuguese series, the Campeonato de Portugal Velocidade, or the Portuguese Speed Championship. The Spanish supercars, the Supercars Hispana, and the overall Supercars Iberian. And it is a very good weekend for the supercars. Of course, we have a split grid owing to the sheer number of cars that we have entered this weekend. The GTC cars, the Cup cars, and the GTXs alongside the touring car machines are forming the first grid of the day, which we saw out earlier on. And then the GT4s, with a grid of 28 taking the start earlier on this morning, will have their own secondary race thereafter. Of course, the GT4s are usually the fastest cars in the category, so it's secondary purely in sequence order, but those are where the fastest drivers and the fastest cars are typically in that GT4 race. The GTC grid, if you're just joining us for this race, you didn't see earlier on, or indeed if you've never seen the supercars before, the Iberian Supercars series, it is home to GT4s, it's home to Cup cars such as Porsches and Ferrari Challenge machinery, even Ginetta Super Cups, Ginetta G40s in the TC class as well. But we are focusing on the non-GT4 classes for now. Now, the GTX class does include a lot of older GT4 cars where their homologations have expired. So you see the previous generation M4 GT4 out there, the BMW M4 F80-2. You see, just coming out of the pits now, as a matter of fact, the Aston Martin Vantage, the gorgeous naturally aspirated first generation Vantage, the slightly elder vintage cars. The 570S GT4 McLaren as well, of course, is out in these races. Alongside the GTX, you've got the Cup cars, where we see Porsche 991 Cups, Porsche 997s, that Ferrari 430 Challenge that is out there on its sighting lap as well. The Ginettas are in the GTX class as well. The G55s, at least, are in the GTX classification. I think some of them are to Super Cup specification, so slightly bigger splitter and larger rear wing on the car, which means it's very quick indeed through the corners. But as we saw in the race earlier on, the GTX and TC grid really is, more so than anything else, a study in contrasts, because the Ginetta, for instance, was incredibly fast around the corners, but then the Porsche Cayman, entered by Speedy Motorsports Pompeo Simoes and Duarte Camelo, was much, much faster in a straight line. It's good to see the Ligier JS2R out there for this race as well. That car has been giving the Chefo Sport team a little bit of grief, but Angel Santos and Alejandro Ribas will be out there again. They had an issue on the formation lap earlier on today. There were, however, no issues to speak of for our winning team earlier on, and that was the Montelos Competicios team of Oliveira and Silva. Enrique Oliveira really putting on a showcase for himself and his driving abilities earlier today. It was indeed a Monteros Competicios 1-2 as well, the GTX class, and the overall victory going to the drivers of the number 47 car. That being Enrique Oliveira and Ruben Silva. Meanwhile, the entry from the Cup class, the Rui Marita car, taking second overall, the number 33 Porsche 911 Cup car. And there was just half a second between them at the end of the race as well, but that was in no small part thanks to a late safety car period. It was dry conditions earlier on today, but it feels a world away from that now. We were seeing some greasy weather out there, and I think there was some debate. There was some spitting rainfall this morning, and there's some debate as to whether we might get to wet tyre weather at some point today, but that debate has sadly ended quite a long time ago. It is very wet out there on the circuit. We are now getting ready for the second race, and it will be Rui Marita on pole position for this race, a 153.1, granting him pole earlier in the weekend in yesterday's qualifying. And he'll be joined on the front row by the only TCR car on the grid, which is just coming down the middle of the start-finish line at the moment. That is Daniel Teixeira. Now, Daniel was another casualty of the formation lap, actually. A couple of cars suffering issues on the formation lap. It was gearbox issues for Daniel Teixeira. They got that car back out there, and once they did, it was lightning fast. It was, unfortunately, though, 3 laps down. And it seemed to do well when it got a little bit slippery as well. So I'm guessing that Daniel Teixeira will be right up there and challenging for the overall win in this race. We can now go down to the grids, though, for a look at these cars up close.
Marcus, this is the kind of weather that you like. What are your expectations for this race?
It's certainly weather that we're more used to in the UK, but this is going to dry. There's a dry line starting already, so I'm not sure how long these wets are going to last for. So if it stops raining towards the end of the race, I think Dave might be going out on slicks.
So you are intending to change for slicks if it doesn't rain during the race, right?
Correct, yeah. I think the wets will do for about 10 or 15 minutes, and then the rest will be slicks. But we'll see. I just need to get first. I need to be first by the first corner.
And do you think that you can win the race?
100%.
Okay, thank you and good luck. So, vamos continuar aqui na grande partida. Temos aqui ao lado o carro que cruzou a meta em primeiro lugar, acabou por ser penalizado com 49 segundos e desceu para 10º lugar. Ruben, foi depois de cruzares a linha de meta em primeiro que acabaste por ter uma penalização. Achas que podes nesta segunda corrida, digamos que recuperar o primeiro lugar?
Vamos ver, esperamos que sim. As condições de chuva podem baralhar bastante as contas, então vamos ver se nos adaptamos rapidamente à pista, porque é muito incerta, e ver o que é que dá.
Okay. Muito bem, muito obrigado e boa sorte. Vamos tentar encontrar aqui também alguns pilotos das primeiras linhas. Temos aqui o Porsche Cayman da Speedy Motorsport, que neste momento é pilotado por Duarte Camelo. Vamos ver se conseguimos fazer aqui a entrevista. Duarte, desculpa. É possível fazer uma entrevista aqui? Duarte, achas que estas condições são favoráveis ao teu carro e a ti?
Sim, acho que o nosso carro tem sempre um bom desempenho quando estamos em pista molhada, mas acredito que vou ter algumas dificuldades, como é normal, mas estamos a fazer tudo para lutar pelos lugares acima.
Muito bem, muito obrigado e boa sorte. E vamos ter que sair agora da pista, vamos sair por aqui, passar por alguns dos carros que estão presentes aqui na grelha de partida. Temos aqui o BMW, então, que já acabei de falar. Um Gira G55 da Lockheed Motorsport, BMW M4 GT4 da equipa espanhola Borja Hormigos e Héctor Hernández, que estiveram na luta pelos lugares do pódio primeira corrida, mas acabaram por ter também penalizados por excesso nas boxes e caíram na classificação. Temos aqui mais um G55 e eu vi um McLaren da SMC Motorsport, McLaren Barcelona. Aqui um Aston Martin, que este carro tem alguma curiosidade porque é um dos primeiros Aston Martins da GT4 e portanto, há alguma curiosidade de ver como é que se comporta perante os carros mais recentes. Depois temos ainda um Porsche, dois Porsches, os chineses da FPAC Junior Team, um G255 e um IG da Chef Sport, que conseguiu rebrar o carro para a segunda corrida do programa. Portanto, e agora vamos passar para o estúdio. Commentary.
So then off the grid just in time. I think that'll be the 1 minute board being displayed now. We are going to go racing, and it will be an attempt at matching the earlier performance from Oliveira and Silva in the number 47 car. They start from 5th on the grid though, so they do have some work to do for Rui Morita and Daniel Teixeira. They have a golden opportunity at the front of the pack. Teixeira, I think, will be very keen on showing quite what he and that Hyundai Elantra can do after not getting the opportunity earlier on today. The reigning TCR class champion in the supercars category. Of course, Rui Morita is the reigning cup class champion as well, so it is an all champions front row, which is exactly the situation that we had earlier in the day as well. Looked as though Teixeira was a bit slow off the line, but now gathers the car up and gets rolling. On the formation lap then for our second race of the weekend for the GTX class, the Cup class, the TCs and the TCRs. Cars number 307 and 66 will not take the start of this race. The 307 is Federico Castro in his Porsche 911 Cup car that was in a collision earlier. I think the 66 car, is João Poça, unfortunately, who also was involved in that collision that caused a late safety car. And not really surprising to see that neither car is running, but it is a shame, especially for Poça, who was very competitive earlier on. Right then, our grid for this race, it will be Rui Morita starting from pole position for this one, Daniel Teixeira alongside on the front row of the grid. Teixeira, who was meant to start from pole earlier on, he's now lining up on row number 1. On row 2 of the grid, it is the number 3 car. Sorry, number 3 in the grid. P3 on the grid is the number 2 car. Duarte Camelo now getting the chance to start the car from row number 2. João Poça is unfortunately missing from the second row. Silva starting from 5th place in the car that won earlier on. He is alongside the number... there we are, 6th position. Bennett and Fothergill in their Porsche Cup car in 6th position. The BMW M4 number 40 car that was in podium contention earlier starts from 7th, and then it's the Curtin Ellsworth Ginetta in 8th place from the Tockwith stable. Cecchini and Mitchell starting from 9th position after a great performance from both drivers earlier on. Gracie and Luca doing a good job. The 22 of Colomino and Vasquez in 10th, Suarez and Ferreira in 11th, Fawcett and Pavel Raposo in 12th position in the Ferrari, Vito Costa, the Monteros Competitors car in 13th, João Castanheira in 14th, Romao Faria in 15th, that's the first of the TC cars, Velatha and Martins in 16th place, and then the back row of the grid will be Castro Gomez and the Almeida Moore car, another of the Ginetta G55s at the rear. Santos and Arribas will be there in their Ligier as well, but no Federico Castro, unfortunately. believe we are still behind the safety car at the moment. Do we go green flag this time? I don't think we do. No, the safety car is still there at the front of the field. As we see, there will be 2 formation laps. The timing screen confirming what we can see with our own eyes, and the time is starting at the end of the first lap as well. So the race begins now, but the race, of course, itself won't start until we get this one underway. Once that safety car, the Porsche Cayman, vacates the circuit, we'll see. Into the pits goes one of the Ginettas there. One of the top width Ginettas is in. I'm not quite sure who that is. The timing screen hasn't kicked into life just yet. It has now kicked into life, but it did so after everybody crossed the line, so not an indication as to who has come in. Certainly one of the top width Ginettas, and I suspect it might be the one at the very rear, which would be the 125 of Almeida and more. That would make sense with what we're seeing there as the last few cars go through, so that could be a disappointment then for another of the many top width cars out there on the circuit. Antonio Almeida and Simon Moore, the British top width team, sizable proponents of the Iberian Supercars. They've been running G50s and G55 Ginettas here for a long time. I think this is the first year that they don't have a G50 out on the circuit, which is a little bit of a shame from a nostalgic point of view. Of course, the Ginetta G50 debuting all the way back in 2007. It was one of the first GT4 cars out there when that category kicked into life in the year 2007. It was also, of course, used in a British Touring Car Support single make series as well. Don't see many of them now compared to a decade ago at the very least in the UK. Always been quite popular in Iberia, the Ginettas. A lot of bang for buck in terms of performance to price ratio. One of the G55 GT3s even ended up hill climbing in Portugal and Spain for a time. A few of our drivers on the grid have experience of hill climbing or rallying. It's not unheard of in Iberian motorsport for people to cross disciplines on a regular basis. It is circuit racing that's the focus for everybody today. We'll be getting the second race of the weekend for the GTX cars, the Cup cars, the TCR car and the TCs, the Ginetta G40s towards the rear of the field. And we'll be getting underway very shortly. We're due only 2 formation laps, so we should be going green this time by, and Rui Morita will have the privilege of starting from pole position, but he'll have the indignation of having to be the first one to discover just how much grip there is at any given corner. And I don't know how much grip there will be. The rain has subsided, I'm told, but the standing water around the circuit is still quite obvious as the heavens opened shortly before this race. They are in 2x2 formation. The safety car does venture away, and it'll be Rui Morita versus Daniel Teixeira. Porsche versus Hyundai on the run to the first corner. And it is the Modelos Competiciones car of Rui Morita that leads them down to the first corner. Keep an eye on the Cayman behind him as well. Camelo looked like he was quick out of the blocks, but doesn't quite have the same straight line speed as the Cup car, nor the TCR machine, it seems. Teixeira taking the long way around at the first corner. The driver who was bitterly disappointed earlier on in the day wants to take an early lead, but has to settle for second for now. The winning car from earlier on, with Ruben Silva at the wheel, up to 4th position. Enrique Oliveira led the early stages and built a huge gap in the first race in that white BMW M4 that's now back down to 5th position. Looks like a good start as well for the second of the Cup class cars. That is Bennett and Fothergill, I believe, in the Porsche 991, is it? Yes, it is. Everybody treacherous through the first lap of the race, but you can see everyone's committed. You don't want to lose touch in the early stages. Caution, to an extent in these conditions, is a smart thing, but you can't exercise it at the expense of your performance in the race. Championship points count for a lot in a series that only has a few rounds to play with. There is the 69 car from Tockwith, which seems to be doing very well in the hands of Fothergill at the moment. We didn't see much of that 991 in the race earlier today. We saw a lot of this Porsche 991 though. The race leader, Rui Morita, who was up in the podium places all race long, eventually finished in second overall, currently leading the race. Daniel Teixeira in the Hyundai Elantra, running second overall, the JT59 Racing Team entry. But Fothergill dropping back there, losing 2 places. The speedy number 2 Porsche then is up into 3rd position with Duarte Camelo at the wheel, and Ruben Silva is up to 4th position. Marcus Fothergill dropping back to 5th place for the time being. Of course, the British are expected to do well in conditions like this, so the Tockwith Motorsport cars will have some eyes on them. Just behind the Porsche, the red Porsche that you see on screen, is the first of the Tockwith Ginettas, which is Gracie Mitchell, running in 6th position in the car that Lucas Ticini stole the headlines in earlier on, was having a great battle for the top 5 positions. Ticini earlier. It's now Gracie Mitchell's turn to start the car, and she's doing a good job in these early stages. Big step up for both Ticini and Mitchell this year to do a full season here in Iberia. Gracie did do a little bit of supercars last year with Tockwith, but a full season is a different kettle of fish altogether. And her partners, including the 1VSP video platform, have rallied around her to make sure she gets a season of racing at this incredibly high level in the Iberian Supercars. And look at this from Teixeira. The Hyundai with a good run out of the final corner. The front-wheel drive car is one we can expect to be good in the rain, but down the main straight, the Porsche are a little bit stronger. The Cup cars are slightly reined in the Cup class of the Iberian Supercars, so we're not seeing the full pace that we'd normally get out of a 991 Cup car from Rui Morita, but still, it's very entertaining to watch him in this jousting match with the Hyundai, and then the speedy Cayman in 3rd place. And that's not just the team name right now. Duarte Camelo is meaning business in 3rd place overall. He leads among the GTX class cars at the moment. All 3 cars in the top 3 are in a different class of the race. It's a Cup car leading from a TCR machine from a GTX machine. So 3 class leaders in shot. In 4th position is the Monteros Competiciones M4 GT4 that runs 2nd in the GTX class. But for now, I think the focus of Duarte Camelo isn't on holding his position. It's or holding his lead in the class. I think it's more about moving up the overall order, because he will feel, and I'm inclined to agree, that he has more pace right now out there on the circuit. Both Camelo and Pompeu Simoes raced that car towards the tail end of last year and looked promising. They've really hit their stride on this first day of the 2025 Supercars season. There you see the G40s at play. This is for the TC class lead, if I'm not mistaken. The 101 and the 102 car side by side. That's João Faria in the 101 and Thomas Martins in the 102, side by side, heading towards 9 and 10. Who's going to come out in the lead of that battle? It is the 101 leading it for now. So João Faria, who will hand over later on to Martin Romao. Both cars from the Monteros Competiciones stable. It is all Monteros entries in the class for the G40s as well. The TC class exclusively populated by those Ginetta G40s this weekend. You see there the FPAC Junior Team signifier on the front of that 101 car. That's the Portuguese Federation's junior program. Side by side as the two GT5 spec G40s run down the main straight towards the first corner. It's the 102 on the inside line. Thomas Martins trying to move back into the lead of the category. It's for 13th overall as well, ahead of some of the GTX cars. And being squeezed onto the painted stuff there was João Faria, still side by side as they go through turn 3. And making it work. It's good racing between them. Through turn 4 they go. And they're still side by side. Goodness me. Very impressive driving from both parties here in this TC class lead battle. It is still the 101 just about coming out on top, but half a lap or so of pure side-by-side racing between them. The TC class battle, as is so often the case, is going to rage on all throughout the day, I'm sure. Of course, with the grid being split because of the sheer number of GT4 cars, there's maybe a little bit less traffic management to think of here for the TC drivers, who'd normally have to put quite a lot of emphasis onto making sure they don't lose too much time with the blue flags. A much better chance here today to focus on the task at hand, and at the moment that task at hand is racing your teammate. The Hyundai has fallen from 2nd to 3rd place. There has been a change for P2. It's Hyundai, I'm trying to remember. Daniel Teixeira, though, demoted down to 3rd position for now, but more confident on the power there coming through turn 7. So has lost out there to Duarte Camelo, but is still on the offensive. Simoes will be watching on and hoping that he gets to take over a car in 2nd place. He may yet be hoping for it taking over a car in the lead, because it does look a lot like Camelo has the bit between his teeth at the moment. We can now go down to the pit lane as this race continues.
Pompeu, estamos aqui na luta pelo pódio da geral e no primeiro lugar da GTX. Como é que vai abraçar o próximo stint?
Epá, vai ser com tudo, estamos cá para ganhar. O Duarte está a fazer uma excelente prova. Está em primeiro da categoria, terceiro da geral, e eu vou lá para dentro com tudo para manter o primeiro lugar. Era com esse intuito que viemos, a primeira não correu tão bem e esperemos que esta segunda a gente consiga o primeiro lugar.
E pensa que lutar pela vitória geral será uma possibilidade?
Não é fácil, mas sim, é possível. Mas não é fácil. Claro que os GT3 estão carros mais potentes e nas zonas rápidas eles vão-se embora, nas zonas lentas nós somos mais rápidos do que eles, mas nas zonas rápidas eles vão embora.
E considera que o facto de estar, agora não está a chover, mas o piso está muito molhado ainda, isso será um equalizador de prestações entre os carros, entre esse tipo de carros?
Sem dúvida que sim. O nosso é mais maniável neste tipo de piso, portanto é melhor neste tipo de piso, o que faz com que as coisas estejam a correr bem. Espero que continuem assim.
Muito bem, muito obrigado e boa sorte. We are off.
So the number 40 car, that's the AutoWorks Motorsport machine that we saw running at the front of the field yesterday, has retired with an engine problem. Hector Hernandez has pulled the car in to the pit lane, and in the pit lane it's apparently going to remain an engine issue for the number 40 BMW M4 GT4. That's hugely unfortunate for them. Meanwhile, the battle for the lead is intensifying. The gap was 1.3 seconds last time across the line. Well, it's not that now, let's put it that way. Duarte Camelo is right on the back of Rui Morita. And we have a spin further back in the field. That looks to me to be... Is that the top with Porsche? Might be. It's either that or it could be Vitor Costa. I wasn't quite sure who that was that spun, but all the same, dramas up and down the field. There is your G40 battle, the two TC cars. They're about to be lapped by the overall lead fight as well, so they need to stop being side by side for a moment before long. But try telling that to either the man on the outside, that being João Faria, or the man on the inside, Thomas Martins. Great scrap between them. Martins has a nose ahead, a rare and coveted thing in this scrap. They come over the crest of the hill. And there's your overall lead behind. Rui Morita coming up on them at a rate of knots. So your overall leader puts a lap on the TC class battle, and he's under huge pressure here from the GTX leading Speedy Motorsport Porsche Cayman in Club Sports configuration. Cayman CS, of course, the slightly dampened version, let's say, of the GT4 Cayman. Slightly different engine, slightly different suspension, but it is most of the way towards being a GT4 car. Certainly going great guns in the hands of Duarte Camelo at the moment. We saw on screen the fastest lap rate of the race going to that car. It's the only car to have gotten into the 208 so far, 208.269. Rui Morita has the high ground, but he does not have the same level of pace as Duarte Camelo here. Make that Porsche as wide as he possibly can. The big 911 up against the Cayman. Daniel Teixeira in the Hyundai Elantra N. Not a million miles off in third position overall as well, but not quite able to match the pace of the Porsches Who's quicker then down the straight? The Cayman's usually pretty good at pulling towards the end of a straight. And sure enough, gets alongside on the run to the first corner. Carmelo goes through into the lead. Rui Morita down to second place then. Can he fight back as they approach turn 3? No, not close enough. Not sure enough on the brakes either. I get the feeling now that the Carmelo has moved into the race lead, it's going to be quite hard to snatch that back from him. Just putting a lap now on the number 430 Ferrari 430 Challenge car. Great to welcome a Ferrari into the series for what I believe is the first time with ProTech Motorsport. Pedro Pava Raposo at the wheel of that car at the moment, sharing with the British driver Adam Fawcett. He's previously done some Fun Cup racing in the UK and some Ferrari Club Challenge, which is a non-competitive track event. So still relatively inexperienced. I'm sure these are going to be conditions that maybe he hasn't quite encountered before when he takes the car over. Speaking of taking cars over, the pit window will now be open. We've ticked over the 20-minute mark in the race, so the window is now open. The battle for 6th overall we follow at the moment. Gracie Mitchell just ahead of the SMC Motorsport McLaren 570. Alfonso Colomino will be watching on. It's Alba Vasquez at the wheel of that car at the moment, chasing down Gracie Mitchell. Further back, we see there the Art of Speed number 14 Porsche. That's the car that we saw have a spin earlier on. João Castaneda, who, as I understand it, comes from a rallying background first and foremost, hasn't done much in the way of circuit racing prior. Very well sorted Porsche 997.2 Cup. JT59 have brought Teixeira in. He's a solo entry, so he doesn't have to get out of the car. Team manager there, I think, was giving instructions at the time of making the pit stop, of course. Also in on this lap is the car that won the race earlier on, the Monteros Competicios BMW M4 GT4, the overall and GTX class winner from this morning's. Of course, we see the Artura around the world in GT4 competition. Into the pits has gone the 103 Monteros Competicios car. That is Tomas Gomez handing over to Diogo Castro. See there Mitchell using some of the outside of turn 4. That's a risky game even in the dry conditions, much less when it's wet out there on circuit. Turn 4 is a corner where if you lose an iota of traction, you can find yourself in negotiations with that inside arm coat. It's a 430 challenge car from ProTech, which has already come into the pit lane, I believe. So that will be Adam Fawcett now at the wheel of that car. As I alluded to, it's me, a bit crossed up there going down the hill, but kept it in the right direction. But I alluded to has done some Ferrari Club Challenge, and that was in a 488 Ferrari, so in some regards this 430 will be a bit more drivable than what he's experienced before. The engine is naturally aspirated, the torque curve is a little bit easier to gauge than a turbo unit, as you have in the 488. Less power. I think the chassis is a little less stiff as well, but also it's a more manual car, fewer electronic aids to speak of, although Ferrari were always at the forefront. By the time the 430 was out, it was already firmly into the flappy paddle gearbox era for Ferrari challenge cars. Into the pits come some of our leading machines. We saw the Montelos Competicios number 33 of Rui Morita come in this time by, as did the top with 69 car. Fothergill is handing over to Dave Bennett. The SMC McLaren 570 in as well, and oh, Adam Fawcett having a bit of a spin there. Fairly inconsequential ultimately, but that will have been a heart-in-mouth moment given how close behind the Ginetta of Gracie Mitchell was at that point. Heart-in-mouth for Gracie, heart-in-mouth for Lucas Cecchini in the pits as well, I'm sure. There's Rui Morita in the pit lane at the moment. Erstwhile race leader then is the number 2 Speedy Motorsport car of Pompeo Simoes and Duarte Camelo, yet to make a stop. Extended their stint earlier on as well from memory, so it does make sense that again they go long, as it were. The Hyundai just coming around the final corner, and we just saw that the Rui Morita car was just exiting. I wonder if with the efforts being made to clear the windscreen, the Hyundai lost a little bit of time stationary in the pits. In fact, maybe not, because there's Rui Morita. Where's the Hyundai in relation? I think that the number 59 car is going to be passed. Daniel Teixeira is going to be somewhere, but I'm not sure where in relation to the Porsche. I think it's already gone through, but we need to see a wider angle than that to ascertain the location of the Hyundai. I reckon we may have Teixeira back up into second place once things all shake out with the window. Yep, there is the Elantra, well clear actually of Rui Morita. The leading car, the number 2 Speedy Motorsport machine of Pompeo Simoes and Duarte Camelo, is also in the pit lane at the moment, so this time by we're going to be able to gauge where the race leader is relative to this charging car of Teixeira. I just have to wonder now whether Teixeira's got the bit between his teeth, because he can actually see out the window now. He was only a few hundredths off his best lap of the race last time by. As we see some of the GTX and Cup cars further around the circuit. How is the pit stop going though for Simoes and Camelo? It will be Speedy Motorsport installing the number 2 with Pompeo Simoes now taking the wheel. And where he comes out relative to that Hyundai TCR car is of the utmost importance for the second phase of this race. There is the number 59, and I think potentially already exiting the pits is the number 2. I think Speedy Motorsport have already left the pit lane. Yeah, they're on their outlap, so there's your race leader. Rejoining the race just behind another of the Porsche 991 Cup machines. It is now Pompeo Simoes who takes the baton of the race lead. The top 3 have spread out rather over the course of the pit window. Speedy Motorsport, though, have the race lead in their control, and I reckon the gap back to second is somewhere in the region maybe of 20 seconds. The car that Speedy Motorsport just overtook there was, I believe, the Montelos Competición 73 of Vitor Costa. I think still owes us a pit stop, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it does, and we're outside of the window now, so I think potentially Vitor Costa missed the mark when it comes to coming in for a pit stop. Is that Vitor's car? It might well be, but either way, the 73 is certainly not in the pits, and it certainly was supposed to be by now. It is the 73 car, isn't it? So, oh, not going by again. Yeah, going by again. The pit window has long since closed, unfortunately. Simoes through the first corner, and this time we'll get to see a look at where the car's relative position is to everybody else. I wonder where Luca Staccini is actually in relation, because he's just come out of the pits from his pit stop. Gracie Mitchell has handed the car over to Staccini. I think Luca Staccini will be possibly ahead of Daniel Teixeira for second place. We'll have to see how it all works out. There's Rui Morita, who has lost time during this pit stop window. Of course, was winner in the GTC class earlier, so I think the handicap applied to his pit time. Speedy Motorsport, though, undoubtedly our race leaders. There's your second place machine. The 59 of Daniel Teixeira. It was second place prior to the pit stop window. There is Luca Staccini. Okay, I thought Staccini was a little bit further ahead than it turned out that he was. Ah, now there was a spin at turn 3, I understand, from Staccini, so Luca lost a bit of time there, I think. And will now be possibly outside the overall top 5. We'll wait until they cross the start-finish line to see that. We've got car 14 listed for a drive-through penalty, João Castanheira in 10th position. Our race leader has crossed the line to start a new lap. Simoes and Camelo. The gap between the top two is 16.3 seconds. Not a small margin for anyone to make up, even Daniel Teixeira, as good as he is. However, was it a suspiciously good pit stop, I wonder, because the number 2 car is one of many under investigation at the moment for their mandatory pit stop. The pit stop has to be over 2 minutes, is my understanding. 2 minutes 5. I think it might be 2 minutes 5. Either way, it was a 1:59, and that is too short of a stop, isn't it? Oh dear. Okay, so the number 2 car is under investigation. So is the number 73, Vito Costa from Montelos Competicios, and then the 102 car, which is the class leader at the moment in the TC class. So the Villafa and Martin's car, we saw, of course, that dice between the 102 and the 101 Montelos cars in the GTC class earlier on, and turns out the 102 may have had a short pit stop as well, and is only 2.4 seconds clear of its adversary. Looks like that top with Ginetta might be a little bit under the weather. I think that's Simon Moore's car. Looks like it's a little bit slower than one would normally expect it to be. Might just be being careful in these very difficult conditions, of course. Just got overtaken on the circuit by its stablemate, the number 69 Topwith 991 Cup car, Bennett and Fothergill, running 7th overall. And more importantly, for their points situation, 2nd in the Cup class behind Rui Morita. Now on that lap, they've been overtaken by that car, the Montelos Competicios, and number 47. So Enrique Oliveira is on a mission, as he was this morning in his first stint of the race, and the mission is the same as it was, which is move up the field as well as possible. Well, this morning the mission was actually build a gap from the front of the grid, but today, in this second race at least, it's about making up places, and he's up to 6th overall. His next target is that McLaren, so here is the battle for 5th overall on screen. Montelos Competicios' BMW M4 GT4 homing in as we head down to the pits.
Estamos com Joaquim Teixeira, o chefe de equipa da GT59 Racing Team. Tem neste momento o Daniel Teixeira na 2ª posição e a recuperar tempo para o primeiro classificado. Joaquim, acha que ainda é possível chegar ao primeiro lugar?
Eu acredito sempre até à bandeira de xadrez, embora nós tivemos mais um problema nesta corrida. Na segunda volta deixámos ter o IMPA para a brisa a trabalhar, portanto não conseguia ver nada ao Daniel. Agora estamos a tentar recuperar, espero que a gente consiga ainda chegar, embora a distância não é pequena, são à volta de acho que 15 segundos, mas também já falta pouco, mas até à bandeira de xadrez nós vamos acreditar que vamos conseguir recuperar, porque a ver se acaba pelo menos os infortúnios. Penso que se não tivéssemos o problema do ir para para-brisas, parou de vez ir atrás do outro edifício, nós estaríamos a lutar muito perto dele para a vitória.
E considera que este piso que está a secar ligeiramente é mais favorável ao Hyundai?
Penso que não, e já agora deixa-me dizer uma coisa, nós também temos esta diferença porque nós temos um handicap de 10 segundos a mais do que ele, por causa da primeira corrida. Este piso para nós é pior porque como o TCR não tem controle de tração, controle de estabilidade, não tem ABS, não tem nada. O TCR é um carro puro em que a diferença e todos esses controles estão no pedal, no acelerador do piloto, portanto não temos esse handicap para pistas molhadas.
Muito bem, muito obrigado e boa sorte.
As you can see, the gap is fairly consistent between the 5th and 6th place cars. Or 4th and... yeah, I was right the first time. 5th and 6th place cars. The SMC Motorsport crew. And then Montelos Competicios. Be watching on with bated breath. This is the battle for 3rd and 4th in class as well. 10 seconds up the road from the SMC McLaren is the car that sits 2nd in class. That is Luca Staccini. Of course, the race leader is the GTX class leader as well. Car 2, our race leader, as I say that, a 1 second stop and go for mandatory pit stop infringement. So their pit stop needed to be 2 minutes. It was 1 minute 59, and now they have to come in, stop for 1 second, and head back out. The gap between Camelo and Daniel Teixeira is 17 seconds. I think that lead is going to head towards Daniel Teixeira. A bigger stop-go. A bigger stop-go going to Monteros Competidos. They have 80 seconds for the 73 car. Meanwhile, I understand the NGT Aston Martin has retired from the race, and we can go down to find out why, although I think it will be in Spanish, and unfortunately I can't translate.
Ferreira, que divide o Aston Martin Vantage da primeira geração, do primeiro GT4 da Aston Martin, com o Fernando Soares, que tiveram que abandonar nesta segunda corrida. Podes explicar porquê?
Sim, claro. Nós da corrida da manhã até que nos correu favoravelmente, nós recebemos o carro mesmo em cima do Algarve e, portanto, estamos a experimentar vários setups. E pensávamos que estávamos a evoluir na direção certa, mas para esta corrida, agora à tarde, com a chuva, o setup ficou demasiadamente agressivo e o carro pura e simplesmente não vira, sai de frente em todas as curvas e mesmo em reta, como está, começa a vibrar por todo o lado. E, portanto, achámos por uma questão de segurança e, uma vez que estamos ainda a evoluir o carro, parar para não estragar nada.
Então podemos considerar que na próxima etapa já estarão mais bem preparados para a luta.
Pelo menos já sabemos o que é que não devemos fazer.
Muito bem, muito obrigado e boa sorte para o próximo fim de semana.
That GT4 Aston, a new purchase for NGT Motorsport, and if the numbers were reading any kind of wrong, I think probably wise to bring it in. We continue to watch this battle for 5th overall, but the real point of interest, I think, is probably just coming through the penultimate corner now, and that is our race leader, because the Speedy Motorsport machine has a drive-through penalty attached to it. Looks like that number 47 car from Monteros might be crabbing slightly if my eyes don't deceive me. Speedy Motorsport's leading car, the Cayman, heading down the main straight and towards the first corner again now, is not. It's just gone through shot there as the race leader now heading towards turn 2 and 3. That's the race leader in the race, and moreover, it is a car with a pit stop penalty, a stop and go penalty hanging right over its head, and it's not come in yet. I think it's passed the start-finish line twice. It can't do so again too many times before things start to be problematic for Speedy. They might be trying to argue their case, but stopwatches don't lie very often. And it was a 2-minute pit stop, and they did a 1:59, so I think they're going to have to come in. What's the gap between the two? It is going up, to be fair, so that might be the logic to stay out there as much as possible, because Simoes is lapping faster than Daniel Teixeira behind, so they're extending this cushion, but I don't think they can extend it enough to nullify 1 second stop go and, of course, the drive down the pits. Now, so we can go back down to the pit lane as this situation unfolds.
Estamos com Pedro Raposo, que faz equipa com Adam Fawcett no Ferrari da ProTech Motorsport. Pedro, como tem sido a vossa estreia no Iberian Supercars?
Bem, a primeira corrida correu muito bem, fizemos terceiro lugar, temos algumas coisas ainda a afinar no carro, em termos de performance. Portanto, não podemos desejar a melhor estreia, obviamente com um pódio. Agora, na segunda corrida, as condições estão muito complicadas. Eu, no meu turno, fiz ali um spin e, portanto, perdi algum tempo. O Adam está a tentar recuperar, mas pronto, vamos ver como é que estamos. Estamos em quarto, vamos ver se conseguimos chegar ao pódio. Se não, ficaremos pelo quarto e é uma boa estreia no primeiro fim de semana.
E o piso tem estado molhado, tem vindo a secar muito lentamente.
That Hyundai of Daniel Teixeira might well be our race leader now. The Montelos Competicios car has served its stop, and already through the first sector is Daniel Teixeira. So the visit to the pit lane is complete. The additional visit to the pit lane, I might add, is complete for the Speedy team and Simoes. But there is your new race leader. While we were talking down there in the pit lane, we've had a change of lead, and Daniel Teixeira, the number 59 car, is the leader of the race. The car that was meant to start on pole position earlier this morning, didn't get the opportunity to take up that position ultimately with a gearbox problem. And now, with just 3 minutes and 10 seconds of the race left to go, it is proving to be a second go at glory for JT59 Racing Team. They run alone in TCR this weekend, lead the TCR class. However, that overall win is still going to mean a lot to them. 2 minutes and 40 to go. It's even starting to brighten up around the circuit. A bit of a gift for Teixeira and co. The Hyundai Elantra N TCR on the penultimate lap of the race is looking home free in the race lead. The GTX leader is still Simoes in the number 2, now running second in the overall standings as well. Pompeo Simoes in second. In third place is the 33 Rui Marita, who leads the Cup class, of course. The 128 top width car of Luca Staccini runs 4th position overall. Is only 4 seconds clear of SMC Motorsports McLaren, the number 22, driven by Alfonso Colomina. And then rounding out the top 5, or rounding out the top 6, I should say, the top half dozen, is the car that won the race earlier today, Enrique Oliveira. Penultimate lap of the race then. With a minute and 10 seconds left to go, it looks like all of those top positions are fairly secure. I think perhaps the TC class for the Ginetta G40s might be a little bit less certain than the overall positions right now. Yeah, the gap between them is 1.3 seconds in that lead battle, but in a Ginetta G40 race, that's actually a decent margin. So just needing to limp it home at this point is Rodrigo Villaza. The JT59 Racing Team car has crossed the line to begin the final lap. The Hyundai Elantra, big saloon-bodied TCR car, of course, the third Hyundai TCR. After the i30N, which was the first, and then the Veloster, which was the American market Hyundai TCR. The Elantra replaced it. Replaced both, effectively. It's been driven to a great number of successes by this man, Daniel Teixeira, the latest of which is mere corners away. An overall win in this GTC and TC race for the Iberian Supercars. We have the GT4s, of course, coming up next. Our racing action is anything but done for today. Navigating the traffic for the last time, just a couple of corners left to go. that was the 126 top width car of Steve Curtin that just went a lap down, and then the 125 of Antonio Almeida just ahead. Not often you see a Hyundai passing Ginettas and a Ferrari, but Teixeira having a brilliant race in the TCR and will cross the line to win the race. Race number 2 of the GTC and TC grid goes to our TCR winner. Daniel Teixeira takes the overall spoils. The GTX class winner, the Cayman, now crossing the line in second place, and without that pit stop handicap that would have been an overall win, but still maximum points in the GTX class means second overall won't be that bittersweet for Pompeo Simoes. There's your third place car across the line, the M Competición machine of Rui Morita. In fourth will be Luca Staccini. I say that, but I'm not convinced of that because the SMC McLaren has been closing in. Well, 3.9 seconds last time across the line, they might be safe. There is Staccini across the line in fourth and second in GTX. He will be happy with that result. And rounding out the GTX podium in fifth overall is the Colomino and Vasquez McLaren, ahead of the car that won earlier on, Oliveira and Silva, with fourth in class. Now, where are the G40s? The two white G40s fighting for class honours. We've got one car stationary there coming out of turn 13. I believe that might be the João Castanheira car. There are the Ginetta G40s. It does look like the class win. It was Vita Costa, actually, that's had the spin there at turn 13. Vita Costa's had a moment on the final lap of the race, but the GTC, or sorry, the TC class win will go the way of Rodrigo Vilaza, who crosses the line to finish 13th overall and win the TC class. 14th will go the way of João Faria and Martin Romao, the latter of whom was the car, or the driver in the car at the end. Daniel Teixeira wins the race by a hearty margin of 10.5 seconds after 22 laps of racing, aided by a penalty at the end there for Speedy Motorsport. Simoes and Camelo in second place. Montelos Competiciones number 33 car, Rui Morita, in third. Top with Motorsports, Gracie Mitchell and Lucas Staccini in fourth. The SMC Motorsport McLaren of Alba Vasquez and Alfonso Colomina taking fifth position. Montelos Competiciones is number 47 car, the winner from earlier, Oliveira and Silva in sixth. The top with 69 Porsche Cup car, Bennett and Fothergill taking 7th overall after running strong earlier on. Chefo Sport with their Ligier JS2R, didn't see much of them, but good to see them take 8th overall after not taking the start earlier. The 14 Art of Speed Porsche in 9th, the 126 top with Ginetta of Steve Curtin in 10th place, the Moore Ginetta in 11th position, Protec Motorsports Pedro Pava Raposo and Adam Fawcett taking 12th overall ahead of the TC class, winning Montelos Competiciones Ginetta G40 as driven to the flag by its second driver Rodrigo Veliza. We see the rest of the order going through shots at the moment. Not everyone, though, unfortunately reaching the flag. The NGT Motorsport Aston Martin didn't make it. The number 700 car ditto, unfortunately. The number 40 of Boya Hormigos and Hector Hernandez, both of whom showed out very well earlier on in the day. They unfortunately didn't get the opportunity to do much racing in our second race. There's your overall race winner, Daniel Teixeira, the defending TCR class champion in supercars. The Portuguese racer will be a buzz with this result. Started on the front row, converted it to a victory. Just a little help from that stop-go penalty for the number 2. Simoes and Camelo. Teixeira, of course, driving solo in both races today, has spent a good couple of hours at the wheel. Sergio Fonseca from Race Ready greeting him there. You can see there all the class-winning cars. Rui Marita's number 33 was there. Also, it sounds like we are just a few seconds away from hearing from our winner. I'm sure Daniel Teixeira will be glowing about the team. They had to rectify that gearbox issue. They did rectify the gearbox issue, and now he's an overall race winner.
Daniel, depois do azar da primeira corrida, nesta segunda corrida conseguiste chegar ao primeiro lugar e vencer a segunda corrida do programa.
Sim, é verdade. Ao contrário da primeira, onde fomos claramente os mais rápidos em pista, hoje, ou nesta segunda corrida, estávamos, acho eu, entre os 3 primeiros mais rápidos, mas não éramos os mais rápidos, mas consegui manter um bom ritmo ao longo de toda a corrida, que no final vencemos com uma margem ainda confortável para o segundo. De qualquer das formas, foi a primeira vez que eu conduzi este carro à chuva, portanto nunca tinha andado de carro à chuva e por isso tivemos algumas dificuldades, mas mesmo assim foi uma boa corrida, estou contente, atingimos o objetivo de vencer.
E achas que este piso, molhado, com tendência a secar, foi uma vantagem para ti, ou achas que os outros carros têm têm maior à vontade neste tipo de condições?
Não acho que tenha sido uma vantagem no nosso caso, porque o meu carro não tem controle de tração nem ABS, contrariamente aos GTs, ou pelo menos à maioria deles, o que dificulta sempre neste tipo de situação. E depois também, como eu digo, nós foi a primeira vez que usamos este carro em chuva, portanto, em termos de setup não foi claramente o ideal. Senti algumas dificuldades, mas basicamente tive que gerir, arriscando só o quanto baste. Na primeira fase da corrida tentar manter os 2 primeiros, o Mirita e o Porsche Speedy, em linha de vista, para tentar acompanhá-los mais do que estar claramente à frente, porque sabia que na segunda parte, com pista limpa, que era o objetivo, iria conseguir imprimir um ritmo bom, e foi isso que aconteceu.
Então, podemos dizer que depois da vitória do ano passado de Estoril, ganhaste a geral também, esta aqui também é uma vitória com um sentimento especial.
Sim, obviamente vencer é sempre especial. Acho que tínhamos possibilidade de ter lutado pela vitória também na primeira corrida, fica esse amargo, mas as corridas são assim mesmo e terminamos da melhor maneira com uma vitória.
Obrigado. Commentators?
Well, there we go. The race winner, Teixeira, talking to us in his native Portuguese, of course. And JT59 Racing team will be delighted with their efforts in that race. I'm sure Rui Marita will be fairly happy as well. Another podium for him and a cup class win. Of course, the GTX winner coming second overall, Pompeo Simoes and Duarte Camelo. Maybe a little bit of what could have been given the trip to the pits, the extra trip to the pits because of a shorter pit stop. But let's find out from the horses' mouths whether or not they're still happy with a GTX win.
Rui, venceste a corrida na Divisão Cup, ficaste em segundo da geral, terceiro da geral. Qual é a sensação no final desta corrida?
Um dos objetivos cumpridos, o outro não. Minimizei os problemas dos travões, quer dizer, desliguei de vez o ABS. O carro sem controle de tração, debaixo de chuva. Foi gerir a corrida da melhor forma. Mais uma vez, digo à moda antiga, teve que ser assim.
Temos de então dizer que foi uma corrida para minimizar estragos.
Sim, mas foi uma boa corrida. Apesar de tudo, toda a gente esteve bem. Então nesta segunda manga acho que não houve nenhum incidente. Tudo correu muito bem e muito limpinho, na minha opinião.
Muito bem, muito obrigado. And we are off.
There you go. That was our third place finisher, Rui Marita, for Montelos Competicios, third overall ultimately, and winning the cup class, of course, so a class winner. All of our overall podium class winners And as you can see, the GT4s are already out on the circuit, though we can still do some catching up downstairs. Let's go there now.
Duarte, foi um bom primeiro stint, recuperaste o lugar, chegaste à liderança, como foi correr nestas condições?
Foi muito complicado, condições que eu não estava habituado ainda por cima neste autódromo. Fiz um bom arranque, um bocado confuso, muita água, muita confusão, mas lá devagarinho todos os pilotos em si tiveram muito respeito entre si e conseguimos que proporcionasse uma boa corrida, não houve toques e a partir daí consegui-me distanciar com uma luta incrível tanto com o TCR bem como o Cup do Mirita, mas foi interessante, foi uma corrida que eu gostei de conduzir, acima de tudo, muito técnica e que correu pela melhor.
O que é que faltou para conseguir manter o primeiro lugar?
O que nos tirou o primeiro lugar foi a penalização que levamos e que eu tive que cumprir, mas de resto correu bem, ganhamos a nossa classe, ganharíamos a geral se não fosse a penalização que tivemos, mas mesmo assim, portanto, foi só cumprir aquilo que o Duarte fez, que 70% da corrida foi dele, e a mim incumbia-me apenas manter o primeiro lugar, que foi isso que consegui fazer e iria conseguir o da geral. Mas pronto, isto acontece, são corridas, tivemos uma penalização e eu fui cumpri-la como é devido e pronto, e passamos para a segunda geral e primeira da classe, que é isso que nos interessa.
Mas podemos concluir que foi missão cumprida?
Sem dúvida, bem cumprida. Aquilo que não aconteceu na primeira corrida e que devia ter acontecido também, mas infelizmente não aconteceu, aconteceu agora e ainda bem, e vamos esperar para Vila Real agora.
Muito bem, muito obrigado.
That was our second place overall team of Pompilho Simoes and Duarte Camelo taking second overall in the number 2 car, but more importantly a maximum score in the GTX class, which is looking so competitive this year with the Topwith Ginettas, the 570S from SMC Motorsport, the plethora of BMW M4 GT4s of the previous generation as well. GTX is looking so strong this year, and some great characters in that class as well. Of course, you've got the Ligier too of Sheffield Sport as well, and the Aston Martin from NGT. It's a very stacked looking GTX field in the 2025 season, and by all accounts, a very good start to the year for Speedy Motorsport's number 2. Of course, Speedy Motorsport have no fewer than 4 cars to think about in the upcoming race, the GT4 class action for the Iberian Supercars. And isn't that a welcome sight, given the conditions we had earlier on? I wasn't convinced we were going to see much sunshine today, but I don't think we're in slick tyre range yet, are we? But we are at the very least seeing a much drier circuit. You know what? Looking at it, I'm not good enough at this stuff really, but I wouldn't be surprised if some at least try a slick. It certainly looks like it's dried out to a sufficient extent. We'll hopefully get some intel from down on the grid as to whether people are on slicks or on wets. I would think that's a slick tyre circuit right now. That doesn't look wet enough to me for a wet tyre, but the thing with the Portimão surface is that it does stay greasy for quite a long time. As you can see there, actually, a good shot to illustrate that. Turn 10, exit of turn 10 still has quite a sheen on it, even though all the standing water is gone. That greasy halfway house between dry conditions and wet conditions, it does seem to stay in that limbo for quite a long time, so might be a bridge too far for anyone to go onto slicks, but I wouldn't mind betting we see a few people trying. The day started decent. There was a deluge in the middle, but as we get ready for the final Supercars race of the day here at the Autódromo Internacional do Algarve, I must say, it's looking rather picturesque out there now, and our still, I'm sure, sodden wet camera crew will be, at the very least, appreciating the reprieve and maybe the opportunity to take some layers off. We can now go down to the grid to get some looks at the GT4s.
Álvaro, va a ser una carrera de adaptación al pizzo, ¿no?
Sí, bueno, actualmente la pista está muy mojada, pero está claro que va a secar. Bueno, yo he optado por jugármela y montar slicks, sufrir al principio, pero poder apretar fuerte al final.
Por tanto, ¿vas a salir con slicks?
Voy a salir con slicks. Slicks.
Okay, gracias, hasta luego. É assim, aqui na grande partida há uma grande azáfama porque os carros saíram das boxes com pneus de chuva, mas chegaram aqui à pré-grelha e a pista começou a secar devido ao sol que se levantou e toda a gente mudou para slicks. E, portanto, houve aqui uma grande azáfama, mas a maior parte dos carros estão a sair com slicks, mas a pista ainda está bastante molhada, portanto, as primeiras voltas vão ser praticamente sobrevivência. Vamos aqui entrevistar o Rafael Lobato. Rafael, podemos fazer uma entrevista? Rafael, vai ser uma corrida complicada esta, com arrancar com pneus slicks, com uma pista ainda bastante molhada.
Sim, é verdade, faz lembrar um bocadinho o final da corrida de manhã, novamente com slicks, com o piso molhado, mas eu gosto dessa condução e vamos ver o que é que nos reserva, apesar de arrancarmos um bocadinho mais atrás, mas vamos tentar sobreviver no início.
Okay, muito bem, boa sorte. E vamos ter que sair agora da grande partida. Estão-nos a mandar sair, portanto vamos passar para o estúdio. Vamos. Commentary.
So then, that was a look down at the grid as we get ready to go racing. And I'm hearing that quite a few are going for slicks. So that is big breaking news there. It is certainly, I mean, to the eyeball test, it makes perfect sense, but the drivers will have been the ones to lead that decision, as it were. They will have taken that sighting lap as an opportunity to gauge the conditions, and evidently they've put forward a vote of confidence for slick tyres, which is certainly bold, because this circuit does seem to stay greasy for a while, but I think we are at that crossover point right now. I think if you switch two slicks on the grid, so they went out on wets and realised that the situation had shifted somewhat, and we'll see how that benefits this race, or how that alters the dynamic of this race. Will anybody still be on wets? I can't see it being the tyre of choice for 50 whole minutes, put it that way. The Autódromo Internacional do Algarve is looking picturesque now that the sun is beating down on it, and we've got a very interesting setup, I feel, for this race. Broadly speaking, this is our grid as it stands, or as it stands, this is the grid, no as it stands about it. Our pole-sitting car is the number 26, the Franciscos Mora and Ebru in their Toyota Supra. They had a spin earlier, they want to rectify that today in this second race. Faria and Martins in second position. In third place it is Eso and Vava in third in the NM Racing Team Mercedes. The Toyota Supra of Azevedo and Batina in fourth place, Batina Racing. Bruno Pereira, the 007 car, in fifth on the grid. A good starting position for them, but alongside Thomas Kranzella on row 3. Row 4, Pires and Guides in their Supra from Speedy Motorsport lining up 7th. Nuno Alfonso in 8th position on the grid. Mercado and Lobato, the Speedy Motorsport Supra, in 9th, alongside the SMC McLaren Artura in 10th position. In 11th place it is Pires and Castillich, the 119 car, in P11. Rodriguez and Cunha in 12th place. Gonzalo Andres driving solo in the number 11 McLaren, I believe. Aguirre Blanco and Piniello in 14th position. Ricardo Costa in 15th, sharing with Ian Loggy in the 97 car. The number 78 Racar Aston was in the top 10 earlier, starts from 16th in this race. The Marti and Milagros Viniela Promotion Motorsport BMW 17th on the grid. Oliveira and Cavallo starting from 18th. Then a Patrick Steinmetz for CV Performance in 19th. The VAR family Lemma Racing Car starts from 20th. Hall and Moore in the AMG GT4 starts from 21st. Caleros and Macedo in 22nd. The Nabaish family in 23rd. And then in 24th position is the 777 Aston Martin. Andreas Samatis, who starts the Toyota Supra, another Speedy Motorsport entry in 25th. Ramos and Martins in 26th. The Promotion BMW and the Racar Aston Martin round out the rear of this 28-car field. So the cars are rolling, and car 38 is apparently not on the grid. So that is the Veloso Porsche Cayman, unfortunately, which had a trip into the barrier in the first race of the weekend. So perhaps not a surprise that the car that we saw in the wall earlier on is not with us in this race, but it is a shame all the same. On the pole position then, it is the number 26 car once again, Toyota Gazoo Racing Portugal, with Francisco Moura and Francisco Abreu. And it was Abreu in the second stint of the race who spun out of the lead a little bit earlier on. And he'll be looking to make good on the promise that car had in the first race and maybe rectify the situation. He'll be very disappointed to have cost himself and the team valuable championship points earlier today. Let's see if they can claim a full haul of points in race number 2. The safety car peels in, just the one formation lap this time around. And it is Francisco Moura and Francisco Abreu, with Abreu at the wheel, that lines up on pole position. We've got one car peeling into the pit lane. I think still some might be on wets. As the race gets underway, we are racing, and our pole sitter should lead it into the first corner. Francisco Abreu looks like he's got a decent getaway there from pole position, leads the race into the first turn, but gets a bit unsettled through the first corner. Now look out for any outliers in terms of performance in these first few corners. That will be the telltale sign as to whether anybody's on an opposing tyre from the rest of the pack, as the Racar Aston Martin goes to the lead. Matthew Martins is now into the lead of the race. Pounced on the opportunity to drive past the Toyota early doors. I think a little more confidence in Matthew Martins. Now, is it confidence or is it tread on the tyre, I wonder? The Supra running wide again. Francisco Abreu looks like he's struggling in the early stages of this race for grip. And again through turn 6 and 7. And he's going to allow himself to fall down to third place, because here comes the Mercedes. The NM Racing Team Mercedes there, the number 36, leaning on him, going through 6 and 7. And it is Felipe Father Atanakovic to his inside again at 9 and 10. And surely that's going to be second place for the NM Mercedes. Yes, it is. Not the start that they would have wanted. Tocqueville Motorsports Mercedes AMG GT4 is in the pit lane as well, so a disappointment for Tocqueville. But the front of the field, the first lap of the race, has been a dominant one from Matthew Martins. He's driving off into the distance. And it's purely speculative on my part, but I have to wonder if maybe they're on wet tyres, because A wet tyre typically comes up to temperature a lot quicker, of course. And there was a lot of slipping and sliding for those behind the Aston. A 3-second lead at the end of the first lap is quite something. A start procedure infringement is under investigation from the 150 car of Alvaro Ramos. That car, the Aston Martin, which started all the way down in 25th and is now in 23rd position. You can see everyone just skating around, searching for any modicum of traction in these greasy conditions. I get the impression the majority of them would surely have gone for slicks, given the temperatures, given the sunshine, given how little standing water there is to find on the circuit. The inside there goes one of the NM Racing Mercedes. I think that's the 97 car, isn't it? Yes, that was the 97, briefly getting past the number 97, or rather getting past the Porsche from the Speedy team. Still side by side. This is for 11th and 12th position, and the number 6 car finally does lose out there to the NM Racing team car, which should be being driven by Costa in this early stages before Ian Logie takes over later on. Farrier and Martins leading the way. Obviously, it's Matthew Martins that leads in these early stages. There goes the Le Mans Racing number 3 Mercedes, also in a battle with the number 6 Speedy Motorsport entry. And Speedy Motorsport, of course, who run no fewer than 4 cars in this race. At number 6 being driven by Bernardo Pinheiro in this early stage of the race. Side by side, meanwhile, for 5th overall. And that, in fact, for 6th overall, sorry, is the number 5 Speedy Toyota Supra moving up. So that is Thomas Guedes. Thomas Guedes moving into P6 at the expense of the Le Mans Racing 119 car, which started incredibly well. Mark Kastelic at the wheel of that car. Kastelic, who is a younger talent on this grid, made the step from karting into GT4s last year and raced across Europe in his first year of GT4 competition. We have a spin for one of the Supras further back. That's another of the Speedy Supras, of which there are many. I think that was the number 8 car of Andreas Zimatis, unfortunately. But what about this turn of pace at the front of the order from the Racar Motorsport number 77? Matthew Martins is already 5 seconds clear of the chasing pack, which is being led by Philip Faber Atanakovic. Here is the Speedy Toyota again moving through the field well. And that's a 888 Veloso Porsche that seems to be absolutely losing positions at a rate of knots at the moment. 3 places potentially lost in just a matter of corners. Is something wrong with the 888 car? It did have an issue earlier on, you may recall, in the first race, and it strikes me that Patrick Cunha is maybe limping the car with an issue. It's dropped down from 5th to 8th on that lap alone. There is your 5th place car turning into the first corner. The Speedy number 5 Toyota Supra. That's in the hands of Thomas Guedes at the moment. Just ahead of him, we haven't mentioned really the Orlando Battina driven Toyota Supra. And is from the Bettina Racing stable, so the eponymous driver at the wheel of that car at the moment and running a strong 4th overall, just behind the car that started on pole position, and that of course is the 26 Toyota Gazoo Racing Portugal machine. But the number 16 car is having a good scrap, and there's a big scrum of cars fighting outside the top 10. This is for, I think, 11th place. Nuno Afonso leading a big queue of cars looking for track position at the moment, and that is the CV Performance / JP Motorsport car that is in the midst of some fighting. Patrick Steinmetz is trying to make some upward progress in this race. I think he's gained a couple of places on this lap because he crossed the line a good couple of places back from that Lemma Racing Mercedes that's just overtaken, and that was a big hit to the Lemma Racing number 3 car. I hope that the VAR family Mercedes is still okay. It was a hefty hit. It looked like struggling for cornering after that, but continues on at racing speed. That tap came from one of the Astons. I think that was the 78 Ricard Motorsport car, which of course started a little further back than it did in the previous race, and I think that was Savu trying to make up some places. There's the McLaren Artura running. It was running 17th last time across the line, but I think it might be in P15 now. Yes, indeed. So SMC Motorsports Montero is making up some good places. Meanwhile, this is the battle for 2nd overall, and is that 2nd overall? I think it is. The NM Racing Team number 36 car. I make that in the battle. It's hard to work out which cars these are. This is actually for 9th place. My apologies. So this is Nuno Alfonso on the offensive, up against the number 10 car. The number 10 car being driven by Granzella at the moment. Thomas Granzella, who will hand over later on to Max Huber. Huber, though, retaining, or Granzella retaining 9th place at the moment, despite the best efforts of Alexandra Aria, who actually starts that number 44 car. It is rather confusingly listed as Nuno Afonso on the timing, but it should be Alexandra Aria at the wheel of the number 44 from Gianfranco Motorsport. The NM Racing Team car running in 9th place, just behind the Veloso 888 car. Now, it feels like there's a broad spectrum of lap time around this circuit right now, and I grant you the conditions are a little bit tumultuous for all concerned, but I do wonder if some of this is down to performance of different tyres. A lot was switched over to slicks on the grid. That would be the right call. I wonder if anybody stayed on wets. Racar Motorsport, number 77, leads the race by 5 seconds. We're watching the battle for 8th, 9th and 10th unfolding here. Supra from Gianfranco Motorsport, who celebrate their 45th anniversary in motorsport this year. Did a hearty programme of pre-season testing around Portugal and Spain's circuits in preparation for this move into the Iberian Supercars. Late on the brakes there, too late on the brakes there was Thomas Granzella, and now Granzella comes under pressure from the 007 car. That is Gonçalo Araujo at the wheel of the 007. A driver who, in the late stages of the A1GP World Cup of Motorsport, represented Portugal. Looks like there's some smoke coming out of the back of that Aston, though. It might just be tyre rub, but I don't think all is quite right as rain with the 007 Aston Martin. Araujo is I would say, running a little bit out of position compared to what we'd expect him to do under normal circumstances. So I just wonder if that Aston Martin is ailing a little bit. Now, with any luck, it is something just as simple as a tyre rub, and you can see the bodywork damage on the back of that car on the left rear, so maybe it is just tyre rub, but all the same, it seems to be holding the Aston back a little bit. The Veloso car has been overtaken for 8th position. The 44 is through into 8th place ahead of this. Alexandra Aria in the Supra is up into 8th place. Veloso's 888 car continues to drop through the field a little bit. It strikes me that Patrick Cunha isn't all the way comfortable in this car, in these conditions at least. Whether or not there's still some legacy of their issues in the first race, I don't know. Has lost another position and is now under immense scrutiny from that number 10 NM Racing Team car of Thomas Granzella. Here is the battle for 5th and 6th position. So in P5, rather neatly, is the number 5 Thomas Guedes Speedy Motorsport Supra, and just behind is the 119 car, that being Mark Castellic. And we have an issue, unfortunately, for the number 11 SMC Motorsport McLaren Artura. Alvaro Libera, running in the GT4 bronze class, looks like he's got a puncture or a damaged wheel. I think probably the former. That is an unfortunate end to the race for the 11 car. Your class leaders at this stage, the pro class is being led by Matthew Martins at the very front of the field, with setting a blinding pace, but just going faster actually is the 3rd place car of Francisco Abreu. The leader in GT4 Pro Bronze, which is effectively the Pro-Am class, that is the number 36 NM Racing Team Mercedes that runs in 2nd overall. The first of the all bronze lineups is the NM Racing Team number 97, which runs in 12th place overall. That 11 car is still stranded there at turn 3. I do wonder if that's going to need some assistance. The other class leader out there on the circuit in this race is the GT4 AM class leader, which is the 777 Gianfranco Motorsport car of Vaniquis, running in 22nd overall. Safety car is out. Safety car has been deployed. There's also been a drive-through penalty given to the 150 car, which has already been served. Alvaro Ramos's Araujo Competición car on an outlap at the moment after a drive-through penalty, but unfortunately safety car has been declared to collect this 11 car. I've just received some intel. My thanks to Julio Sousa for this. Only the 707 car is running on wet tyres out there, so everybody else is on slicks, and the Racar Motorsport 707 of Lopez and Vieira, which is at the very back of the field, is running on treaded wets. Everyone else is on slicks, which strikes me as the right call. Certainly a slick tyre circuit now. I was thinking it was a bit touch and go when they were on their sighting lap, but it has continued to dry out, of course, in the first 17 minutes of this race. And the performances tell the story, everyone doing well on their slicks. But safety car is out, and of course the pit window scheduled to open in just 3 minutes' time. Motorsports. Matthew Martins, I think, will be a little bit aggrieved with the gap he's just lost. He built an advantage of 5 seconds over the second place car. That is now all gone. The safety car has nullified that. That's brought Filip Fava Atanakovic right back into play. The Spanish, I believe Spanish-Romanian in the case of Filip. In his 4th season of GT4 racing, much of that has been with the NM Racing team as well, so a very familiar face in that garage now. Safety car is out. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the pit window will be delayed. That's the typical situation here. So we might end up with a deluge of cars coming in after the safety car period comes to an end. The Mercedes pace car that leads an Aston Martin, and an Aston Martin with a Mercedes power plant, and then behind the Aston is, well, a Mercedes, the NM Racing team car, of course, Eso and Fava. So everybody neutralised, of course. We didn't get to the point of lap traffic either, so for a lot of drivers here, they've effectively gained a good portion of a lap back over the leader. And now for the teams that have a bronze driver in the car at the moment, for the pro bronze lineups that have a bronze in the car now, that is very exciting news, because they will get the opportunity to somewhat nullify the bronze driver deficit and stick the pro in for the second half of the race. While the safety car is going around the circuit, we can head down to the garages.
Guillermo, Felipe está en segundo lugar de la general, pero en primero en la subdivisión. ¿Van a intentar ganar la general o para la división es bueno?
Hombre, siempre se intenta ganar la general. Pero bueno, hay que pensar en el campeonato y en la clasificación de nuestra categoría, que es lo más importante por encima de la general.
Para tu stint, ahora con la pista más seca, ¿dices que la gerencia del neumático será difícil?
Bueno, sí que está más seca, pero sigue habiendo zonas húmedas, ahora acabamos de preguntar, y los pianos estarán húmedos, la línea de fuera de trazada estará húmeda, y bueno, pues estará un poco más fácil que en el primer stint, pero no estará fácil.
Muchas gracias y suerte. Commentary box.
Now, confirmation that the pit window has been delayed, so as anticipated, the drivers not able to serve their mandatory stops. Of course, under safety car, that would be a little bit of a cheat code. In some series, they do keep it open during a safety car period, and you can imagine how busy the pit lane gets. Not the safest of procedures. So I believe the recovery process for the number 11 McLaren is all but done. So I wouldn't mind betting it's a hop, skip and a jump until the race will resume at full speed. And we can now go back down to pit lane while we're under safety car.
Roberto, o Matteo tem vindo a fazer um bom primeiro stint, conseguiu abrir uma vantagem grande, mas infelizmente agora com o safety car para vocês, essa vantagem reduziu-se a praticamente zero. Achas que ainda assim é possível manter a vitória?
Sim.
Ou o primeiro lugar?
A esperança é a última que morre, então mesmo com o safety car agora o carro está muito bom, as condições estão difíceis, tudo pode acontecer, então ele fez um trabalho muito bom na largada, conseguiu passar para primeiro, e o segundo agora é da Pro-Am, que não é a nossa categoria, nossa briga com o terceiro lugar, então eu acho que ele está fazendo um bom trabalho e com certeza a gente ainda tem chance de brigar pela vitória.
E no teu stint está praticamente a começar, quando o safety car entrar nas boxes, os pit stops vão começar. Qual é o teu objetivo para o teu stint?
Meu objetivo vai ser ganhar o máximo de posição possível. A gente tem um handicap da primeira corrida, que a gente chegou em segundo, então a gente tem 5 segundos a mais que todo mundo. A gente está pensando em estender o stint, quem sabe a gente consegue abrir um pouco mais para poder, quando parar, não perder tantas posições por causa do handicap.
Okay, muito bem, muito obrigado e boa sorte.
Obrigado.
So then, might be a little bit longer before we get back to green. I don't think we're going to see the lights out this time. That also, of course, prolongs the delay to the pit window. So for the drivers waiting at the moment, we just saw Farrier there, suited and booted, having a chat there with our pit lane correspondent, and I imagine he's probably a little bit frustrated. He's got the adrenaline going, he's been through the warm-up process, he's got himself into the zone, ready to go racing, and now he's going to wait for the safety car to finally end. So we still have double yellow flags down at turn 3, so I think we might be a ways away yet from the resumption of this one. The safety car continues to control the field. Roberto Farrier's teammate, Matthew Martins, is your race leader. Farrier will take over shortly. I imagine that a majority of the field will peel away. Maybe if you're someone like Francisco Abreu in 3rd position, who was setting fast times coming out, if everyone ahead of you peels into the pit lane, the decision might be to stay out there, get some clean air, and try and make some positions up through the pit cycle. A few drivers, I imagine, will be trying that. Those who feel they have the pace. There you see the marshals at turn 8 and turn 9. Yellow flags not being waved, just being dangled out of the window because it's been on for a while now, this safety car period. There might have been a slight complication with getting that McLaren out of harm's way. As the cars go past pit lane once again, it is Matthew Martins that leads the way. Vava in 2nd position. Mora and Abreu running in 3rd place. Francisco Abreu at the wheel. In 4th position is Orlando Battina in the number 16 Toyota Supra. See there the fans in the grandstand watching on. That's down at the hairpin, the main action zone for the circuit. No surprise that that's where the fans congregate to first. The Speedy Motorsport number 5 of Guides is in 5th place at the moment. Lema Racing's Kastelich in 6th place. Lobato in 7th for Speedy Motorsport, the number 4. Nuno Afonso in 8th place, that's the number 44 car, although it's currently Alexandra Arrea, of course, at the wheel in 8th overall. Granzella in 9th place in the number 10 NM Racing team entry, and Gonzalo Araujo is running in 10th position overall at the late stages of this motor race. mid stages of this motor race, but hopefully the late stages of this safety car period. No confirmation yet as to when the safety car will be lifted, but we're still under double yellows at turn 3. Of course, it is going to be, I think, pretty frenetic when we do go back to green. The pit camera is going to be very busy, I think, as the race resumes. A lot of people will be peeling into the pits, and the safety car has not been lifted, but the race has been red flagged. Now, I understand there's been an issue with recovery. Driver is okay in that number 11 car. It was seemingly just a technical issue, but there's been something of a hindrance with the recovery process, and red flag is out around the circuit. So red flag. And that is going to be a delay to the race. And now we're getting to the point where the car is ready to go on the flatbed. So while the red flag is now out, I don't think we're a million miles away from getting this recovered. I just think they wanted to lose as little time as possible in the race here. You can see there the driver of the number 11, Libera, helping the marshals out there with getting the car on, so he's a-okay. But Alvaro Libera with the issue with the SMC Motorsport McLaren. It feels wrong to say he's caused the red flag, but his car is responsible for the red flag, let's say. So the race is neutralized for the time being here at the Algarve Iberian Racing Festival. This is the opening weekend of Supercars Endurance for 2025. Yes, we are already halfway through the 2020s, and that hit me like a truck as I said that. Speaking of trucks, that one is on the move, which is always a good sign. That means that we shouldn't have too long of a red flag here before the racing resumes. The car's being returned to pit lane for now. It's almost taunting, isn't it, towards the drivers who've been waiting. They'll be saying, really? Not only can I not get in the car, but I can't even... I'm now looking at it parked and I can't get in it. It has been confirmed by race control, incidentally, that you cannot change the drivers during the red flag. So they will have to head out with their original driver in the car and then make the switch. At this stage, we've already run through, but the class leaders, I think, are the same as well as they were before the safety car. Yes, Vaquinas is still leading the AM class of GT4, the bronze class being led by the NM Racing Team car of Loggi and Costa. This is the number 28 Aston. I thought I made that. the Carvalho and Oliveira's Santagol Arroyo Competición Cup. Must say a word as well to the Alpha Live crew, who we're of course broadcasting live with this weekend in Iberian Supercars, and currently live on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, which has just crossed over the 50,000 subscriber mark, 50k, a big milestone there for Alpha Live. Of course, their offerings in motorsport have diversified significantly over the last couple of years. Lots of GT racing, the stars of the future in the Formula Winter Series as part of the Giedlick Racing package, and that follows on rather nicely from their bread and butter in the world of karting. But more and more we see great variety every weekend on Alpha Live, and often numerous streams going on concurrently as well. And the effort that everybody at Alpha Live puts in is fabulous. Very exciting to have Iberian Supercars added to the roster for the 2025 season. A 10-minute board has been shown on the pit lane apparently. So it is going to be a little while, I think, before cars roll here. The number 3 VAR entered, or VAR driven Mercedes from Lima Racing, to me is one of the more interesting lineups. The brothers Olav and Andreas, who come from a racing family. Their father also a racer. Their dad actually drives, oh dear, some dirt there on one of the McLarens. That means that's been off the... But the Lima Racing VAR brothers, their father races in the Racing NM, the Norwegian GT Plus category, which is open to just about anything. Up to and including bonkers 1,000 horsepower turbocharged Lamborghinis. And in fact handed the keys to his very special Porsche to Andreas last year. I suspect Olav will be vying for a go this season, but a big step for Olav VAR and Andreas VAR to move into Southern European motorsport, the two Norwegians. And we'll be grabbing another couple of interviews while everybody's here under red flag conditions. We'll wait for the cue there to collar a driver, of course. You don't want to catch them completely unawares, especially when they're fully helmeted. But we can now go down and have a chat, I think, with the Speedy Motorsport number 5 crew.
Estamos com Pedro Salvador, o chefe de equipa da Speedy Motorsport. Pedro, nesta corrida vocês arrancaram um bocadinho mais de trás. Esta bandeira vermelha pode de alguma forma abrir uma perspectiva para vocês poderem votar pela vitória?
Não, eventualmente com um dos carros, sim, estaremos mais na luta. Com o carro número 4 que vencemos a primeira corrida temos 10 segundos de handicap, o que significa que, por um lado, perdemos menos tempo para quem está à frente, mas vamos ter o pelotão que está atrás que vem para a luta também. Portanto, vai complicar um bocadinho a vida de um. A vida do outro eventualmente ficará mais fácil, mas de qualquer forma faz parte do campeonato, faz parte das regras, e acho que tomaram a decisão correta ao apresentar a bandeira vermelha.
Os Toyotas têm sido um dos carros mais competitivos aqui no Algarve. Na tua opinião, quais são as características do carro que permite ser tão forte aqui no autódromo?
Eu acho que, acima de tudo, os Toyotas estão entregues a boas equipas com bons pilotos que fazem um bom trabalho de equipa todos em conjunto. Obviamente que o suporte da marca e o suporte que a marca presta, portanto, presente com várias pessoas ligadas à Toyota Gazoo, também traz outro nível de confiança. Portanto, mas acima de tudo é trabalho. O segredo é sempre o mesmo, é o trabalho que é feito. Portanto, o Toyota é um ótimo automóvel, obviamente, estamos extremamente satisfeitos com a opção que fizemos já o ano passado, mas acreditamos, temos carro para lutar pela vitória e é esse o nosso objetivo.
Ok, muito bem. Muito obrigado e boa sorte. Ok, commentary?
Go. We await the resumption of racing as the boards are being shown down on the pits. Have we got the 5-minute yet? I'm not sure if we have, but the pit window, yes, 5-minute board will come up at 16:53. So in the next few seconds they will show the 5-minute board to entice everyone to get race ready, pun intended, to go back out there and do battle once again. And we can pop down again for some insights on pit road.
Estamos com o Zé Pedro Fontes, o chefe de equipa da Sports & U e Toyota Gazoo Racing K10 Portugal. Zé Pedro, esta bandeira vermelha pode ser favorável para vocês?
Não sei, nós tínhamos a vantagem de handicap, agora isso ajuda-nos, vamos ver, mas a corrida tem sido um caos, portanto vamos esperar que nos corra bem. Infelizmente a primeira corrida, por incidente de corrida, perdemos o primeiro lugar, agora esperamos que tudo corra bem e podemos mostrar a nossa velocidade.
E não estou à espera que me digas qual é o segredo, mas o vosso carro este fim de semana está imparável, quase. Foi apenas um azar que impediu que ganhasse a primeira corrida. O que é que o vosso carro tem de especial para além?
Não, eu acho que o carro é muito bom, Toyota Supra. Depois aí, nós tivemos um ano de aprendizagem e é mérito dos pilotos e da equipa, têm feito um bom trabalho, mas tivemos bem, mas temos que continuar a trabalhar.
Ok, muito bem. Muito obrigado e boa sorte. Commentary.
Three-minute board will be coming out in just a moment's time here, so we are getting ever closer to the resumption of this motor race. The clock will start ticking from 22 minutes 13 seconds, and that will begin as soon as the cars leave the pit lane. I suspect it'll be just the one lap around the circuit, and then they will lift the safety car. They have to resume the race from the pit lane under safety car, of course. Then once the safety car leaves, they will reopen that pit window as well. Or they will open that pit window, much delayed. Rohrl Motorsport with the leading driver Matthew Martins. In the Aston Martin Vantage AMR GT4. Of course, being the pre-Evo spec car. Interestingly, Rohrl Motorsport haven't opted for new chassis yet from Aston Martin, and to be fair, I think the if it ain't broke principle doth apply to that number 77 car in particular. Roberto Farrier and Matthew Martins doing a stellar job in the slightly older Aston Martin. We have all generations, practically all generations of GT4 Aston Martin here this weekend, with the NGT Motorsport first generation car, of course, running earlier on in the GTX class. We're about to receive the 1 minute board, I'm told, so the cars will soon roll again. And for Matthew Martins, of course, there's that frustration that the gap that he had built of 5 seconds at the front of the field is long since gone. But he will be able to pass the car over to Roberto Farrier, and there's a healthy respect between those two drivers built from previous dalliances together. one would expect that Martins will hand the car over to Farrier with a fair bit of confidence, to say the least. Roberto Farrier is one of those drivers who I think the talent to budget ratio isn't quite what it needs to be in the modern era of motorsport, but a very good driver all the same. Even though he is a Brazilian driver, he actually studied in Farnborough in the UK. I believe still does study in Farnborough, as a matter of fact. And he's very much repatriated into Europe in general, of course, with his racing endeavours and so on, but quite apropos for him, of course, given the strong historic connection between Brazil and Portugal, that he races here in the Iberian Supercars, which is a partially Portuguese schedule and, of course, run by the Portuguese Race Ready organisation. Not only that, but of course he's with a Portuguese team in the form of Rohrl Motorsport. It's your number 44 Supra, which earlier on today had its exhaust hanging by a thread at the back of the car. That, of course, was rectified by the team going into race number 2, and it was running 8th overall at the time of the pit stops, and that is a good sign, I would say. How the second phase of the race will go. No pressure to Afonso. Nuno Afonso will take the car over. The cars are rolling. The clock should start ticking again then. To my understanding, I think we'll be considered now under a yellow rather than under a red, so we'll wait to see the time tick away. We are going to get the full 50 minutes of this race in, so indeed we are now rolling the clock once again. 22 minutes and change of the race left to go here at the Autódromo Internacional do Algarve, of course a former home of the Portuguese Grand Prix on 4 wheels, a current home of the Portuguese Grand Prix on 2 wheels, and it is really the crown jewel of Portuguese motorsport. No better place to start the season. Of course, Portimão and Stirling, 2 fabulous circuits, and really a great honour to have the southern Portuguese motorsport fan 2 of those fabulous circuits in the form of Stirling and Portimão within, what, 2.5 hour drive if you're bang in the middle, less than 90 minutes either way. Ian Loggy, while he is from my side of the pond, he lives just a few minute drive away from the gates to this circuit. He certainly calls this his local track, and many weekends he spends driving here. So safety car will be in this lap. There's no bulletin to say that the pit window is open just yet, so I think everyone will have to do 1 green flag lap and then peel into the pits. I don't believe the window will be open as the safety car ducks in, but the timing screen will dictate that for us. Now it's still listed as pit window delayed, so I don't think we're able to come into the pits this time by. Safety car will make way, and Matthew Martins now controls the field. There are less than 20 minutes to go in this GT4 race for the Iberian Supercars. And Rohrl Motorsport will be watching on with bated breath as their French sensation, Matthew Martins, leads the field away. Back under green flag conditions, he has Father behind him, the number 36 car of Philip Father Atanakovic. rest of the field, oh, the 150 car there, that was the Araujo Competição car, which is a lap down, getting a bit squirrely. And for second place, here comes the 150 car again having a moment. In fact, no, is that the 007? Yes, it is. So that is Bruno Pereira, unfortunately, who was running very high up the order, having a good race, is unfortunately dropping through the field like a stone, and it looked like we had a move on for second place there as well. So Francisco Abreu appears to have moved up to second position at the expense of the number 10 NM Racing team car. All the while, unfortunately, the 007 that was running in 10th place in the hands of Gonzalo Araujo, actually, not Bruno Pereira. He's going to take the car over, but Araujo, with that moment, is unfortunately going to have to hand the car over to Bruno in a position a little less stellar than they were all expecting. The pit window is open for the next 8 minutes. Everyone watch the pit entry this time by. I guarantee you it's going to be hectic. Some, I think a smart select few, may stay out here and try and get some track time, some track space, I should say. But let's see how many make the decision to pit at the first possible opportunity. No one in the top 3, rather surprisingly. But into the pits comes the Speedy Motorsport number 5 car. We saw that coming in. Gueras will hand over to Pires. Not as many taking the opportunity to pit as I was perhaps expecting. A good half dozen in so far. A few drivers are going to get a little bit shortchanged in terms of track time. And is that Loggy in a spin? Yeah, that's the 97 car, isn't it? That's the NM Racing 97. Although Loggy is actually still in the pits, of course. We haven't done the driver change, even though we've only got 16 minutes of the race left to go. So that's still Ricardo Costa in the car. But unfortunately, Ian Loggy is going to be handed the car in a slightly less advantageous position than we anticipated. This is second and third place, and confirmation visually there of the switch for second position for Francisco Abreu, who will hand the car over in a strong position here. And again, remember what happened in race number 1 of the day. Francisco Abreu, we didn't see the spin, but we heard about the spin. The number 26 Toyota Gazoo Racing Portugal car on a safety car restart spun at the first corner. And is now in a position to maybe challenge for that race lead from here. They'd love a victory since they lost one earlier on. Let's see how many come into the pits this time. Abreu peels in. That's the other members of the top 3 stay out once again. Roberto Faria electing to stay on the sidelines now, maybe encouraging Matthew Martins to get some fast laps in there. In the clear air, the drier conditions as well. You can see the lap times improving, and that's because, of course, while it was still a little bit slippery earlier on, it is now effectively a dry circuit with the odd damp patch around. Pit lane is filling up rather nicely. Lots going on, some in, some out. But your top 2. The Pro Class leader in first, the GT4 Pro Bronze, or Pro Am if you prefer, team in second position. That's number 36 NM car. Guillermo Eso is waiting for his opportunity to take the wheel. He'll be looking to try and keep hold of that overall podium if he possibly can. And while Guillermo Eso is the bronze in the equation, he is a very quick bronze, so I wouldn't mind betting that at the very least he's going to give it the good old college try, and I wouldn't mind betting he can try and pull it off. He's a very feisty racer, Guillermo Eso, in that number 36 car running in second place. Racar Motorsports number 77. I suspect may come in this time. see, the top two are yet to pit. Of course, everyone at the sharp end is yet to pit, as we've seen about half the field come in so far. Abreu will be handing over to Francisco Mora. Those two former championship winning teammates in other series, and reunited for the first time in 3 years this year in the number 26 Toyota Gazoo Racing Portugal car. There is the first of the remaining McLarens going through turn 14. And again, neither of the top two coming into the pit lane. The 119 car of Perez and Kastelich has come in, so that will be the 119 Mercedes from Lemma Racing being handed over to Bruno Perez. But by and large, a lot of the teams have indeed elected to push to the very end of the window. I can understand it if you've got your silver in the car and your other driver is a bronze, but certainly it's going to be a bit of a dash at the end for Roberto Farrier. He'll only have about 10 minutes all told to savour the car. Although he won't be able to savour much, because of course he's going to have a very active fight for the lead to contend with once he comes back out of the pit lane. There are pit stop handicaps to consider in this race as well, so the order is going to be slightly shuffled. Of course, the pit stop handicaps depend on the success you had earlier on, so for Racar Motorsport, they have 125 seconds, 2 minutes and 5 seconds as opposed to just 2 minutes, so they are going to lose an additional 5 seconds to the pit lane, which might well be why Roberto Farrier isn't in the car yet. Maybe Matthew Martins has proven to be the quicker driver this weekend, and they've said, you know what, let's keep him out there. The Speedy Motorsport number 4 has the longest stop of all among the pro cars. That's Cesar Machado. The 77 is into the pit lane. Everyone this time has to come in if they haven't already, because the time is running out. This is the last chance saloon to make that mandatory pit stop, which has to, again, I remind you, run for 2 minutes. Hopefully everybody in this queue of cars has already done that then. CV Performance leading this queue of 4 across the line. Now with the Swede Engstrom at the wheel. Just behind him there is Cautela in the McLaren, who's losing out actually, falling through the pack a little. Just overtaken by the Aston Martin of Oliveira, Enrique Oliveira, not a relation to the other Enrique Oliveira who won a race in the GTX class earlier today. 77 Racar Aston Martin then is into pit lane, and it's going to be imperative that we see where that car comes out relative to the rest of the field once it's rolling. The cars that have already pitted, like the number 26 Toyota, that was the car directly behind, of course, before the pit stops, and the Toyota, that number 26, in the hands of Francisco Mora, critically, does not have a pit stop penalty. So we'll see where that car is at turn 1 as, oh goodness me, there goes the aforementioned Enrique Oliveira trying to find a way around Aguiar Branco in the battle. Oh goodness me, that was a hefty tap. Well, that's going on in the main shot, but we need to get a look now at turn 1, because that's where the story for the race lead is about to unfold. Racar Motorsport exits the pit lane, but where do they exit in relation to the number 26 car? There it is, there's the critical shot, and through into the race lead goes the number 26 of Francisco Mora. Francisco Mora is through. It was Francisco Abreu in the car earlier on. His namesake Mora is now at the wheel. And it is a change of lead in favour of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Portugal squad. Roberto Faria is going to need to get the bit between his teeth now to try and reclaim that position. Is that the Lemma Racing 119 car all the way up in third overall after the pit stop cycle? I believe it is, and that will put them in to the lead in the Pro Bronze class as well. If so, we'll keep an eye on that because the timing screen is still doing its merry dance after the pit window with 8 minutes left to go, but I believe in third position, heading that queue of cars behind the top two, is the 119 Lemma Racing car. And that would be a sizable hunk of pressure on the shoulder of Bruno Perez, who took over from a charging Mark Kastelich in the first phase of the race. There is the battle for third overall. Bruno Perez, of course, is no stranger to the supercars, having been a GTC class champion back in 2022. There's your overall top two. Faria has some work to do. 1.9 seconds is the gap, but things are much closer for third overall. And not only is it third overall, but it's also for the Pro Bronze lead, because the car behind, the orange and black Bettina Racing Toyota Supra, is also a Pro Bronze class car. So it's third overall, it's the lead in the Pro Bronze class. Sergio Azevedo, I should say, is there in fourth overall, keeping pressure on Bruno Perez, and behind them, hunting for third overall, is the number 5 car of Jose Carlos Perez. Of course, took over from Thomas Guedas, who had a great start to the stint, or had a great first stint of the race, handed the car over to Jose Carlos Perez. So then, we watch the gap extending in favour of the Lemma Racing 119 car, and that's going to be exciting for Lemma Racing. They'd love an overall podium. The Slovenian team would be delighted to see that, and that's a move for fourth position. I think that's a strategic call from the 16 driver Sergio Azevedo to allow the number 5 Speedy Supra by. Allow that car through. It can go and hunt down the Lemma Racing Mercedes, and maybe he can profit once the Mercedes gets into battle with the other Supra. So then we continue to watch this battle for third place. The gap between the top two is at 1.8 seconds, and that's going to be a lot of work for Faria in the limited time that he has left, 5 minutes and 10 seconds. Of course, when dealing with two pro drivers like Francisco Mora and Faria, it is a big gap. It wouldn't be under some other circumstances. Meanwhile, this is the battle a bit further back for 10th overall, although I think it might actually be for 9th ultimately. This is CV Performance's number 85 car heading down towards the hairpin at the moment. And yes, that's the Veloso 888 car losing positions, unfortunately. Through has gone Enrique Oliveira in the 78 Racar car. That's for 10th overall. So this is 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th in shot at the moment within the overall standings. Speaking of standings, the class standings at the moment for GT4 Bronze, it's the 28 Santagol Araujo car that leads the bronze categorization. In the AM class, it is still the 777 Gianfranco Motorsport Aston that leads in the class orders, but we focus on this overall battle for 9th position at the moment. It's a battle where the experienced Nordic racing driver Jonathan Engstrom, the 85 driver, hasn't done any GT4s before this weekend. He's been holding himself to account well, but he's now under pressure from the number 78, from Enrique Oliveira. Oliveira didn't have a great run there down the main straight, ended up losing out to the Veloso 888 car, which had a blinding run through turn 14. And now to the inside goes Enrique Oliveira and through into 9th position. Lost 10th on the way to the first corner, but still ends up in 9th by the time we get to turn number 3. So there's the 78. There is Enrique Oliveira, who was in the GT5 class last year with the Portuguese Junior initiative from the Federation. Meanwhile, as we watch this battle for 9th place, it will soon become a battle for 8th, because there is a 1 second stop-go, which may well get converted into a time penalty at the end of this race, for Huber and Granzella in the number 10 NM Racing Team Mercedes. That's the car in 8th overall, and that is for a pit stop infringement. Unfortunately, 1 second too short, as we see there the Supra ducking to the inside of the McLaren. That will have been the number 4 Speedy Motorsport car of Machado. The winner, of course, from the earlier race today, outside the overall top 10, had a pit stop handicap to consider, and didn't have a great starting position for this race. So unfortunately, not the race they would have intended going into this one for that team. Meanwhile, penultimate lap of the race, and the race leader is building the gap. Francisco Mora, now 3.7 seconds clear, is hustling that Toyota Gazoo Portugal car. Roberto Faria, I think, might be settling for second then on this occasion. Quite the battle pack though, on the fringes of the top 10, down to about 15th or 16th position. They're all in one long queue. There is Engstrom, Jonathan Engstrom, going defensive here against the number 4 car. Now being driven by Cesar Machado. Rafael Lobato started the car, of course. Oh, and a bit of a wiggle on there from Jonathan. Engstrom, though, manages to hold on. Jonathan Engstrom is doing a really solid job at the controls of that CV Performance Mercedes. And look at that big dive to the inside from Machado. That's what you might call a decisive overtake into turn 9 and 10. Clean, but very authoritative as he went by. Now the clock now ticks to 0. The top 2 are already across the line, so we now begin the final lap of the motor race. And Francisco Mora and Francisco Abreu will be elated with how this is shaping up. Abreu took the second stint of the race earlier today in the first 50-minute encounter. Unfortunately lost control of the car at the first corner after a safety car restart. And they were in the race lead at the time, so unfortunately a race win, potential race win at least, was put on ice. But in race 2 at the weekend, the pairing that has been successful in the past, reuniting for 2025 in the Iberian Supercars, will be on the top step of the podium after just 4 more corners. Through turn 10 goes Francisco Mora, up the rise through 11, then onto the brakes at turn 12. We've got a limping Aston Martin on the picture-in-picture. But while that's going on, it is going to be a race win. The number 26 Toyota Gazoo racing car. Francisco Mora around the final corner. And this win is going to be extra sweet for Mora, for the team, and I think most of all for his co-driver Francisco Abreu. They take the win that perhaps they feel they were owed earlier today. They still leave the first round of the season with a number 1 pot, though. The number 77 car taking second place, Faria and Martins in third place, holding on to third overall, and indeed the GT4 Pro bronze win. The number 119 Lema Racing Mercedes. That's a great result from Bruno Perez and Mark Kastelich. In fourth overall, the Pro Class number 5 Speedy Motorsport car. Look at that huge cluster coming over the line. Goodness me. Jose Carlos Perez and Tomas Guedes finishing in fourth position. Nuno Alfonso rounding out the top 5 overall. And the winner in the bronze class ultimately was the number 28 of Vasco Oliveira and Francisco Calvaro in 14th position overall. A win for the Araujo Competición team in that classification. And in the AM class, it will be the 777 Gianfranco Aston Martin, I believe, of Pedro Bastos Rezende and Ruben Vaquinas. And that car's just crossed the line now, I believe, so that's them across to win the class. Mora and Abreu win the race then for Toyota Gazoo Racing. Ricard Motorsports, Faria and Martins take second position. The 119 Lema Racing car of Perez and Kastelich finishing third. Perez and Guides finishing in fourth position for Speedy Motorsport. Alfonso and Araya in fifth position overall. Azevedo and Batina in sixth. Guillermo Eso along with Vava taking seventh overall. In eighth place, Racar Motorsports sister car, the 78 in P8. The race winners in the overall top 10 after their pit stop handicap. The number 4 Speedy Motorsport car, the number 6 Speedy entry, that is the Porsche from that stable, rounding out the top 10, ahead of the 888 Veloso Motorsport car of Rodriguez and Cunha. In CV Performance and JP Motorsports, 12th place car. At the end it was Engstrom, of course, sharing with Steinmetz. SMC Motorsports, McLaren in 13th, that's the 23. Santagol in 14th position. Lema Racing, number 3 car in 15th. The number 81 Promotion Motorsport car, a fairly quiet day all told for Marti and Milagros Viniela in 16th. Miguel Nebesh in 17th. Santagol Araujo's 007 car in 18th after their spin earlier on. The NM Racing Team car with that late drive-through penalty down to 19th position. In 20th place, the NM Racing Team number 97. The 777 Gianfranco Motorsport car in 21st place. Andreas Zemetis in 22nd. In 23rd place, the Promotion Motorsport number 19 car. The Ricard Motorsport number 707 in 24th. Alvaro Ramos in 25th position, another of the Araujo cars. And SMC Motorsport, of course, not reaching the flag, nor did Alvaro Ramos, unfortunately. A couple of DNFs in that race. But jubilation, I'm sure, for this team. Toyota Gazoo Racing, Caetano, Portugal. Mora and Abreu with a race victory, and that firmly establishes them as title contenders. We knew on paper that they were going to be a force this season, but there's your proof in the pudding. Great showing for Toyota Gazoo. That Gazoo Racing branding seen all over the world, of course, in just about every form of motorsport from Formula One down. The Toyota investment in motor racing is significant, and this TGR Catano Portugal outfit adding a race win to their resume for the weekend at the very first opportunity, well, the second opportunity of the day, but the first day of racing for the Supercars Iberia season. We'll be hearing from them then in just a moment. Francisco Moro and Francisco Abreu are your race winners. They will also, of course, win the GT4 Pro class and announce themselves as title contenders with that result. A great, consistent weekend from Racar Motorsports' Roberto Faria and Matthew Martins. By my calculations, they should be the points leaders coming out of the first round of the season here at the Autódromo Internacional do Algarve, and that is a great result for that young pairing. But for now, let's go down to the Franciscos, our race winners.
Francisco, depois do azar da manhã, esta aqui é a melhor forma de acabar o dia.
Sim, foi importante esta vitória, depois do toque da manhã que nos custou a corrida. Nada melhor que depois de 2 poles essa corrida, a equipa merece esta vitória. Grande segundo stint do Francisco. Para mim foi complicado nas primeiras voltas até conseguir alguma temperatura. Sabíamos que o Aston Martin à frente teria também alguma penalização, dado a primeira corrida. Portanto, mantivemos calmos. O Kiko, quando entrou, conseguiu acabar o trabalho e foi uma vitória importante.
Francisco, Francisco mora no teu caso. Francisco, tu saíste no primeiro lugar. Qual foi o grande desafio do teu stint? Uma vez que tinhas um carro atrás, também estava rápido.
Foi chegar até ao fim, eu tentar controlar se calhar as 3 primeiras voltas. Mas eu também estava a gerir um bocadinho, porque era complicado levar os pneus mesmo andando na chuva até ao fim, e basicamente foi isso, foi levar o carro até ao fim com um bom ritmo. Só faltou a volta mais rápida, mas pronto.
Muito bem, muito obrigado e boa sorte. Commentator.
So then your race-winning outfit, the number 26 pairing, with a strong result here at the Autódromo Internacional do Algarve, announcing themselves as title contenders at the conclusion of this first weekend of racing. The Iberian Supercars, with their first weekend in the books. Let's hear from another of our class winners from that race.
Estamos com o Bruno Pires e com o Mark Castellich, os vencedores da divisão GT4 Pro Bronze. Mark, it was a hard race, but in the end you got it.
Yeah, the start was amazing. We managed to be one of the fastest on track when in my stint, and then thanks to my engineer Elias, we made a really good strategy thanks to the team, and yeah, now P1 of bronze silver drivers.
Okay. Bruno, é um regresso às vitórias, depois de um ano e tal. Qual é o teu sentimento neste momento?
É bom, porque efetivamente tenho trabalhado bastante para chegar aqui a este ponto e pronto, a meta está concretizada, já estamos novamente outra vez nos pódios e vamos pensar a ver se consegue manter, que é essa a ideia.
Muito bem, muito obrigado, boa sorte.
So that is another interview in the books. I think we'll try and hear from all of our class winners before the end of this section of the broadcast. 31st of May to 1st of June, incidentally, is our next weekend of racing. So it is, annoyingly, a 2-month wait before we get more Supercars action. That will be at Jarama, and that will only be Supercars Hispana. So the Spanish centric teams will be exclusively there. I expect it'll still be a very strong entry, of course, for that former Grand Prix venue just outside Madrid. The Circuito Jarama, quite a stark contrast, it must be said, from the Autódromo Internacional do Algarve, a much more old-school facility in just about every sense of the word. Lots of gravel traps and barriers lurking if you make slip-ups around that circuit. course, Villarreal, speaking of barriers close to the side of the track, the street circuit at Villarreal is the 5th and 6th of July. That one is peerless in terms of that process. 13th and 14th of September at Valencia will be our 4th round. Jerez will be the 31st of October, 2nd of November, and we conclude the season at Estoril. That's all to come, though. For now, the supercars are complete for the weekend at the Autódromo Internacional do Algarve. Thank you for watching this one. If you've been here for the supercars, that is the end of our broadcast, but of course still more racing action to come outside of the Iberian Supercars here.
Testing.
E muito bem, estamos de volta para a segunda corrida do Grupo 1 Portugal e Troféu Mini. Como o Bob Marley já dizia, sun is shining, the weather is sweet, e finalmente temos um sol muito brilhante aqui no Algarve para nos cumprimentar. O tempo este fim de semana, que tem sido uma das maiores pontos de conversa, sem dúvida, a dificultar a vida aos nossos pilotos. Portanto, aqui o Grupo 1 Portugal tem como parceiros, title sponsors, o vinho Seixo Calcos Arinto, disponível em Garrafeira Nacional, e Gup Corta Laser. Também queremos agradecer aos outros patrocinadores, os cafés Segafredo Zanetti, Cars and Vibes, a vulcanizadora Fragoso e Filhos e Dispenal Pneus. Podemos ver aqui o Porsche 928 de Diogo Cavaco e Bernardo Almeida, carro que disputou muito a liderança à geral na primeira corrida. Também podemos ver aqui o carro de Bruno de Lima e Francisco Luís, que infelizmente teve de desistir na primeira prova, mas parece que os mecânicos da RP Motorsport já conseguiram voltar à pista. É o mesmo caso para o número 518 de Francisco Freitas e Luís Pedro Liberal, esse que esteve parado nas boxes durante 7 voltas, mas conseguiu voltar a juntar-se à pista. Esta segunda corrida vai ser marcada, sem dúvida, pelas disputas em todas as categorias, com especial atenção ao H81 2000 e os seus Ford Escort RS 2000 Mark II e os Volkswagen Golf e Volkswagen Sirocco na H81 1600. Algumas desistências na primeira corrida, apenas 18 carros vão alinhar na grelha de partida para a segunda corrida. Portanto, temos agora o carro de Manuel Cabral de Menezes e Jorge Petis, que ganham a primeira corrida do fim de semana. E agora na imagem também temos o número 570 de Félix Ribeiro, o Alfa Romeo 1600 GT Júnior, que ganhou o sorteio do prémio da Cars and Vibes. Portanto, o piloto do Alfa Romeo a levar para casa o miminho de um dos nossos patrocinadores. Temos agora o início da volta de formação, já temos os nossos carros de turismo Grupo 1 em pista, a liderar o pelotão é o Porsche 928S, este que é conduzido por Diogo Cavaco e Bernardo Almeida, o número 509 com motor V8, sem dúvida um dos que faz um dos melhores barulhos dos carros, de todos os carros na grelha este fim de semana. E as nuvens que vemos lá à distância, aqui nas imagens, já não vão afetar esta corrida. Creio que até o final desta nossa segunda corrida, que irá durar 40 minutos, vai ser sol e a pista completamente seca até à sua conclusão. Eu relembro aqui que o Autódromo Internacional do Algarve é uma pista que está homologada para corridas de grau 1 pela Federação Internacional do Automobilismo, a FIA. Isto querendo dizer que, juntamente com o circuito do Estoril, cá em Portugal, é um circuito que pode receber categorias do mais alto nível, como a Fórmula 1, o European Le Mans Series e o World Endurance Championship. Uma pista que foi inaugurada no dia 11 de outubro de 2008, reconhecida pelos seus as grandes mudanças de elevação e largura de pista, o que nestes carros de turismo de Grupo 1 pode levar a uma falsa sensação de segurança para os pilotos. Já vemos os carros a alinhar agora à saída da curva 14, a penúltima curva deste circuito. Relembro que a nossa diretora de prova, Beatriz Águas, referiu no briefing que apenas os limites de pista das curvas 1, 4, 5 e 15 vão ser monitorizados, sendo que o resto das curvas neste circuito vão estar abertas, entre aspas, para os pilotos escolherem a trajetória preferida através dela. E vemos agora aqui na imagem o Mini Cooper número 33 de Simon Knudsen e Ricardo Cardoso. Ricardo Cardoso que se estreia este fim de semana nas suas aventuras no automobilismo. E os carros, o safety car entra para dentro da pista, os carros já estão na reta da meta, vão passar agora mesmo por debaixo do meu nariz. Estamos à espera da bandeira verde, não pode haver ultrapassagens antes da linha da meta. E já está, já começou a bandeira verde, os carros vão agora acelerar para a curva 1. É Diogo Cavaco que lidera Rui Ribeiro e Bruno de Lima para a curva 1, a manter uma trajetória defensiva para a curva à esquerda, peço desculpa, à direita, e agora os carros vão se dirigir, o Diogo Cavaco a subir a banana do interior da curva 2, uma situação perigosa, pode danificar a suspensão do seu Porsche 928. E temos ali uma ultrapassagem, Francisco Freitas já ultrapassou João Mira Gomes para a terceira posição, peço desculpa, é mesmo Francisco Freitas a ultrapassar Bruno de Lima para a curva número 5. E vai mesmo ultrapassar 3 carros em apenas 2 curvas. Rui Ribeiro foi ultrapassado por Francisco Freitas e encontra-se agora no encalçe de Diogo Cavaco para a liderança da prova, mas já não interessa. Francisco Freitas já tem a liderança da categoria H81 2000. E quando temos agora a disputa na categoria H81 1600, quando ali o carro número 587 com um autocolante da TVDE de Manuel Cabral de Menezes e Jorge Betis. E Bruno de Lima e Francisco Freitas estão muito próximos um do outro e até de Diogo Cavaco, e Francisco Freitas vai se mostrar pelo interior de Diogo Cavaco, agora à medida que eles entram na curva 14, e um grande momento de perda de controle, mas que rapidamente foi recuperado por parte do Porsche 928, o segundo Porsche 928 de Ruben Ferreira e Pedro Gordo, mas agora, à medida que os carros vão se dirigir para a reta da meta, tenho sérias dúvidas se os Ford Escorts conseguirão acompanhar o Porsche número 509. E lá estão eles, os Ford Escort, 3 lado a lado. Bruno de Lima é a carne nesta sanduíche entre Francisco Freitas e Rui Ribeiro, e ele manteve a posição fora da pista e vai ter que certamente ceder a posição de volta para Rui Ribeiro, se é que a direção de prova não vai apenas lançar-lhe um aviso. Mas esta categoria H81 2000 a dar muito espetáculo e muito que falar nesta corrida. E quando vemos ali o carro de Francisco Freitas a guinar na travagem para a curva 5, este gancho da Torre VIP. E temos ali o Porsche 928 de Ruben Ferreira e Pedro Gordo a deslocar-se muito lentamente. Pergunto-me, será que aconteceu algum problema mecânico com aquele carro e se irá conseguir deslocar-se para um sítio seguro para não haver a intervenção do safety car. Mas é mesmo, não vemos o Porsche 928S da Gordo Racing Team a sair da curva Craig Jones. E aqui no live timing, Ruben Ferreira, parece-me que o intervalo entre Ruben Ferreira e os restantes concorrentes está a aumentar, indicando mesmo um problema mecânico no carro. Esperemos nós que não leve à sua desistência. E vemos agora os carros a navegarem a curva Galp da categoria H81 2000. Bruno de Lima vai entrar na reta da meta com Rui Ribeiro e Francisco Freitas no seu encalce. Vai ter que furar o cone neste ar. Rui Ribeiro já se meteu lado a lado, estão lado a lado agora para a travagem da curva 1 e Rui Ribeiro consegue consolidar a primeira posição da categoria H81 2000, mesmo antes da curva 1, apenas a sua travagem. E Francisco Freitas, sem dúvida, que está a observar esta corrida dos seus rivais à frente e vai tentar capitalizar em qualquer erro que esta batalha provoque nos seus rivais à frente. E Rui Ribeiro, vemos aqui no Ford Escort, patrocinado pela farmácia Ferreira Leite, a conseguir abrir um pequeno intervalo de 2 décimas para Bruno Lima. E agora aqui nas imagens vemos o Mini número 33 e os 2 Datsuns da Production Cup. O número 584 conduzido por João Neves, enquanto que temos o Datsun 1200 da número 565, dividido entre Luís Santa Bárbara e António Segurado. Continuamos a ver ali o Porsche número 594 circular muito lentamente pelo circuito, já foi até ultrapassado pelo Mini Cooper e os 2 Datsun 1200 da Production Cup. E Rui Ribeiro estabelece a volta mais rápida até agora da corrida com 2:12.718. Devo recordar que o Mini que vemos aqui nas nossas imagens é conduzido por Simon Knudsen, que partilha o carro com o estreante Ricardo Cardoso. E esta equipa, esta dupla é liderada nas boxes por Ruben Veludo, que faz de team manager e embaixador do troféu Mini. E quero relembrar que estas corridas não seriam possíveis de decorrer se não fosse o apoio dos nossos grandes patrocinadores, o vinho Seixo Calcos Arinto, disponível em garrafeira nacional, e Gup Corte a Laser. Também queremos agradecer aos cafés Segafredo Zanetti, Cars and Vibes, a vulcanizadora Fragoso e Filhos e a Dispinal Pneus. E vemos agora o número 517 da Associação Circular Consciente a disputar com o número 587, que ganhou a corrida número 1 do Grupo 1, e Manuel Cabral de Menezes a fechar a porta a Joaquim Bernardes à medida que eles saem da curva 5 e entram na curva 6. E, senhoras e senhores, deixa que vos digo, esta corrida não vai ficar assim. Joaquim Bernardes vai repostar o mais cedo possível contra o piloto do Porto. E relembro que estes 2 Volkswagen Golf estão a disputar a liderança da categoria H81 1600, sendo ambos carros submetidos na corrida por 2 equipas diferentes. O carro de Joaquim Bernardes, entrado através da equipa Associação Circular Consciente, e Manuel Cabral de Menezes com o apoio da RP Motorsport. E vemos agora um dos Datsuns, peço desculpa, a ultrapassar o Mini Cooper número 33. Estes que pertencem a categorias diferentes, mas que têm um nível de desempenho semelhante. A dar um show aqui nesta belíssima tarde de domingo no Autódromo Internacional do Algarve. E vemos agora o nosso líder à geral, o Porsche 928, número 509 de Diogo Cavaco e Bernardo Almeida. Mas Rui Ribeiro, a bordo do seu Fourscore RS 2000 Mark II, não deixa que a diferença de tempo entre si e o líder à geral aumente muito, sendo agora apenas 1 segundo e 500 milésimas. Se bem que eu quero relembrar aos nossos espectadores que estes dois concorrentes não estão a disputar a liderança para mais nenhum ponto nas suas respectivas categorias. Isto é apenas portanto, a conquista desta posição apenas vale para disputa de orgulho entre os dois pilotos. E vemos agora a sair da curva 8 Samsung o número 525 de Carlos Galhardini, seguido muito proximamente por Nuno Pardalejo no Volkswagen Scirocco. E vemos agora nas imagens um Golf a sofrer algum tipo de trabalho nas boxes, é mesmo o 538 da Squadra Motorsport. E Rui Ribeiro já conseguiu ultrapassar Diogo Cavaco para a liderança da geral da prova. Bruno de Lima aproveitou o erro do condutor do Porsche 928 para também acompanhar o seu colega, rival da categoria H81 2000. E o intervalo entre os dois Ford Score RS 2000 que estão a liderar a prova começa a encurtar. E quando vemos agora o Mini Cooper de Simon Knudsen e Ricardo Cardoso, que foi ultrapassado pelos dois Datsun da Production Cup, a tentar repostar e conquistar mais uma posição ou duas à geral, embora estes carros pertençam a categorias diferentes. Os pilotos tentam sempre conquistar o máximo de posições à geral, não porque valem mais pontos, mas sim para alimentar de certa forma o seu ego. Porque dentro da pista queremos ver batalhas e nós, os telespectadores cá em casa, adoramos ver isto. E a janela para a paragem obrigatória nas boxes já abriu. E eu relembro aos nossos telespectadores que a paragem nas boxes tem de durar um mínimo de 129 segundos. E é agora e é nesta situação que os pilotos mais experientes podem fazer a diferença, tendo que cumprir o handicap obrigatório e, claro, nunca exceder o limite de velocidade estabelecido no pit lane, ou arriscarem uma multa pesada e um drive-thru. Creio que agora sai Diogo Cavaco do Porsche 928 e entra o seu colega de equipa Bernardo Almeida. Enquanto temos aqui os mecânicos da RP Motorsport a verem como os carros que estiveram a apoiar este fim de semana se safam à saída dos boxes. RP Motorsport, que é liderada por Ricardo Pereira, que tem 6 carros presentes no grupo 1 este fim de semana. E esperamos ansiosamente para ver em que posições acabam todos os concorrentes após a sua paragem obrigatória. Vimos ali Rui Ribeiro a sair, a pôr o seu score de traseira à saída da curva 8. E agora nas imagens é Jorge Betis e Sérgio Silva que disputam a liderança da categoria H81 1600. Jorge Petis, que é um piloto experientíssimo no automobilismo português, tendo já conduzido grandes máquinas do Grupo 5 nos anos 70, como um Porsche 935 K2. Escolhendo agora. O Rui Ribeiro está muito largo e o Bruno de Lima põe-se lado a lado a ele, à medida que eles saem da curva 15 e entram na reta da meta. Bruno de Lima não espera nem um segundo para capitalizar sobre o erro do seu rival e eles estão lado a lado à medida que eles navegam a reta da meta, e Rui Ribeiro mantém-se à frente, mas apenas por uma unha negra. Muito entusiasmante, e vemos agora o Ford Score azul e o Rui Ribeiro está muito de lado. Ele, ai meu Deus, como é que ele consegue segurar aquilo? Não acredito nisto! Rui Ribeiro a fazer um grande erro, mas o Ford Score azul também a bloquear as rodas à medida que eles entram na curva 13 e já foi à gravilha, e Rui Ribeiro consegue voltar a conquistar a primeira posição à geral e na categoria H81-2000, e eu não me acredito no que acabei de ver. Aquele carro estava muito de lado, mas é preciso, não acredito, que grandes unhas que o Rui Ribeiro teve para segurar o seu Ford no sítio. Que espetáculo, senhoras e senhores! E agora Bernardo Almeida vai tentar aproximar-se dos líderes da geral. E creio que Bruno de Lima entregou o carro ao seu colega de equipa Francisco Luís nas boxes, que por momentos esteve a liderar a corrida da H81-2000, mas não consegue segurar a posição contra Rui Ribeiro. E agora vai ser mesmo golfe contra golfe à saída da curva 15. Enquanto vemos um dos Datsuns a bloquear as suas rodas dianteiras à entrada da curva 3, mas a conseguir aproximar-se de Luís Santa Bárbara no outro Datsun da Production Cup. E com mais de metade desta corrida completada, faltam um pouco mais de 15 minutos no relógio para acabar, e eu continuo muito confuso sobre porque é que o Porsche 928S de Ruben Ferreira e Pedro Gordo continua a circular no circuito a uma velocidade tão baixa. Certamente os comissários de pista já deveriam ter dado alguma indicação à equipa para retirar o carro da pista. De qualquer forma, continuamos a ver aqui a batalha para a liderança da Production Cup. Os dois Datsun 1200, o da frente, o número 584 de João Neves, a liderar esta corrida, mas o 565 de Luís Santa Bárbara e António Segurado a dar disputa. Enquanto vemos há bocado as imagens de Manuel Cabral de Menezes a mergulhar para os boxes para fazer a sua paragem obrigatória e entregar o carro a Jorge Petis. E os nossos líderes já começam a dobrar mais carros, vendo ali o carro de Rui Ribeiro a ultrapassar o Golf da Squadra Motorsport. Este que é pilotado pelo experientíssimo Rafael Cerveira Pinto, que escolheu Armindo Ferreira como seu parceiro de corrida este fim de semana. E estas corridas que estão a ver são cortesia dos nossos patrocinadores vinhos Seixo Calcos Arinto, disponível em Garrafeira Nacional, e Coop Corte a Laser, com agradecimentos também aos cafés Segafredo Zanetti, a Cars and Vibes, a vulcanizadora Fragoso e Filhos e a Dispenal Pneus. Muito obrigado aos nossos patrocinadores por poderem tornar estas corridas uma realidade e com pouco mais de 3 minutos no relógio estamos a ter verdadeiramente um show de corridas de turismo clássico. E mesmo a seguir à paragem nos boxes, Sérgio Silva e Jorge Petis continuam o trabalho que os seus colegas de equipas estiveram a construir nos 30 minutos passados. E veja ali o carro o Scirocco de Marcos Rohrl a aproximar-se dos líderes da categoria K81 1600. E estes três estão muito próximos uns dos outros, estes três Volkswagens que mecanicamente, em termos de chassi, suspensão e motor são iguais, mas com o Volkswagen Scirocco tendo uma forma mais aerodinâmica, certamente vai ter uma vantagem nesta reta da meta que tem quase 1 km. Já ultrapassou Sérgio Silva no Golf número 517, mas será que Marcos Rohrl vai ter coragem para se mostrar ao Golf 587 para a curva 1? E é mesmo, está no interior da curva, já passou e já conquistou a liderança desta corrida. Nuno Pardalejo e Marcos Rohrl, que se queixaram de nunca terem sorte das suas aventuras aqui no Autódromo Internacional do Algarve, lideram esta corrida com pouco mais de 11 minutos no relógio. E eu estou mesmo desejoso para ver como é que esta corrida entre Volkswagens vai terminar à medida que eles navegam os seus carros em direção à curva 5, o gancho da Torre VIP, e vemos ali o 587 a guinar sob travagem, esta travagem feita mesmo no limite. E vemos ali a tentativa de ultrapassagem de Sérgio Silva a Jorge Petis e não é feita com sucesso à medida que os carros das categorias mais lentas se tornam um fator de ultrapassagem nesta corrida da categoria H81 1600. Mas Marcos Rohrl está a cometer muitos erros sob travagem e os experientíssimos pilotos atrás dele certamente que não vão deixar passar isto em limpo e vão aproximar-se do piloto do Volkswagen Scirocco azul e laranja. E temos agora informações informação da direção de prova que a janela da paragem obrigatória nas boxes já está fechada, estando sujeitos a penalizações graves de tempo caso os pilotos não a tenham cumprido ou cumprido até de forma correta. E o Volkswagen Scirocco tem naturalmente uma velocidade de ponta mais alta que os outros dois Volkswagens da categoria, mas o Condar pode ser um fator significativo à medida que eles navegam a reta da meta. E eu acho que Sérgio Silva está a ser muito calculista sobre quando é que vai querer atacar Jorge Petis, que está a conduzir o Golf número 587. Pequeno erro à saída da curva 3, mas nada que um bocado de acelerador e vontade não arranjem. Eu acho mesmo que Sérgio Silva está a tentar forçar Jorge Petis a cometer um erro para poder ultrapassá-lo da forma mais segura e eficiente possível. Enquanto vemos aqui agora os nossos líderes da geral começarem a dobrar o Golf número 525, e é mesmo lindíssimo e carro italiano, o Alfa Romeo de Félix Ribeiro, que vemos aqui nas nossas imagens. E parece-me que Jorge Petis conseguiu aumentar a diferença de tempo entre si e Sérgio Silva. E acho que já não vai ser nesta volta que esta ultrapassagem vai ser efetuada, mas contudo, tudo pode acontecer, qualquer erro pode acontecer no nosso carro com o autocolante de TVDE. É isso mesmo, senhoras e senhores espectadores, estão a ver corretamente. O 587 tem um autocolante de TVDE no vidro traseiro. E Francisco Luís já continua muito próximo de Rui Ribeiro, que já cometeu alguns erros nesta corrida e, portanto, pode facilmente cometer outro que ceda a liderança da categoria H81 2000 ao piloto a bordo do carro número 596. E muita atenção à medida que estes Ford Escort navegam a curva 15. Ambos pilotos a escolherem trajetórias diferentes para navegarem a curva Galp. E mais uma vez o efeito do cone de ar pode afetar o resultado aqui da corrida, mas não é já nesta curva que Francisco Luís vai tentar ultrapassar Rui Ribeiro. E Francisco Luís ainda não conseguiu alcançar Rui Ribeiro a bordo do Ford Escort patrocinado pela farmácia Ferreira Leite, mas já está mais próximo do que estava há meia volta atrás, enquanto vemos aqui o número 518 de Francisco Freitas e Luís Pedro Liberal. E temos aqui um peão na curva 5 por parte do Mini Cooper número 33 com Simon Knudsen e Ricardo Cardoso a bordo. Mas foi um erro que facilmente foi corrigido e que não afetou a corrida de mais nenhum concorrente na pista, mas infelizmente estou a receber agora informações da direção de prova que o número 33, este Mini Cooper que cometeu este erro à entrada da curva 5, tem uma penalização de drive-thru por não cumprir corretamente o handicap estabelecido na paragem obrigatória nos boxes. E enquanto vemos agora uma ultrapassagem do Datsun 1200 verde de Luís Santa Bárbara e António Segurado, que ultrapassa o também Datsun 1200 de João Neves. Estes que andaram a trocar a posições a corrida toda, ainda não é agora que vão parar de o fazer. E a dar-nos um espetáculo incrível de corridas de turismo clássico. E Francisco Luís aproxima-se muito de Rui Ribeiro, que tem que adotar uma trajetória defensiva à entrada da curva da Torre VIP e sacrificar a sua velocidade de saída. Lembro que as próximas duas curvas não são oportunidades de ultrapassagens habituais, mas tudo pode acontecer e Francisco Luís está muito próximo de Rui Ribeiro e eu vejo ali alguns carros de categorias mais lentas que podem afetar o resultado desta corrida para a liderança da H81 2000. Mas a distância volta a alongar-se à medida que eles entram na curvas 10 e 11. E lá está, os líderes da H81 2000 alcançaram os líderes da 1600, mas Bernardo Almeida comete agora um erro a tentar navegar a curva Samsung, a curva 8, mas rapidamente voltou a juntar-se à corrida, não afetando nenhum das corridas de mais nenhum concorrente. E finalmente o Porsche 928 de Ruben Ferreira e Pedro Gordo para nos boxes. E com exatamente 2 minutos e 30 segundos no relógio, ainda pode estar por decidir a vitória desta corrida. Com um erro agora de Rui Ribeiro à entrada da curva 13, a ter que navegar pela volta do Volkswagen Scirocco de Marcos Rohrl. Francisco Luís vai aproveitar para se aproximar do piloto de FAF. Enquanto temos agora mais uma informação da direção de prova que o carro número 509, o Porsche 928, que liderava a categoria H81 Max, vai receber um drive-thru por infringir demasiadas vezes os limites de pista. E Francisco Luís não vai largar este osso, não vai largar Rui Ribeiro até o ultrapassar e consolidar a sua posição, mas com pouco mais de 1 minuto e meio no relógio, não sei se vai conseguir. Se tivermos sorte, temos direito a mais uma volta e a mais uma oportunidade para sabermos quem vai ser o vencedor da categoria H81 2000. Estes dois fortes cores europeus Mark II a dar muito o que falar neste fim de semana e mais uma guinada por parte de Rui Ribeiro. Eu não sei durante quanto mais tempo é que o seu Ford Escort consegue aguentar este comportamento à medida que ele sai muito de traseira à saída da curva 13. E Francisco Luís está muito próximo do seu rival da categoria H81 2000. À medida que eles navegam a última curva do circuito, a Galp. E com a última entrada, esta vai ser a última entrada na reta da meta. O que é que Francisco Luís poderá fazer à medida que os dois Force Cores entram na reta da meta? Rui Ribeiro guina para um lado, mas Francisco Luís mantém-se no seu condor e acho que não vai fazer nenhuma ultrapassagem ou nenhuma tentativa para a curva 1, mas Rui Ribeiro vai ter que ter muito talento para conseguir segurar o piloto do Score azul atrás de si. E ali vemos um bocado de fumo a sair das rodas dianteiras do carro número 500 e Rui Ribeiro a sair muito de traseira à saída da curva 3, está a sofrer certamente a pressão por parte de Francisco Luís. O que é que vai acontecer agora à medida que eles entram no gancho da Torre VIP? E muito largo a exceder os limites de pista. Rui Ribeiro sai a navegar a sua saída da curva 5. E uma grande travagem à medida que os Datsuns da Production Cup começam a ser um fator na corrida dos líderes. Mas já se safaram destes dois Datsun 1200 da Production Cup. E com a ultrapassagem ao Mini Cooper número 33, faltam pouco menos de meia volta para o final desta corrida e Francisco Luís vai ter que tentar alguma manobra criativa, mas esperemos nós dentro dos limites de segurança para ultrapassar Rui Ribeiro, ou então esperar que tenha uma melhor saída da curva 15 para fazer uma ultrapassagem ainda na reta da meta, ainda antes da linha de chegada, e Rui Ribeiro mais uma vez a fazer um drift bonito à saída da curva 13, e eu não sei como é que vai ser o resultado desta corrida. Estamos agora à última curva, última volta. O que é que vai... será que Francisco Luís pode fazer alguma coisa para forçar o erro por parte do piloto de PAF, que tanto faz ralis como corridas de velocidade, e vai ser muito próximo? Eles estão lado a lado e não consegue. É mesmo Rui Ribeiro. Rui Ribeiro que, por pouco mais de uma décima de segundo, vence a segunda corrida do Grupo 1 Portugal. E Bruno de Lima e Francisco Luís vão ter pelo menos a consolação de poder subir ao pódio a bordo do seu Ford Score RS 2000 Mark II, que recebe apoio da RP Motorsport, com os resultados provisórios sendo de Francisco Freitas e Pedro Liberal a completar o pódio da H81 2000. E parece que temos agora uma primeira vitória para Nuno Pardalejo e Marcos Juan da temporada, e também a primeira de sempre no Algarve, neste Autódromo Internacional do Algarve, aqui em Portimão, com Manuel Cabral de Menezes e Jorge Tija completar a segunda posição do pódio da categoria H81 1600. E Joaquim Bernardes e Sérgio Silva, mais uma vez, a conseguirem repetir o resultado que tiveram na primeira corrida de um terceiro lugar. Dos Datsuns, vai ser João Neves que leva a melhor de Luís Santa Bárbara e António Segurado para trazer as honras do primeiro lugar na Production Cup. Enquanto vemos ali o Ford Capri de Manuel Melo e Miguel Pereira a ser o último carro a cruzar a linha da meta, concluindo assim esta segunda e última corrida do fim de semana do Grupo 1 Portugal. Este campeonato de carros de turismo clássicos que conta com o apoio do vinho Seixo Calco Zarinto, disponível em Garrafeira Nacional e Coupe Corta Laser, com apoio também dos cafés Segafredo Zanetti, a Cars and Vibes, a vulcanizadora Fragoso e Filhos e a Dispenal Pneus. E queremos agradecer a todos os telespectadores que nos acompanharam este fim de semana. Sem o vosso apoio e dedicação não conseguiríamos fazer estas corridas da maneira que fazemos. Quero agradecer a todos por estarem aí desse lado e a verem estas corridas emocionantes de carros de turismo clássicos. Enquanto vemos agora os carros de Grupo 1 a entrarem no parque fechado deste Autódromo Internacional do Algarve. E cá está João Neves a levantar o polegar em tom de agradecimento para a Câmara.
trying to keep me out of park firming. They're kicking me out of park firming. Yeah, I know I'm allowed here.
E esta foi mesmo a última corrida do Iberian Racing Festival Algarve. Nesta belíssima tarde de domingo aqui em Portimão, na Mexilhoeira Grande. Eu quero agradecer a todos por terem estado desse lado. O meu nome é João Graça e muito obrigado. Vemo-nos no Estoril daqui a umas semanas.